lost inside your soul. Oh, you wanna behave in a better way. You run away from yourself. I don't wanna be in any other place but home again. fresh, something I don't see. If this was a show, man, I know you would be the lead. Keep me on my toes, just in case I slip away. Even if I did, I'd be back another day. I never play around with you. If I was on your team, I'd never lose. If I was in your dreams, you'd never snooze. Cause I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way that you do what you do, what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do.
Baby boy, you know what I got is for you. just a holiday. Cause if we're making real plans, first I got some cards to play. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now, no defenses. Now, what you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. Still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? What you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. Still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill?
Thousand miles per hour. Oh, we need to slow down. 9 months, 6 days, and been 3 frowns. We've been up so highway, we can't see the ground. Love is so good in this mile high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Or will it come crashing down, crashing all the way down? Lightning flash.
Cupcake is literally smurfing right now with these hooks. He knows the one right now, but they can arrest over the wall.
The counter-engage from the Chiefs is way too good. There is nothing to be done for Gravitas here.
Very well, but Curcio here, and that is the ultimate connected themselves into a false spot. Fight for defenders on these guards.
Only player to lock in this game. There is just no damage for the Chiefs. Raiden gets the first pentakill of the LCO.
G'day, welcome. It's another day of the DoorDash LCO, and I'm back once again. Me, MacMate, with my mustache and my silly shirt and a little bit better of a haircut than usual. So, I'm looking forward to a great day of League of Legends. What about you guys back at home? I'll tell you what, before we get there, how about we take a look back at yesterday's results? See you then.
Diving boys looking to try and one-shot somebody. There's Sonya denying all that pressure that these assassins are looking to try and find. The resets come out, and Order come out stronger. What an upset. What a great game for Order. Dismissing the critics who have said, well, you've beaten some weaker teams. Commission's life as miserable as possible. Here comes the turnaround as Zappy looks to try and do some wonders. Fate School has to be popped to respect the Cosmic Radiance. Whether that 2.5 second active duration. It is a beautiful onslaught that Babbitt then launches himself into the backline. He dies though again. Sapphire continuing to show up here. An absolute dismantling here by Pensnet, showing up that they mean business, that it had enough of experience and it had enough of playing around and giving teams chances. They would have gotten themselves on a bit of a win streak. Because the Baron dance begins. Instantly the Zonyas as the box for deterrence by Mammoth, but then jumps onto 4 people and batters their health bars. And that's just a snowball effect from there, because Gunkrab sits his paradise, it's a playground, and he will once again just take everybody and more. It's a triple kill.
Day 5 of week 3, and that means it's a super week. I think we're all very excited to get underway with the games. Of course, before we do that, we do have to welcome our casters back onto the show. They are a couple of super lads. We got Rusty and Skimmy back on. Fellas, you're looking fantastic. My mustache is getting a little bit caught inside of my mouth. Don't worry about me. How are you guys doing today?
Not looking as good as you, Mac. Very excited to have you here for another day, another LCO day. It wouldn't be the same without Mac here, would it?
That's right, that's right. Yeah, Skimmy, how are you doing? You've got a lovely shade of hair color. I actually tried that one out once myself, but I decided today I'd go brunette instead.
Yeah, look, we've all taken a bit of Mac with us onto the show today, right? I've gone for the inspiration with the hair color. I've taken a shirt, of course, stolen that from the wardrobe, but I'm missing that final touch. I don't know what it is. I'm sure I'll figure it out at some stage.
Look, one of these days, mate, you might be able to grow a mustache just as good as mine, but I tell you what, before we do get too far into that discussion, let's talk standings. Let's talk about where things are sitting at the moment in the LCO. The Chiefs still at the top of the pack, but they are on shaky ground at the moment. A lot of teams quite close by. Rusty, what do you think of things so far?
Yeah, I mean, Chiefs with an L the other day, definitely something that sticks out to me when you look at these standings. They were starting to break away from the rest of the pack, right? But not so much anymore. Working our way down the table as well. The ongoing theme here is going to be how close everybody is. There is a point now breaking away between what 6th and 7th, even though it's tied for 4th. That is the 6th slot. Legacy now 2 points behind, but the rest of the league 2 wins away from 1st.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty crazy standings at the moment. Skimmy, anything that you want to note out of the teams here?
Yeah, I mean, we came into this week, right, thinking, okay, maybe we'll get some clarity. Maybe some teams will start to break away from the pack. And we thought that, okay, Chiefs had a 2-game buffer. Doesn't really mean much, right? They drop a game to Gravitas. They're still pretty happy in the middle of the pack, and you're still waiting for another Super Week to follow to maybe see clearer days ahead. All
right. Well, I'll tell you what's important is the matches that are coming up, and maybe not necessarily what we've seen. So let's have a look at what we've got for us today. And I think what we should focus on here is, obviously, there's a couple of teams that are 2-0 so far this week, Order and Pentanet. So in terms of the Super Week, both of those two are playing off for a 3-0 scoreline. On the other side of things, Mammoth and Peace currently 0-2. So both of them playing off to at least avoid a 0-3 Super Week. A couple of big matches this week, Rusty.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I'm really glad you brought up the Order Pentanet point first. That's exactly what I was looking at. If there was ever going to be a super match for our Super Week, you'd have to say that is the one, based off the trajectory of both teams on this week. I'm also quite excited for, honestly, most of these games for very different reasons. I think Gravitas and Chiefs will be interesting to explore, and Legacy Direwolves, 2 teams following different trajectories in the past week themselves, but both very hungry to get those wins and continue to climb the standing.
What about you, Skimmy? Anything here that is sort of tickling your fancy?
Yeah, I'm going straight for that 3rd game. Legacy taking on Direwolves. Both teams have shown in the past that they can definitely find their own success. Legacy have already beaten Direwolves once this season, so despite Direwolves currently being ahead of them, they're a team that, will really get at you in the first 15 minutes, and if you're suffering from that pressure that they throw at you, then they could definitely look to try and claw themselves up in that position and continue to make 4th place just the place to be.
Yeah, certainly a lot to talk about when it does come to today's matches. But, before we go too in-depth with each individual game, I think let's take a bit more of a holistic look. I mean, you guys have been cooking something up in the lab here for us to sort of stew over. This time it's the niche picks of the season. So why are we talking about these, Rusty? Or is it just because you're a big fan of Bart?
Well, first of all, I'm just glad I'm not having to rant this week. It means that we're doing something right. I'm only going to take 2 of these champions. Skimmy's going to be the latter 2. And would you believe it, one of my niche picks is Bard, a champion that I literally have tattooed on my body. That's how much I like Bard. But the reason for it, we'll get into the reason. And what I've done here is I've written down questions that people may ask me, right, as to why Bard is here, not just my biased perspective, so to make it a more neutral standpoint on this, right? So what is it good into? Everything. What is it bad into? Absolutely nothing. Who do you counter? Everything. When should I pick it? Only if you're good at it, which means always if you're good, but never if you're bad. It's actually the same as Ezreal, funnily enough. And what do you achieve by picking Bard, which was a question asked by MacMate before? Everything. You achieve everything. It's the ultimate pick in League of Legends. You have bragging rights by winning. You've tilted your opponents by winning simply because the ult's crazy. You've tilted your teammates because you're not even laning with them. It's perfect. My second pick is Dr. Mundo. Now, Dr. Mundo's in here because he's been seen a lot more in support and does offer a couple of new things there with the changes to his kit. One, you can't crowd control him. So if you have limited crowd control down in the bottom lane, he's actually really difficult to deal with. So things like hook champions, right? Nautilus, Thresh, their engage is so limited just because he'll walk away. He has high base damage, high base stats in general, and they've also changed his E to punish a lot harder now with Relic through minion waves, so it gives more push and has more poke and trade potential in lane. So Mundo legitimately very good right now in the bottom lane in certain situations.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's obviously achieved a fair bit. Beats getting coined the term that we heard the other night and then putting on an MVP performance. Cassiopeia and Tarek, we've only seen them once apiece so far. Cass, for me, fantastic, strong, hyper carry mage in the mid lane that's looking to try and be a bit of a lane bully. 1v1, excels perfectly at that. The petrifying Graze is just insane in basically turning around fights, right? Hard engage coming at you, you just turn the switch. Instantly, you're now on the front foot. If they come at you aggressively, you can even flash forward and make plays of that same notion. A W, miasma, mobility, denial, fantastic into diving melee comps, which is what Peace put together against the Direwolves. And then above all else, strong area control, right? You think about those times you've been having to face check, they're ready to go for a Baron or a Dragon. They stand in Pixel Brush. You just can't step up, right? You just can't do much about that at all. I suppose the same could be said for Tarek in that same vein, right? Where he can also fill up the role of, you know, forcing you to come into him. The Dazzle is there. The Cosmic Radiance really preventing a lot of these dive-heavy compositions. Requires a bit of understanding as to sort of the flow of things, right, to make sure that the timing and the wind-up goes off, but really strong, hard engage. A little bit weak against poke, right, so if we see Senna, Zyra, anything along the sort of enchanting line can definitely get poked to the lane, but given that we're seeing a lot of tanks and bruisers picked in the bot half of the map still, Tarek definitely serves a role in denying a lot of that and coming out ahead.
Great stuff, fellas. And I tell you what, Rusty, actually, since you reckon Bard should be picked at any point in time, anywhere, I might try picking it up in the jungle because it probably will go a bit better for me than for some of my previous games with all my standard junglers. Either way, listen, I don't want to hear too much from you guys. I want to hear from everyone at home. Those of you who aren't able to get involved in the conversation, make sure you do it. Send us your memes, send us your trash talk, send us your best MacMate cosplay because I love being cosplayed. I am MacMate, by the way. I tell you what, though, just because we're having a super week, we do need to get into the minds of the people at home, right? We normally give our predictions. I tell you what, we've got a prediction from someone here that, you know, has sent in their, well, I suppose their prediction. It's Darren Taurus once again. Here's his predictions for today. It looks like he's going to go the way of Chiefs, Pentanet, Peace, I guess, and looks like Direwolves is winning their matchup as well. So what do you reckon about those ones, fellas?
I mean, listen, Skibby, I don't know about you, but my mind immediately goes to the PGG order game because there's something about the bonk that seems more appropriate. You guys at home may not know this, but Order are in need of a, of a bonk sometimes with the things that go on in their team comps.
Yeah, look, you know, that's something that we're going to definitely be holding on to close to our heart for a little bit longer, right? And maybe putting on a bit of a performance, to say the least. But look, I think he's spot on with the money, right? We talk about favorites. I think for the most part, people are going to try and echo those same faults, but it may be cursed, right? I mean, we've seen these results happen before. But there have been upsets in the card, right? What do we see on Wednesday? We went for the favorites, unanimous across the board, and the first two games came back to haunt us.
Yeah, well, someone that's going to come back and haunt us again is Nat. She has been around almost every single day this split, sometimes disappearing to do something else. But that's fine, Nat, you're back. You're looking great. I love the pineapple shirt. I have one of those as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like normally give me a little bit of a nicer welcoming, Mac, but you know what? I'll take it. Maybe it's just the Friday atmosphere going on. But yeah, I am back to haunt everyone for another day of LCO.
All right, I tell you what, Nat, I'll be really nice to you if you can answer these 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 questions for me. We do have a champion quiz prepared. This time it's actually from production, so I get to play as well. Sorry, my mustache got stuck in my mouth again. Okay, we got Kane. So this one's pretty tough, although I am a jungle main and I've played Kane before, so I should know all of these, no problems at all. Rusty, you're looking a bit concerned. I know you are, just one of those noob support players. Let's start off with the queue. What do you guys think the queue is?
I would just like to say I did ask production for an easy one.
This is the easy one, Nat.
Yeah, I told production I could name Yumi's ones, and they said no.
I think I could name the ultimate.
I think I can name the ultimate as well. That's probably the only one I'm going to get here,
honestly,
to be honest.
maybe it. Do we get... How does production give hints? That's my question.
Production?
They're going to pull up the picture of the ability.
Yeah.
Like that.
So that's like...
That's the cue, right?
That's like a slash or a glaive or something.
Slash.
It's definitely a scythe. And it definitely slashes.
Definitely a slash. Something slash.
Slashing.
It's apparently we're very close. Someone's telling me we're very close.
It was very close.
What about slashing scythe?
Just put all the words together.
Well done, slash.
That's now the
Slash
name. Let's
scythe.
move on.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's see what it is.
It's
Reaping slash. We were not that close.
Okay.
All right, what about the
we're
W?
50. Half a point.
it's a line
It's
Slash.
the line. The line slash. All right, line slash probably is
Dash slash.
No, it's not the dash. Is it? Is
the
this
dash
W?
is the E's.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is it a
No,
Q
this
the
is the
dash?
W.
Yeah, so the W is just a
It's
line.
the
W is the
knock up
dash,
or the
yeah.
line.
Yeah.
And the knock up. Yeah, this is it. This is hard.
Angsty bop.
Blades
Edgelord
knock up.
swipe.
Knocked up.
Please.
reach.
Were we
See,
ever
I would
meant
never
to
have
get
gotten that
these?
one.
No one was anywhere near
Okay,
close.
okay. What about this one? The E, which is the one that sends him through the wall. So this must be something about like
Shifting.
traverse or
Terrain.
Terrain
traverse?
turbulence.
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 I'm gonna need.
Can
a
they give
hint
us
here
letters?
from
Can they give
production.
us? Can they give us?
Are we
The
asking too much
initials?
production for hints like that?
They said, "What do you do when you walk? What do you do when you
Step.
Put
walk?
one foot in front of
Jog.
the other.
Step.
Is
Okay, so step.
What do you do when you walk? You jog.
I run.
passing,
no.
traversing,
The first word
It's
starts
step.
with S. Shadow step. It's
shadow step. Yeah, that'd do it.
Easy. All
Yeah,
right, and I
yeah.
think we all know what the ultimate is. Who wants
Yes,
to have
definitely.
the honors?
I'm sure
We'll
Nat
give it to
knows it.
Rusty. No, we'll just give it to Rusty. He
Umbral
claimed it at the
trespass.
start.
Umbral trespass is the ultimate.
Yeah.
What is the passive though? I don't honestly couldn't even tell you.
I'm gonna say it's to
Something
do
soul.
with the weapon, right? Because he is choosing between Kane and Rust.
Yep,
So
you're on the right track, Rusty.
scythe.
Is it literally Kane / Rust? Or
No,
scythe
no.
is apparently the second word. Third word. Ooh.
Are
Third
there
word.
3 words?
There's 3 words. That's even
and
harder.
it's I believe
It's probably
the scythe is trying to take him over, so it's like
It's a sacrifice to take one
fighting
soul.
against the scythe or like decision with it.
Okay. The question is, Rusty, what is Rust?
Demon.
Demon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Close. Close.
Devil.
Dark?
The Devil's Scythe.
it's 3 words, right?
It's 3 words.
The Devil's Scythe? No.
All right, I tell you what. Apparently, you're close enough, Skimmy. We're going to give it up. The Darken
Darken.
side.
Oh, Darken.
of
That is
course.
pretty close.
He is a Darken.
Right,
that makes
which
a
is
lot of
demon
sense.
in League of Legends.
So I guess we got Shadow Step eventually. I think we probably got 2 out of 5 there, which is good work, everybody. I'm really impressed.
I guess Kevy and Sway for just watching us and saying, get these guys off the broadcast. I don't know what we were doing.
Mate, but have they seen me jungling? Because if they said
true.
that, then I mean, look, they'll get me on the team.
It's true.
I'm scared for the difficult one if that was the easy one.
You never know,
Yeah,
though. The
true.
thing is, like, with League abilities, you could say this is the hard one, but you just happen to know those, right? Like, Kane's just a weird one for me. Why would I know the names of those, right?
They need
Same.
like big abilities that you yell on a broadcast, and then you tend to know what they are. And if they don't have that, then they
Yeah.
don't have that. But either way, guys, tell you what, big abilities, big teams coming up in our first matchup. The Chiefs and Gravitas, and I think it's time for us to start leaning in that direction. So let's talk about the Chiefs first. They are, at the moment sitting at the top of the ladder. So tell me, what do you think of these guys, Rusty? I know they've been a bit up and down, a little bit of late. Are you thinking they're still the top team in the LCO?
So they're mostly up. That is still the thing, right? Just a couple of blips on the radar. And I think the interesting thing about Chiefs right now is they've shown in a similar way to some other teams now that there is a recipe that could potentially beat them. The thing that I've been most impressed about with the Chiefs is the ability of their solo laners lately. They've continued to improve, and they've really had shutout games of their own accord. But Wednesday, when you saw them play against Order, mid lane got shut out. Top lane had a matchup that isn't necessarily winning or snowballing. And we know that Chiefs play around a weak side bottom lane most of the time. So that recipe was shown. And it's hard to say now, like, are they the best team when that recipe's there? But overall, I'm still quite high on the Chiefs, and I still think that they definitely are a front runner for the whole season.
Yeah, I'm a big Chiefs fan as well, but I tell you what, I'm a fan of Gravitas here too. And Skimmy, tell me a little bit about Gravitas. I've been a little unsure of where I want to sit them, but they did beat Peace on Wednesday, so
Yeah.
they must still be doing okay.
It's a really weird one to try and crack the code of Gravitas, right? Because you come into this and you say, okay, on paper, for the most part, you'd say pound to pound, they do get outmatched in certain positions by certain teams. But, they seem to continue to make these fantastic on-the-fly decisions. Their game the other night, where they were just able to get the dub and just sort of prove everyone wrong. I mean, up against Peace, this is a strong team where you would say that who they're facing individually were better pound for pound. But the fact is, Thomas Shen fell behind 100 CS. Violet wasn't able to do anything with that lead in the team fights. The Thomas Shen Varus basically became a Chena Corruption bot just to do his job and say, I'm done. Kyose, I think, is one of the standout players in here, has the highest KD, has the most influence and most kill participation. He'll play enchanters, he'll play carries if need be, but he'll be pretty much wherever you need him at any given moment. And I think the most amazing part is I was a bit critical saying if Seth is ahead, they look like they're winning. If Seth is behind, they look completely down and out. But the thing is, they made that on-the-fly decision to say, we're not going to keep feeding resources bot side to try and get Thomas Shen back into the game against Peace. They just instantly identified, let's get Sephiroth online and then Gwen 1v9'd.
What do you reckon, Nat? I know you're here for a good analysis segment. Are you a fan of Gravitas or are you a fan of Chiefs?
I am. I think Gravitas have come a really long way in kind of what Skimmy said, right? Being able to learn and identify where their strong points are, what's necessary for them to stay in the game and potentially come back. Chiefs overall, same sort of thing compared to Split 1, have been doing really well. I think I lean to the side of Chiefs a little bit more in terms of favoring, but I think it's just because they've had a really outstanding performance and they have that consistency compared to Gravitas.
Here's some replays from the last time they played against each other, by the way, Rusty. I think you were casting that one with Elfish Guy, and it was a great start for Gravitas, but they weren't actually able to maintain that early lead. It was the Chiefs that sort of came back into things and really ran away with the victory. So is that kind of just what it comes down to? Chiefs a little bit better of a team in terms of the macro play?
I think there is a lot of composure in the Chiefs roster breaking out of laning phase, and they do seem to find a bit more strength. For Gravitas on the opposing side, the interesting thing here is I think when they have the right comps and they have the right tools, they can keep up with the best teams in the league come that mid-game period, right? Where otherwise they do seem to make mistakes, fall behind. Yesterday was a very good example of that, where they did just completely comp gap their opponents, and suddenly the game seemed a lot easier for them, even from a deficit. So Chiefs, with their composure, definitely have the potential, but for me, that's in a stable game state with a stable, even draft or better draft for Chiefs.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to seeing how these two teams do match up, because at the moment I feel like they're still relatively evenly matched in the sense that, Gravitas is still towards the top end of things on the standings, and the Chiefs could potentially drop an important game here and then start to tumble. We'll have to find out how that does all pan out. Of course, we have been, having a bit of a chat with Gravitas, so I want to see what they've got to say about themselves.
Thanks, Mac. Really appreciate it. You know how much the Gravitas loves winning with our minions attacking the Nexus from the back door. You know, it also likes entering their house via the back door. Doggos. Doggos love coming into your house via the back door. That is why we have partnered with our good friends at Scratch. They're our official pet partner, and what we want to see the great esports doggos in OS on the Gravitas Scratch dog jersey. That's right, your doggo can appear on our jersey on the LCO broadcast later this split. What you've got to do is send in your photos on Instagram and Twitter, tag us, Gravitas OS, like Oakley and Zeke and Carl and Dusty. They're all going to appear on the Gravitas Scratch dog jersey, like Kawhi and Cooper. So all you've got to do is tag World of Scratch, tag Gravitas or Gravitas OS on Twitter, and don't forget, you can win one of these jerseys with your doggo on it by going to Gravitas GG/Scratch Doggos, or just scan the QR code. That's it from us. Let's go, Gravitas. Gravitas Glory. Back to you, Mac.
Thank you so much, Sean. Great to hear from you, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Gravitas can do in this first match of the day. Nat, I tell you what, it's great to hear from the horse's mouth. So tell me, who have you got down on the sidelines today?
I'm going to be joined. I can't even hold my composure. I'm going to be joined by Mboma and Thomas Shen. Mboma, I want to start with you because we saw you guys drop your first game yesterday against a team that wasn't Peace. So do you think you guys might be plateauing in terms of performance, or maybe teams are figuring you guys out?
No, not really. I think the best of ones are really volatile, and you can drop games in best of ones sometimes. I don't think it means that much. We weren't too tilted or anything after the loss. We sort of just looked at problems that we had in the loss, and yeah, we moved on from it. It's not a big deal.
What do you think was your weakness and you're hoping to improve on today?
I think we agree with the draft, but I think, yeah, that was pretty much it.
Thomas, over on your side of the coin for Gravitas, you guys have been getting some wins that a lot of people wouldn't be expecting. And I've asked pretty much everyone else on the team, but why do you think it has played out this way for you guys this split?
Honestly, I have no idea. I think maybe our drafts are good and sometimes we play better than our opponents. Yeah, I think we just everyone just leveled up a bit.
It seems to be that way. But speaking of leveling up, your performance this split, are you really proud of yourself, or do you think you still have a long way to come?
I'm not that happy about it. I think there hasn't been games where I really pop off yet, so hopefully tonight's the one.
Is it perhaps getting a certain sort of champ, and we could be seeing something new drafting-wise come out from Gravitas to allow you to pop off?
Yeah, maybe if my coach actually picks me the champions, then yeah, maybe.
Well, that's a little nudge to the coach over there. And Boma, you also, looking at my records, are the only Chiefs player to not have player that delivered this split. What do you think you have to do to deserve player that delivered?
I think my teammates need to not end hustling. I mean, to be honest, I play weak side every game, so it's whatever. I don't care too much about I want the DoorDash, but at the same time, I care more about winning. And look, if other teams want to play for their bot and make the AD look good, that's fine. I don't really care. I'll just win the games, and my teammates will get player that's delivered. That's whatever. Because
I love it. Just all about the win. But the last question I want to ask is, you guys will be facing off against each other in the bot lane today. So, Boma, do you have any words that you'd like to share with Thomas Shen today?
good luck. I hope you don't go down 100 CS this time, but it's fine. I'm sure it'll be a good game.
Yeah, the Violet's probably the only one who can do that to me. Because last time I played against Prative Callista, it was a bit of a gap. I didn't expect it.
Okay, you haven't played this mic list yet. So
yeah, hopefully tonight.
Maybe.
Well, there you go. It'll be very interesting to see how much CS, or if at all, either of you are going to fall behind. But thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
See ya. Good luck, bro.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Friendliest banter ever.
I love it. I love it. They just had to pull Praedith in there too.
Yeah.
All right, lads and ladies. Of course, we do have to jump into the predictions here as well for ourselves. We've had a good bit of a chat here about the Chiefs and Gravitas, but it's time to put your money where your mouth is. Where do we sit right now? Elfish Guy looks like he's gone for the Chiefs. MacMate, will be going with the Twitch chat as usual. But Rusty, tell me, you've gone for Gravitas. That seems like a bit of an out there prediction. What's that all about?
Yeah, I do think it's a bit of an out there prediction, MacMate. But the thing is, if I was to give a percentage on this game, I would say maybe 70-30 in favor of Chiefs. But there is a solid 30, and for me, I do think, and I mentioned this before, that Chiefs have shown a way that they can be beaten. And my question and my challenge to the Chiefs is how they adapt after yesterday, because you would expect a bit of adaptation. If there isn't any, then I do expect the Gravitas will beat them, and that's what I'm actually banking on today.
Skimmy, you're on the Chiefs hype train. Is that just because you like to tip the favourites?
Well, I just think that they should be winning, right? They're at the top of the table for a reason, because they've had strong fundamentals and they can get these big early leads that then translate into a strong mid-game to close out games, right? So, as Rusty mentioned, the Chiefs were caught off guard there with a nice draft from Order, which, took them down a notch. And we've seen that Gravitas are, well-equipped to make those kind of drafts happen as well. So you talk about a 70-30 split. I think it's not unreasonable, but I think there's definitely a strong argument to be made that, if we're making predictions after draft, these could certainly be different.
All right, Nat. Looks like you've gone with the rest of the bunch there on the Chiefs as well. Do you want to tell us your thoughts on that pick too?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit closer than 70-30 personally, but I definitely resonate with what Rusty said. How it's going to be so dependent on how Chiefs come back from their loss yesterday. Like I said in an interview, it's their first loss against a team that isn't pieced this split. So there is a lot more that they can learn from a loss against Order, and it's just, really down to how they adapt. So I think it is actually closer than 70-30. I think it's probably 55-45. I would put it a lot closer than people would give it credit for.
Do you think, and this is probably a question for any one of you that feels like taking this, that neither of these teams have come into this week super consistent? I feel like both are kind of sitting on shaky ground.
Yes, I'll take it. I'll say yes, they both are coming in inconsistently. I think I asked Mboma if he feels that they're plateauing a little bit? And he said no, but I think there is this essence of them that they know it's working and they want to stick to it. Yesterday was not yesterday, the day before was the first time that it didn't work for them. If they think, oh, it was just draft, we don't actually really have to change up that much, then it's very easy for them to fall down the same path, which is why I think it appears to be inconsistent.
All right, well, thank you very much, Nat, for your insights. It's time now for us to get all of the answers to our questions. The champ select is ready. Game 1 is ready. It's the Chiefs and Gravitas.
Beautiful, Mac. Well, I appreciate the handover as we jump into a highly
Mac's
anticipated
good today.
matchup. He's good. He's
God's
clean.
good today.
He certainly is, and look, I'm expecting a clean game here today. The Chiefs taking on Gravitas, as mentioned. No surprise that the opening 2 bans from the Chiefs removed the Lulu, removed the Karma. We've seen a little bit of leeway in recent times with the Enchanters maybe falling off to other champions in particular, but especially against Kyosei, you've got to remove them.
Yeah, lots of respect needs to be given here for Gravitas. Just in general, right, the way that they play. The fact that Kyosei is so willing to play those Enchanters in the first place does wonders for them overall. LeBlanc actually, as the 3rd ban, is an adaptation already. Kyosei does play it, but as does Kisei, and it's been his mid laner for the past 3 games that the Chiefs have played. So a lot of respect being given here by the Chiefs towards the mid lane of Gravitas. And I will say, Skimmy, the standard strategy for facing Gravitas right now is just focus Kyosei, ban his champions out, and this is one of those champions.
100%, and also we can't forget about the Gwen ban, right? We were talking about whether, this would be a highly contested pick, with Safa finding a lot of success on it, doing so well the other night. It'd be like Swaif, when taunted by Only from the Dire, we also said, right, okay, I'll lock it in, and it made it look so clean. Nocturne, no surprises there in Ziggs. We've seen that both of these AD carries can flex if the composition needs that extra flexibility to have AD elsewhere on the map. Viego first pick, nice strong reset comp angle. And Gravitas were considering a few things. I was getting excited for a second that they would go for the Blitzcrank because we know it's Drag who can pop that out, but they've gone back to some more trustworthy ones.
I mean, they're just hovering Chiefs champions. I think Safa's just having a bit of a giggle there. Draku, Swaith getting their own champions hovered. This is definitely something that Swaith will seriously consider, even though it is, again, just another hover on their side. Camille, as the first pick, is definitely Safa's comfort zone. This is not unfamiliar territory for us. However, this will be without a Karma or a Lulu there. This will be without that hard support option. There is the choice, and I will say, with an Akali locked in, there's a world where maybe you say, it's going to Kisei, we play Galio mid, right? Now we have a Galio Camille composition, Akano can play Jarvan, and you just GG comp them to the moon.
For sure.
It's possible, but we'll have to see where the rest of this draft pans out. Camille does open a lot of options.
Certainly does, and just gives you a lot of ability, as you say, to target the side lanes, group up in the team fights, and pretty much just take somebody nice and squishy out of the fight early on. The Chiefs, fitting to their name and fitting to what their style has been for the second half of the year, is continuing to go for the aggression. There were question marks around what happened against Order with this style of play. It obviously got shut down with some creative drafting with the Lissandra and Viego there to turn things on its head.
I'm so for this.
But the Chiefs are going to stick to their guns, and Gravitas
No,
also...
don't dodge the lobby. Ash support.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, I'm sad. I think Thresh was the most likely option there, and then with a second left, it did switch. We have to assume something went very wrong there. We'll have to find out what that is soon.
So, well, we'll wait for word from production. I want to check the stat, actually, for Thomas Shen. Yeah, he is a bit of an Ashe connoisseur, isn't he? He loves to play it, but yet to see if Floppy would be willing to jump into that kind of tech. It's kind of what you mentioned before, right? We talk about draft, that there was a strong 30% argument to be made for them. They could definitely pull something like that out of the bag and cause headaches once again for Chiefs.
I would argue that is definitely the opposite of what they should be doing in terms of tech. Because your opponent is a Mundo support player, so just keep that in mind. Nice Ashe
That's
arrow,
true.
lol.
Yeah, true.
Doesn't exist. But look, there's definitely a possibility. There's definitely an option that Gravitas do something wild, crazy, maybe unexpected. What I did expect, and I'm assuming that the first 2 picks of their draft are the same when I say this, is that you just round out your composition with the Thresh and you go for the Varus Thresh bot lane. It's a point of stability. It can be a weak side. We've seen that before, and I'm not upset seeing Gravitas play with Thomas Shen as the weak side person on the map, right, with Floppy, where they just sit back and scale into team fighting, because at the moment it's very clear that you can just play around Safa, play around having a winning top jungle matchup and incorporate your mid laner with teleport to have a major influence.
It's interesting we talk about weak side bot laners, right? Because this would be the clash of those two. You talk about Mboma, he's definitely felt that archetype for a fair bit of time. So if Thomas Shen was to do that, we've seen time and time again where teams have tried to 2v1 Mboma. He's put on a champion with a little bit of agency, a bit of safety so that he can avoid turret dives and all the rest of it. I mean, actually, I found a bit of an obscure stat here. Mboma has the highest KDA in the league across all roles at 8.6. You know, the number really speaks for itself. He's pretty consistent, knows his role. And, you know, when targeted for these cross-map plays, he's able to come out ahead.
Yeah, so Mboma's an interesting one because, like, the consistency with which he is on the weak side makes you question how he manages to get a KDA that is as good as it is. Because usually they're the side of the map that will die the most to ganks, right? But this does seem to be, and this is it's a weird compliment. And I want to make sure that I say this is a compliment, Skimmy. But he is the worst. He's the best at playing with no resources, right? He's the best playing from behind player. He's not losing, right? Because the team's winning, so it's easier to play. But
Sure.
Definitely has the disadvantage of being on the worst side of the map for him. And it's been conditioned into Mboma's entire career, if I'm going to be honest. Like, he is built into being a weak side player, which is why it could be seen as a negative, because he doesn't win lane. But his KDA speaks for itself. And it's weird, because I don't like KDA as a stat, Skimmy. But
yeah,
it does mean a lot with certain contexts.
It's an obscure stat, right? But as you highlight, right, when brought into context for what Chiefs are able to do and how strong they've been as a whole for the start of the second split, then you know it serves the purpose that knowing that if we are gonna play to other parts of the map, that we're finding success there, but we're not then hindered as a result by it. And got word from the producer that we're still waiting for the lobby just to be remade. Should be about a minute or two away. I believe we do actually have MacMate on standby because we just can't get enough of him. We're going to welcome him back, Stash and all. And look, obviously not much to break down there, Mac, but from what you're seeing, is this kind of what you were imagining from the draft?
Look, to be honest, I wouldn't call myself much of a draft lord or a draft connoisseur. I don't know much about the game. I just pick Rammus and run at people and try and do my best. But I was a little bit surprised, actually, to see the center pick coming through for the Chiefs. I feel like that's not something that we've seen from them a huge amount this split. And I guess the fact that, I mean, this is a question maybe that's better off for you two. I mean, is Senna really the champion that you want to be taking into a weak side bot lane?
I think it can be for sure, right? Because champion combos like Senna Tahm Kench existed, and variants of that, of course, since that duo came up, do also exist. So you can play like an impossible to kill 2v2 bot lane, Senna and Mundo, right? If it's a farming Mundo, if you want, right? And Draku's shown that his depth of champion pool is really large. And I also know Draku can play the Senna, and Mboma has his weird picks like the Heimerdingers that go down in bottom lane. So it's certainly possible that they have the answer to anything Gravitas throw at them. Gravitas being on the red side, however, MacMate do have the option of counter pick. I'm just expecting them to 2-3 their bottom lane because it's easier to draft the rest of the comp out.
Look, I know Elfish Guy's a big Senna fan, so he'll be happy to see the Senna taken through here for the Chiefs. He'll be looking forward to watching this game. One thing that we should take a look at, though, as well, is some of the feedback from our fans. We've got some from the fans ready for us. And this time, it's actually us. It's great. There's me and a couple of jokers on the show. I don't know how they got on there, but I've never seen them before.
That's perfect. Thank you, Dave.
The fact that Skimmy's expression is stuck the way that it is in his photo just makes it so much better to me. And how are the John Howard brows? Let me tell you. Powerful.
Love a bit of that. Love a bit of that. So, if you guys at home are keen to get your meme on the stream, make sure you send it in. Use the @LCO on Twitter if that's where you're sending it. Or, tag one of us. We'll probably be able to get it through and have a bit of a chat about it. I tell you what, you could maybe rate our shirts. Who has the best shirt to date? Remember, Nat had a pineapple shirt, so that's a big fan favorite. I like pineapple
Does
shirts.
anyone at home even have a better shirt than we do? Because right now, I'd say we're killing the Hawaiian shirt game.
I actually think that's a good one. If you have a better shirt than one of the ones that we're wearing, please send it in, and also maybe send it to my house and I'll wear it because I love crazy shirts. I am MacMate after all. I tell you what, guys, what about the rest of this game? I mean, we're talking about the Chiefs, we're talking about Gravitas. You guys said 70-30. I mean, it is still early days in the draft, so there's probably not a whole lot to go off of. But are you liking what's coming together for Gravitas? I don't think we can say that the Ashe was actually a legitimate pick, but definitely for Camille, for Varus. We know Camille's definitely a good champion for Safa. He's played that in the past a lot. And to be fair, he's the champion, I think, that has the most DoorDash players that delivered. I don't know what to say there. But anyway, you know what I mean. So it must be good to have him coming through on one of his comfort champs, right?
I will say.
I know what you're getting at.
Sorry.
I know what you're getting at. It's four MVPs for Saf in particular, the highest in the entire league. Go ahead.
I will just say quickly that the third pick is confirmed as a Thresh. That was all I was going to chuck in
Okay.
there. So it does help at least having the first 3 picks in the draft back to the previous point. Sorry for cutting you off there, Skibby.
No, I was just going to back up MacMate here. You know, we've got to make sure that you know, his stats see the day of light. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at it, and you're looking at all these MVP standings, and there's a sea of other teams. You know, you're talking Chiefs, you're talking Order, you're talking Peace, Pentanet, and Direwolves, and all the rest. And then it's just a single Gravitas at the top of the tree, the Christmas tree, and it's just Saphir's name in golden neon lights.
Well, that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? And I tell you what else would be fantastic if we could just have another chat with Nat, because I love Nat. She's fantastic. Welcome back, Nat. Love the shirt. Pineapples, my favorite.
Thank
Have them on
you.
pizza too.
Oh.
I
Alright.
don't want to get into another food conversation with with Mac this time, because we all know Jordan's viewpoints are just absolutely trash.
Oh no.
So I wouldn't want to start with you, Mac.
All right, I tell you what, Nat, why don't you give us your opinions on how things are going so far in this draft? I mean, what do you think of the champions? Are you a fan of Thresh support? Are you a fan of Senna? Would you have preferred to see the Ashe support coming through?
I was going to
would've.
say, I would have liked the Ashe support. In fact, I do know someone on this panel that has been playing Ashe support quite recently. If he would like to give his thoughts on the Ashe support.
Broken.
Would you like to? Would you like to, Rusty, give your thoughts on the Ashe support?
Ashe support's a lot like Bard support. If anyone was watching the start of the show, you know exactly what I mean. And if you weren't, it's a secret. You're not going to know. No, I think Ashe support actually is underrated, but also very bad a lot of the time. So probably don't pick it.
Morgana support, though, would love to see that if anyone's
Would love
listening.
to.
I would love to see that.
Feel like...
But not Seraphine support.
No,
Yeah.
definitely not. Morgana support's kind of fallen out of favor. So is Seraphine, to be fair.
Yes. I definitely don't play both of those champs anymore. Definitely out of flavor.
That's fine, though, Nat, because you're not playing in the LCO, so
True,
you can
true.
play fun champions. I myself play some fun champions too sometimes, you know.
Tell us about your tell us what Elfish told us about that the J4 support. That was quite exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, that Elfish guy, he just keeps going on about that Jarvan 4 support.
Doesn't he?
I don't know why he keeps talking about it. It's kind of weird, to be honest. I think he's, he watched too much Aladoric. Anyway, I tell you what, that's fine. We don't need to talk about Elfish guy anymore. Where is he anyway? Who cares about that guy? Let's talk about the game. We've got Chiefs and Gravitas ready to go once again into
Perfect.
Champ Select. So rub your hands together for this one.
Let's pick up where we left off here, Rusty. What do we have? We do have, well, we've actually just gone straight through with the draft. We got ourselves a Zillion.
A Zillion?
Cool.
Okay. That was unexpected. I mean, okay, let's just take stock of what we have in the bans first, Skibby. Galio, Ari, both going to be banned away. Both good options again for Kyosei.
That's what you wanted to see?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about with the potential of this composition. Thresh Varus can be weak side till level 6. From those solo laners, you go bottom, suddenly it's on. We just have a Zillion. And funnily enough, like we were talking about before, the potential of a Heimerdinger for Mboma with Dragku Senna is always going to be there. So that's what we're going to get from them. Gravitas have a Zillion mid, which is... I think the last time we spoke about Zillion was in an interview with Shock very briefly, where he said the champion is turbo bad.
Yeah.
And it is currently picked.
I'm trying to remember. I think the last time we saw it was played by Peace. Many moons ago back in Split 1, right? And it was like a case of just protect the Violet, you know, ult him and make sure that we live. But very different scenario this time around. But we do actually have, for the second time this week from Meccano, another Olaf.
Yeah, 2 Olafs. Now, Olaf Zillion is a comp. And is a combo more than anything else, right? So you can have your on-hit Varus down in bottom lane that works with them later. Getting an extra life for someone's obviously going to be very important for Saphir diving in. Looking at the enemy team, however, being an Olaf into a Senna and a Heimerdinger is kind of a nightmare for Chiefs to deal with. There's not a lot of crowd control that can deal with him in the first place, but now there is none when he activates that Ragnarok and sprints at a 99% bonus move speed rate when Zillion presses E. It is the ultimate Berserker Ragnarok that is going to run them down if it gets ahead, Skibby. Because if it falls behind, it's a wet noodle.
Oh, I mean, for sure, of course. And there's 2 points I want to bring up. The fact that they've picked Olaf when Xin Zhao is not even banned. That's crazy in their zone. But also the fact that Kyosei might be one of those old men, like, you know, shaking his finger at the sky and say, you can ban my Lulu, you can ban my Karma, but I've still found a champion that has movement speed and powering abilities. So that this mid-jungle duo will just run people down. It's crazy.
Absolute crazy is a very good way to explain what they've gone for right now. And, you know, for me, my eyes definitely go more towards the Chiefs side of the coin here. Akali confirmed for mid lane, which is expected and, again, indicated through the bans that we saw coming out of the Chiefs. And otherwise, you know, besides maybe the center Heimerdinger, which I think is a new flavor for them, known quantities as champions, but a new flavor for them as a bot lane. Pretty much the expected result here for Chiefs overall, and much the same, right? Stability through their draft phase. Interested to see how they adapt in their play, given that their opponents are a little bit more abstract than perhaps the standard.
Well, those are the drafts. We've seen our variations of the center composition ever since the Tom Kench rework. We've seen the likes of Cho'Gath, Wukong, to name a few, but today we're going to get ourselves the age-old classic, an Mboma special for Ezreal. It's going to be a Heimerdinger instead. Let's see how this fares in terms of lane dominance, but the interest has to go towards top lane. The age-old classic matchup. We saw it the other day where Claire played it into Nectar. Their Nectar should get ahead, should be able to be that bully. We know that Lived has been playing phenomenally so far as well.
Yeah, definitely has been. There's a lot to digest, Skippy, in what we've got going on in this draft, just because we jumped in 4 picks in, right? So it feels like we're playing mental catch-up a little bit here. Yeah, so the mid-jungle duo for me is going to be a major proponent in how this game does actually pan out. One interesting thing, and why perhaps maybe the Nat prediction of the 45-55 is more accurate, is because Thomas Shen and Floppy can play weak side to Mboma Draku's weak side lane. So it can actually just be pure stability down there, right? Just happy scaling and happy farming, which does kind of play into the hands of Gravitas pretty exceptionally, where I feel like Gravitas can falter if they're against like a peace style team, right? Where bot lane can scale and snowball out of control. It's just that yesterday, you know, in that exact matchup, they had a really good composition to handle it. But the snowball did happen.
Yes, and it did happen. And we've seen how explosive these early games can be for teams that have the resources to do it. So I'm excited to see what happens when these two Titans clash. But as we fill and as we get ourselves loaded into the match, you do get another opportunity to check in with one of the coaches. And I'm excited to be joined here by Velixis from Gravitas.
Hey, how you going?
I'm good, mate. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
Talk to me, mate. You know, complete rookie squad coming in, defying expectations, growing, you know, exponentially, you'd say, from Split 1 to 2. How have they been finding these Super Weeks? Because we've still got another one to go.
Yeah, the Super Weeks, not going to lie, pretty stressful. 3 games in 1 week, not much time to, like, recoup and then, you know, get back at it. But doing the best that we can. That's all. It is stressful, but doing the best.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you've definitely hit the nail on the head in terms of, you know, turning things around with drafts and, you know, knowing exactly what you want to take into certain oppositions. On that point, you know, up against the Chiefs, it's been historically a very tough matchup. I actually had a look at some stats before, and ever since the rivalry between Gravitas and Chiefs, you've actually never beaten Chiefs. Does that fuel the fire even further?
Oh, 100%. Even like the owner of Gravitas, Sean, was telling me that we've never actually beaten Chiefs. Like the organization never beaten Chiefs. So getting a dub would be amazing. Obviously, though, Chiefs are a great team, but we're going to do the best that we can to take one off them.
I'd love to see it happen, mate. He's certainly in hot form to do so. One observation we made from the draft was that the preference again for Akana to return back to Olaf. Now, obviously, we've seen so much of Xin, and especially even when it wasn't banned. What's the secret tech behind that?
Akana on Olaf is a different type of beast. Like, he's not actually human when he plays this champion. He just turns into like a robot that just can never die, and he just kills everything in his path. So it's really scary to see him on this pick. From what we've seen in solo queue in scrims as well, he's the next level.
Beautiful. Well, I want to see him pop off here today. Thanks for your time as always, mate, and best of luck for the game.
Thank you. Have a good one.
There you hear it. He certainly has been a player that's been performing. He's certainly settled into the roster quite nicely. Looks at home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the unbridled aggression that we've seen from Akano is something that is very warming to actually watch, and the team does seem to gather around that, you know, rally around their new jungler quite well. It has been a sight to behold, and their wins do also speak for themselves in that regard. And, you know, just very quickly to catch us up with where we're at so far. Nothing really crazy should happen in the early game. You expect a bit more priority for Liv. You expect a little bit more priority for Kyosei in mid. Junglers, Olaf should farm a little bit faster. You'd expect a much faster clear overall for the level 4 camps. And bot lane should just be a bit of stability. You know, early Heimerdinger is not going to be oppressive by any means. Varus and Thresh have high kill threat, but that's a limited quantity and pretty reliant on having bush control, and they're being pushed in. So overall, things probably just going to go the way they are.
So they might do, as we see a bit of a tumble in the top side as both get dropped down to 50, but it's actually Safa that falls out of favor in that exchange. No sustain, no potions, both popping off here with the Doran's Blade, and certainly in lethal range, we see the ping from Meccano to come topside.
Yeah, so one of the main components of this lane when it comes to trades is that Renekton heals by dealing damage to waves, which is why he always has prio and push, but can he get out of this?
He wants to try and slice and dice through and then hit the flash. There's one, there's two, and there's the Summon of Respect as well. Shaking his head in the cam, he doesn't really want to burn it, but it was forced aggression against him.
Yeah, flash for flash. Jungler always takes a flash for a solo laner. Usually indicates, again, they will be coming back. And keep in mind, Safa, you know, get out of jail free card granted by the jungler. Also has Ignite on hand, so even more kill threat going to be available for this top lane matchup now, and that could potentially open the floodgates. Swaith nowhere to be seen, as you would expect, a little bit slower to the punch, and this does open up the prospect. And there's a ward to spot this, but can they get out with their life still?
Not going to get caught out this time. Not going to get caught out this time. It's actually worth noting that these two teams are quite, different in that regard for, achieving first blood. Chiefs, for the most part, 70% of the time, they're the ones to get the first blood, whereas Gravitas at 36%. A lot of that goes down to Swaith. He's actually got the highest percentage of getting that first blood, so we'll get to see if that Viego is able to find that first impact on the game.
That does make sense. You know, it's Swaith League of Legends. It is Swaith's world when he gets to play and the Chiefs unlock him. This is kind of the prototypical way that League is played. We're going to continue to see a lot of aggression up top. It's hard to know when to talk and when not to, honestly, when they're on our screen.
Look at the minimap right now. Vision will spot both these junglers, but it's going to be a 2v2. That's Liv jumping on through right now, doing whatever he can to try and force out Safa as he looks for Q2, but it's not enough. He has to disengage. Sidestep from the Axe, but no flash to follow. Safa in trouble, but not enough at this stage. They might just shift their focus into Meccano. And Swaith, fitting to his name, does get that first blood again.
Yeah, I think that happens with Kyose recalling. Teleport definitely available for the mid laner of Gravitas. Would even consider having to use it for this turret if Safa's not going to be able to safely farm. He's actually going to teleport early before the minions even crash to ensure the wave is picked up. Hook just going to hit a turret there, well played by Mboma. But hey, the teleport difference in mid nets them the first kill, and that flash used by Akano immediately punished.
Well, he was. Great start from the Chiefs there, identifying that it was going to be a lane they're going to try and bully nice and early, make sure that matchup would work in their favor. And we've seen Safa do great things when he gets ahead, so why not invest in that one? I'm curious to see how bot lane will play out, because as you mentioned, both may just be quite content playing weak side and scaling up. There's clear scaling between both avenues, but you can never underestimate the Lantern gank from an Olaf.
Yeah, so we should actually take a step back and look more at comps holistically and exactly what it means, right? For the side of Gravitas, they've got a pretty strong pick composition with a pretty powerful split push option here, right, as the game goes on. Thresh Varus, insane pick potential. Camille can assassinate that single person as well. Zilean does complement quite nicely when it comes to those picks, being able to use the bombs to speed up the slowdowns. And also the Zilean very good at preventing any kind of assassination attempts from specific members here, right? And you see a Viego locked in, you see a Zilean as a counter option. Hard to get the resets, but deja vu.
It's relentless. They've come topside again, looking for the kill. Slice and dice, both charges used successfully, running straight down topside river. Can't even stop for a pit stop for that fruit. Can't get any HP back. Needs a bit of attention, a bit of support from some teammates, but Kisei and Kyose are having a brawl of their own. There's a hook that barely scrapes Kisei. Number advantage this time favors Gravitas.
You've got Swaith hovering there, but no flash, so he's not going to be able to commit to anything. That would have just been if Floppy walked into the bush that the Viego was in. Also, speaking of, is at level 6, so that ultimate was available. So lots of kill threat now there from the jungler of Chiefs. Has an experience lead over his respective opponent, but Akano is relentless. And he is a genuine pain to deal with if you were lived right now. Who's just in hell.
Yeah, he's a pretty emotive player, Lived. I've watched my fair share of his camera during these skirmishes and seeing how he reacts. You can tell the frustration, saying, why me? But I suppose you put a target on your head when you pick a matchup like this. You know what the Renekton can achieve. It's the age-old discussion that continues to do the rounds on social media and Reddit alike.
Okay, so we're pretty happy there's no Ignite mid Skimmy, otherwise that was potentially kill threat. Zillion
for sure.
just trying to scrape in some extra CS. And for the most part, should have pretty much permanent push priority in mid. As Akali gets closer to 9, gets some points perhaps in Presence of Mind. Does clear reasonably well, but will never compare to Zillion's double bomb. So this is pretty much that window of opportunity, right? And why Akano should be able to play around topside pretty aggressively is when the Zillion's actually in lane, planted, right? No teleport opportunity for Kisei as a result. And that was the one mistake that Gravitas have made, right? A play against the flow through mid lane priority that goes backwards. Oh my god, leave him alone.
Still the top line aggression. Swaif is there to pick up the Herald. There's the notification. Instantly, kind of realizes maybe just not to play him after. Hookshot 1 goes out, but he can't jump off the wall. He's stuck on it like a spider, clawing away, hoping that he can survive to tell another tale. That's a beautiful flash forward. He knows it's a foregone conclusion, but it's because he's got Kyose. The revival's huge. There's the bomb to make it a double kill. The turnaround is complete. And Akano is a machine.
Yeah, now 3-1. The Terminator doesn't die, but that's simply because the Zillion is there this time around, and all the difference that it makes Skibby in the outcome of the skirmish. Now 2-4 in favor of Gravitas. A pretty sizable advantage goes through the jungle. Mid-farming well, they've matched their kills, and unfortunately for them, there's no real edge in top lane. It is still probably a better scaling champion, you would safely say, in the Camille to the Renekton, but 0 kills to Safa. Not too happy about that one, perhaps.
Alexis wasn't kidding when he said that Akano's a bit of a monster on this champion, flashing forward with the Ragnarok, turning this fight around and salvaging it with the nick of time to buy enough time for Kyose to come up here for the rotate.
Yeah, sprinting up here as fast as he can. Had to be reactive to the play. Great flash from Akano, first of all, to secure the kill, and then a flash used by Kyose to make sure that the ultimate was going to be in range. The chrono shift was there. Saving his jungler, saving the MVP of this composition.
Exciting stuff so far. He's on that screen again. He really is pitching a tent right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to get a BCF endorsement after this one.
Swaif does have that Herald, however, so be interesting to see where he decides to go. If he will continue to try and match with this Olaf, or if he will go elsewhere on the map to try and find some leads. Kisei with a nice little trade, going for the all-in, denied under turret. 2 shots towards him. He's down to 50%. Actually lower.
It's
all things are said and done. Yeah,
it's kind of just losing though, isn't it, for Kisei realistically? I mean, Kyose runs out of mana, but has the blue buff that he's just picked up, I believe. So he's actually in good stead, health overall. Kisei not having ultimate means 0 kill threat on the map. Right, basically doesn't exist. Zillion doesn't need an ultimate to clear waves successfully. So if that's the way the trades are going to go, I think Kyose takes that every day of the week.
Yeah.
The question is how that works in team fights and what is the operation there? Will he hit the target? Will he be able to do it under pressure when everybody is running at you as Zillion this time around? Or do you actually crumble under that pressure that the Chiefs apply?
It just diffuses all that individual 1v1 power, and going to be very much reliant on catching him off guard or lowering the CC. There's a little bit of CC, a couple of stuns, top side of the map for Chiefs, but that is going to require a gank to come his way. Otherwise, he might just double bomb the wave and continue to rotate and grip up with his team, as you can see in the minimap right now.
Yeah, lots of pressure actually being applied towards the bottom side of the map. They saw where the Viego was, and you saw Safa attempt to go for that one. This red buff, I think, is about to spawn. We can't exactly see, but around 12-minute mark is when you would expect to see that come up. Regardless, it's not. They're going to disengage for the drag, and they were looking for Swaith more than anything else anyway.
Swaith stepping up blindly here.
Ooh, top at risk of being dove.
It certainly is. We've got a bit of action to try and digest right now. There's a Dawning Shadow topside, a bit of mitigation, bit of damage, but not enough for Liv to feel comfortable despite popping the Dominus. Herald will be the immediate response to that Dragon acquisition, as we now find ourselves a 3v3 and a first turret soon to bleed, but now a double TP. A fight will take place here. Heimerdinger going to do whatever he can before he falls on down. Amplifies a massive turret, pattern of damage. The revival's waited out. Kisei looking for the perfect execution. Oh, just a minute too late. He's done it just a fraction too early, but Safa comes in now. Hookshot, Hextech, everything coming together. He dies! It doesn't matter. Kissy forgets it. He saw a quad, but he'll quite comfortably take a triple. And Swaith is denied the ever-elusive Zillion. He flashes, but he gets hooked!
I mean, that was really close. That was exceptionally close. But at the end of the day, the teleport from Safa not going to be nearly in time. Teleport going to be used for bot lane here, and that will confirm the turret as the end result of the skirmish. And the Chiefs go from slightly behind to 100% in the lead in this play. Teleport comes in first from the side of Gravitas. Note that the Camille teleport is there this entire time. And it seems like perhaps the players make sure it's just a 4v4. But you really want him here dealing damage, because the rest of the team's not going to be winning without him. So he'll teleport in, he'll disengage from top lane, come in, but he's half health. You know, the hookshot gets cancelled and just instantly dies. So that was a possibility of a 5-man play where Gravitas could maybe get kills. They choose to do it as 4. They suffer for it big time, but a nice flay after the hook from Floppy to at least ensure that their mid laner stays alive. Otherwise, huge stuff from the Chiefs.
The sequence of events were beautiful, and it's not going to stop there. We're still once again top sides. Both Floppy and Akano grouped up, whether they go for the invade on the red buff or go top side to try and get their own turret of the game. They're still here, mind you.
Yeah. What can Liv do? Here's ult.
The turret plates are gone. Now Liv 1v3, no TPs to back him up. This time they were burnt before. The turret is just out of aggro range. Akano would have needed one more, and here comes Dragku, who doesn't have the ultimate and can't hit him with a quick scope.
There's one big thing we have to really highlight in this game is that overall Chiefs are just winning lanes. You know, top lane doesn't actually count. Doesn't count. He's been far but fine, but he's just been constantly camped. Yep. Bot lane has taken the turret almost just 2v2 with a Herald summon, so they've obviously gotten some plates of their own accord in the 2v2 matchup, and they've had constant push. So, you know, you weak side in Boma and Dragku, that's their comfort zone. They know exactly how to play that style anyway. And then you gank top on cooldown. They're actually unleashed. They're no longer just weak side. They're just playing a solid free 2v2 matchup. That's exactly where they want to be.
The question does become, though, as we get later into this game, will it have been enough? Will their investment in the first 15 minutes of this game for Gravitas be strong enough to give them that mid-game transition, right? The fact that Zillion's already got himself a couple of kills, a couple of assists. The combination between himself and the Olaf, the Camille, whoever it may be, the backlane, crazy antics where you can jump in haphazard and say, I've got a revival, I've got a speed boost, I've got a kill target for you, presented on a silver platter. Because, Chiefs are still plenty of resources of their own to deal and juggle and play the map like this.
Yeah, I just really worry for Gravitas now. Chiefs, I think, have too much of a point of power in this game with a 4-on-1 mid laner. They didn't lock down and keep Kisei down, and that does seem to be one of the core components of being able to beat the Chiefs at all. They're very good at snowballing when their mid laner is ahead. And if your game plan, your strategy is to have a side lane split push threat, well, this is a teleport Akali that is super fed, and I think can handle a Camille pretty easily overall. To actually kill Kisei would require something pretty special, I'd have to say, from Safa, especially a Safa that has received none of the kills in a lot of these top fights and pressure that's been put up there. Now, he can handle Liv, but anyone could handle Liv. It's about what can you actually do to win the game, and I don't think there is too much of an answer there against the Chiefs' composition.
Well, we've seen them make on-the-fly decisions already this week. What can the Gravitas squad think of on the fly here tonight? What can Safa do? What does he identify as their win condition? Does he sit in the side lane, keep Liv at bay? Or does he decide to group up and say, let's fight them head on? We've got these resources. We've got this point of strength. And let's try and blow this game wide open. The third dragon of the game is going to spawn very shortly. It's up in 10 seconds. Gravitas find themselves in there first. And that's not all too bad, all things considering, given the fact that the likes of a Heimerdinger wants to set up his turrets.
Dragon going to be started pretty much immediately here. Swaith with clear vision on where they are.
Flay burn early, so was the ultimate. There's the Dawning Shadow, bit of damage. Ragnarok being committed. Safa jumps in, just going to get stunned and removed from the game. It doesn't matter. Now Akano running from the rest of his team. The revival went out, but it expired, and so does his health bar. 2 kills. There's the 10. I called it before, but he'll find it in. Kisei a beautiful specimen of an individual, 5-1 and 2, and gets a shutdown.
It's just too good, right? Gets the lead. He's just too good at closing out these games. Chiefs, they will start the team fight on their terms as Gravitas go for the Drake Herald summon. Thomas Shen could be given a lantern to safety, but they're choosing to stand here.
Kisei once more. Got yourself a Rift Maker. You've got yourself some damage. You're going to get yourself another hook again. Beautiful stopwatch switching the aggro to Swathe. He picks up the soul. He might just die. Oh, he tried to be hero. He tried to be clever. The aggro was locked, but Kisei survives.
I mean, he had a lantern that he could have thrown as well while he was in Thresh form. So definitely not a Thresh player as the jungler of Chiefs, but I'm not sure it would have saved him regardless, as that was a fully ramped up turret dealing some insane damage. And look, he does save the life of his mid laner. The stopwatch price is not high, as he's going to be able to buy the Zhonya's pretty much outright right now. And in this position, it's now a 6-1 mid laner. We said this at 4-1. Probably going to be too strong to contest anyone from Gravitas to contest him on the map right now. And that's only going from bad to worse. That last fight at the Dragon kind of felt like a last-ditch effort. They start the Dragon, Chiefs match them, and it was just a messy scramble of a team fight beyond that.
It really was. Clear idea to try and jump in, but Safa falls down instantly. The ultimate from Zilean doesn't find its value, and the strength they'd built up isn't able to really translate much into a mid-game fight, the first of many to come, no doubt. But Kisei, come on, give us the Magi's. You've got 10 stacks in that Dark Seal. I want to see 25 pages on that book. I want to see the damage stats up in the 80 carry numbers to 40%.
We are about to get ourselves a masterclass of Akali, I reckon. Definitely not one of the players that crumbles under the pressure. Give him 100 kills and say carry us, he'll probably do it. He seems to be the most solid of mid laners. Definitely a player that we look at for the future as well, Skimmy, given that he is so young. Yep. He's only improving.
It's beautiful to witness. Get to see it live and first hand. Chiefs now in a very comfortable spot on this map, up by 3,500 golds. Vision being laid across the map, really denying a lot of the entries that Gravitas would have into the middle portion of that map, as Chiefs lived as being locked underneath this turret for what feels like an eternity. Feels like laning phase all over again. He's got himself a stride breaker and got himself a little bit of mobility to hit a key target.
Yeah, the man's is just experiencing purgatory, the eternal suffering of his existence in top lane right now. As a meager life, the rest of the team are doing serious work and having the time of their lives elsewhere. Heimerdinger happily farming is a happy Heimerdinger. I'm sure Dragku, if we could get a soul check, is sitting pretty. The support centers usually get a lot more souls, of course.
Yeah.
Guess we're not getting the soul check. Ooh, I'll make a number up. He's got 75. 83.
Oh, not too bad.
Oh,
you played bingo. That's not too bad. 83. Well, he's certainly scaling, as they say. Very competent center player, where many times you see a matchup like this. It's the AD carry that plays the role, but we can definitely pump out those big numbers when required. The Baron's spawn, the Baron's being started, down to 50% already, and Gravitas have no vision and really have no business looking to try and contest this one.
Yeah, it's just gone. I mean, just well played from the Chiefs. They have vision, control completely in the pit, and Gravitas not feeling very confident to get in there. Stuck on waves as well, right? You've got Safa showing bottom. Kyoso is the first to check, but by the time he gets a bomb in there, it's already at about 1,300 HP. So that Baron is completely gone. Fair play to the Chiefs. Again, from this position, it's now, what, 6k? They should just be able to deploy on the map in a 1-3-1 if they would like. And this could make it even easier.
Safa on the run. Invading the Chiefs right now. We're going to taunt him, tease him just a little bit. They know that he's cornered 4v1. What are you going to do about this one? Going to pop the ultimate. Hook shot away. Okay.
No flash, though.
He has no flash. He's going to hit them with the Chiefs emote himself. He knows it's gone. And now it's a case of who will get that kill, and it's that man again, Kisei.
I mean, it was a good juke, but it wasn't enough of a good juke to give him anything. It just buys time. I guess that does buy time against a Baron buffed opponent. But the man who has been camped like you would not believe is unfortunately a 1-4 Camille. So Strategically, maybe it's sound from Gravitas. In execution was anything but, unfortunately.
Maybe some cheeky comms going on between himself and Mboma saying, you feel my pain? That's the life I have to live. Grouped up and happy right now. Plenty of vision in the mid lane. It's been very hard for Gravitas to push forward that turret that they hold. Barely a scratch on it. For the side of Chiefs, they are well and truly in the driver's seat. Soon to find their third turret. Still another 90 seconds on this Baron buff to escort these cannon minions in and get as much damage done as possible. And, well, having picked up a Dragon off screen as well. An Ocean Soul to look forward to in 5 minutes if the game goes that long.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point if the game does go to that point. I do think that the Chiefs are the kind of team that will be slow and methodical for the most part. They will try and just play the map out rather cleanly as possible. Not a lot of turrets actually broken just yet, so we'll see. We'll see how just long this one does take. Baron pretty much subsides with not a whole lot of money gained, but total control. This bush, however, belongs to the Chiefs, so again, total control. But no turrets, really. It's pretty quiet Baron buff.
Yeah, they've only picked up that one on the bottom side of the map. Apart from that, Liv has just been slow pushing waves in. Even though the Zillion phase checks, he doesn't want to go for the all-in. Has a little bit of vision, but not enough to step up.
I mean, you can't all-in a Zillion, right?
And you certainly don't want to waste your time doing so.
Kano may win the battle. Definitely not winning the war currently. Gets the red buff, but top lane turret getting closer and closer to falling. Kyose with less pressure. You could see the Chiefs moving into enemy red buff. Clear indicator of that one. Even though the Baron is gone, turret is inevitably going to drop. Sway's about to say, "G'day. What are you doing in my swamp?" Can we make that canon? Junglers are ogres.
Okay. Yeah, sure. The Shrek sequel.
Yeah. Shrek 4, Summoner's Rift.
I was going to say that Sappho was bot lane farming furiously to try and get this Ravenous Hydra second item spike completed as quickly as possible. There's the Empower with stun grenades and Boma's forced to flash away. Sappho then jumps in. Channel Corruption's not enough to guarantee that Hextech on finds any value. And then Kisse jumps in, but it's a beautiful hook there by Floppy. But will it be enough to try and turn the tides of war? I don't think so. Ragnarok or not, Akano falls down. They pick up a trade. And they will take down 2.
Kisse's still with ult.
But Floppy is smurfing. He's making sure that these hooks continue to find success. Another stopwatch, another Kisse, another moment to pop off and shine. No revival this time. No chance to try and prevent the inevitable. A snipe from afar as Swaith becomes Varus. Not enough to remove him, and they'll be quite content with 4, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, a 1 HP Kyose limps his way back to the fountain. A 1 HP Kyose is now 0. Skippy as Swaith just sits in the mist. What a champion. How many years of experience?
Unbelievable.
God, I dislike that champion. Let's watch a replay. It starts with Mboma getting pretty heavily chunked out. Sappho commits the ult, but was never really going to have lethal. And Kisse does have ult this entire time, so he's always going to be a threat. You know, Zillion bombs lock him down. If the Zillion bombs went underlived, could have killed him faster, but it doesn't matter because they buy the space that they need. But then Viego comes along. You may be able to hook him, but can you stop him from killing your teammates? The answer is no. And then, of course, the reinforcements come in. The cavalry is there. Too much damage from the Zakali to contend with.
Then it became National Geographic, just waiting for the Predator to pounce. 10k gold leads, 26 minutes in. It was only 5 minutes ago we were discussing about whether or not Soul Point would be on the cards, but it's being clean and methodical by the Chiefs. They've got multiple ways to close this game out, with the Baron soon to spawn and the Soul to pick up if they see fit. Can't see why not. It would be the ultimate siege to end this game. I'm sure Kisse is keen to try and hit double digits.
I'm surprised he didn't go for an earlier Medjai's though. Honestly, the game's so heavily snowballed in his favor that sitting at 10 Dark Seal stacks feels inefficient. Imagine that being the one piece of criticism you give a player.
Yeah, well, I pleaded.
Yeah.
I wanted to see it. And maybe he's heard my words and sad B emote. That's all I'll get from him today.
Just gave her the L. He's not getting one of those, though. Also, Mboma quietly achieving most of this game. Haven't spoken about him much. Probably won't be the DoorDash player that delivered, but is delivering consistency to the Chiefs, and they should be thankful for that one. Draku as well. You know, Senna actually a pretty prolific champion for Draku. Not something that we often get to see from him, but when he gets his chance on the champ, it does show mastery of it. And stable, right? Solid and very good play from the bottom lane of Chiefs.
Yeah, certainly doing a lot of work right now. Bit of a bruiser shredder between the Divine Sunder and the Black Cleaver. But here we go for another fight. Second Baron Spawn all in on this one or not. Floppy just getting zoned away by these turrets. He might just drop down so early on. This is so much damage to try and contend with, but it's a massive shield onto the Olaf, but not big enough to survive. Kyose comes back from the afterlife, but only to be dropped down swiftly again. There's a ward, there's a Q. And there's the mechanic for the Chiefs to get an ace.
Yeah, I mean, the fight starts with an engage onto Floppy. It'll end with Floppy dying. Kyose teleports back to his own inhibitor turret for literally no reason when there's minions in mid. So he's going to take an extra 10 seconds to push. So that's kind of terrible. The inhibitor definitely going to drop. You've got Gravitas respawning in 15 odd seconds. I don't think it's going to be an end just here. I'll tell you what, they could have given it a crack if their mid laner didn't teleport back to the base. We'll never know. Skivvy?
Well, he wants to pad a few more stats right now. He's having a lot of fun this game. He's delivering us a masterclass. And we're just fortunate enough to bear in all its glory. So first question now becomes, with members of Gravitas respawning, will they still opt in for the Baron?
I mean, they have to. The problem with the game for Gravitas, it's something that I like that they're doing, right? I don't think there's ever a world where they win these team fights, barring critical failures from the Chiefs side. They're still taking the fight. They're still looking at Baron. They're still bringing it to them. They're still being aggressors in a losing state. And for me, as a competitive viewer, it's fun to watch. And Boma's dead. Just a quick update for you all.
Well, I want to get a bit of an update on that one, but now Liv might be in a spot above it. He certainly is. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Actually, I tell you a lie. It's actually a 2-for-nothing trade. Gravitas right now bringing the power back against Chiefs, despite being down 11,000 gold. Never say die is their attitude. But Sway, once again, taunting with Vision Denial, finds one. There's a reset. There's a Dawning Shadow. But beautiful revival. Kyose looking to live a little bit longer in this team fight. Back to full HP. But here comes Kisei. A thumbs up, go golden, but you're not a trophy, you're a statue, because I'm looking and laughing. 10, 1, and 8, but this time it's Swave, and he's the man with the double digits.
Chiefs should just be able to win the game from this situation. Kyose, I doubt, has enough to actually get through the onslaught of the Chiefs, and Boma's going to be able to respawn, teleport in as well for good measure. So that should just be game here. And Swaith, I don't know if you saw that in the bottom of your screen, was yelling for that DoorDash MVP.
It's going to be a tough ask, especially when the Sakali has played like they have today. 31 minutes on the go. It's another win here for Chiefs. The league leaders making their series total up against Gravitas now 16-0. Undefeated. And, well, relentless in this game.
Yeah, relentless. A very good way to explain this one. It felt extremely one-sided, almost from go to woe, right? Strategically, you saw some, I want to say, creativity from Gravitas, and then we saw a distinct lack of creativity with the follow-ups. They just stayed top lane for most of the game. It never really worked. It got the Renekton behind, but because they were trading their life for it, trading control of the bot side of the map for it as well, the second the Chiefs translated that advantage that they had in the jungle and mid lane down to bottom, that was really the crowning moment, right? That was where it was over for Gravitas. Safa not getting any of those kills as well is pretty devastating for his lane state, given all of the time that Akano put there.
Yeah, we certainly saw him invest in the top lane stocks, but Safa unable to really bear the fruits of success as a result. And Mac, we said 70-30. There were definitely arguments to be made why those stats were as discussed as they were, but what a great performance by Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable at all. And it's kind of strange, right? The game starts off fairly similarly to the last time we do see the two teams match up. Gravitas get off to a reasonably decent lead early on in the piece. That fight up in the top lane that sort of turned back on its head seemed to be the recipe for success for Gravitas. But once again, they're just not able to hold it together in the mid game, in the late game, and inevitably things do fall over. I mean, Kisei, an absolute machine. Swathe started to get it rolling as well once those resets started to come into play as well. What a beautiful champion Viego is. Overall, it seemed like the Chiefs were just on a bit of a different level than the Gravitas lads were today, and I think that's probably to be expected. Again, like you said, we were looking towards that 70-30%, but I like to see Gravitas contesting. It's just unfortunate that sometimes in these big matchups, they are not able to convert those leads, which could have, like if they win this match against the Chiefs, if they win that last match against the Chiefs, well, all of a sudden they're looking like they might actually be the best team in the league. But unfortunately, twice now, the Chiefs are able to overcome them. So overall, I mean, I don't think we can be too disappointed by what we saw here from Gravitas, Rusty, but some of us who did predict them will probably be walking away a little bit unhappy.
Yeah, a little bit, but at the end of the day, it was a gamble, definitely, to try and consider tipping, and the way it played out definitely is not the way that you would expect. And I think there's a couple of points for me that Gravitas need to look at the most, right, between weeks, as this is the last day, is one, if you're going to make plays around topside, you need to be better at tracking their mid laner's position or teleport, and if your mid lane is recalling, that's clearly not a play that you should be making in the first place, right? The second one was they kept going for plays while the Chiefs were topside. So it's clear they didn't actually have much tracking on the enemy jungler at a certain point in the game either.
How do we see that bot lane turning out as well? Obviously, the Heimerdinger Senna, it's a combination that I suppose we probably should have expected from the Chiefs there, Skimmy. It's something that, obviously Mboma likes to pull out, and it seemed to work quite nicely indeed.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the damage graphs here. I'm curious about what would have been the best build for the Varus, because we've seen the lethality Hella Blades be the most prominent here in the LCO. I'm wondering if this on-hit start actually got any value in this game, because I don't see that Mboma really got bullied out. I don't really see that he was able to, contribute much in terms of adding to a team fight, right? It was kind of like throw these bruises at them with movement speed, try and cause a little bit of panic amongst the ranks of Chiefs, and maybe just come out ahead, right? I think Floppy was smurfing with a lot of these hooks and denials, but a Fresh can only do so much. Yeah, that's kind of my open invitation as to what build would have been best.
Think of it like this, right? You're the Varus. You're playing against a Senna, Heimerdinger, Akali, Viego, Renekton. Do you ever want to be anything other than 1,500 units away from them with lethality? Probably not. So you probably have no choice but to go lethality there. It's a bit hard to play an on-hit Varus into that.
All right, well, I tell you what, lads, we've got a bunch of questions and someone who is ready to find all the answers. Nat is back. How you doing? How'd you like that game, Nat?
Yeah, it was good. I definitely thought coming out of draft it would be a little bit closer, but I guess Chiefs are just on a whole nother level today. They absolutely stepped up and brought it and knew what to do.
Indeed. All right, well, tell us who you've got down on the side lanes today.
I'm going to be joined by Kisei, and I'd like to say firstly, congratulations on that win. You guys had an outstanding performance, but the draft, did it go how you expected? Is that sort of what you guys were prepared to come up against?
Yes, we actually planned a lot for this since the last time we drafted. It was pretty bad, and we lost due to draft cap, no copium. But this time, we got a really good draft, and we were happy with it. And yeah, that's what happens when we get a good draft.
Yeah, well, goodness, hopefully people will be paying a lot more attention to what you guys have been drafting if that's how well you can play with a good draft. Now, we saw a lot of priority go top side on the side of Gravitas, obviously, to protect Safa, but you guys as well to try and shut him down. Was that the main game plan you had coming into this?
No, I think we were more likely to play for me since I was the Fed one. But yeah, we did know they were just gonna hover Safa because like Safa is basically 3/4 of their team, so they want to play for him.
And the last question quickly is, out of you and Swathe, who do you think deserves player that delivered?
No, not a biased opinion. I'd say me. Not biased.
No reason why. Just you. Just feeling it.
I feel like I played better and I carried a lot more. Yeah.
We'll jump back over and have a look to see who did get player that delivered. But thank you so much for joining me, Kisei. Congratulations
No problem.
again.
Thank you.
Well, I tell you what, Nat, Kisei, that's probably a pretty good question for him because we do need to find out who indeed was the DoorDash player that delivered. And I tell you what, It is indeed Kisei. Of course, he was the one that carried it a little bit harder. Swathe did do well towards the end of things, but again, it was Kisei through the early stages of the game that really seemed to get that ball rolling. For the Chiefs, 74% kill participation from your mid laner. That ain't too shabby, eh, Rusty?
Yeah, for me, it was the early teleports, right? And the better team fighting in the early game around a pretty difficult composition, particularly, through the first 20 minutes of that one. So Kisei puts in an insane amount of work early, opens up the floodgates for the Viego to come in with him late game. And those two together, when fed, nothing really beats it in League of Legends right now. So credit to Kisei for that.
Yeah, Karlik definitely one of those difficult champions to deal with all that mobility and such, and not too many answers, unfortunately, for the Gravitas roster. Overall, though, I mean, I think Swathe will be a little bit disappointed by that one. He did have a pretty solid scoreline towards the end there. Any dissenting opinions? Skimmy, what do you reckon? It was Akali all the way?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we teased it a few times during the cast, right? We're just like, look at what this masterclass is. This guy is just giving me a performance to get excited about, right? And hopefully the viewers at home were just as excited to see it, right? It's always nice when two hard carries hit the double digits and really showcase that this is my role and I'm doing it well.
Indeed, indeed. Well, 1 game out of 4 done for today. We do have to look towards the next few that are coming on up. For now, it's time for us to head to a short break. While we do, make sure you stick around and enjoy Freaks by Surf Curse. That's the song of the day. We'll see you on the other side of this.
To flee, but now a double TP. A fight will take place here. Heimerdinger going to do whatever he can before he falls on down. Amplifies a massive turret, padding their damage. The revival's waited out. Kisei looking for the perfect execution. Oh, just a minute too late. He's done it just a fraction too early, but Seppa comes in now. Hookshot, Hextech, everything coming together. He dies! It doesn't matter, Kisei forgets it. He saw a quad, but he'll quite comfortably take a triple. And Swathe is denied the ever elusive villain. He flashes.
Don't kill me, stop me right away.
G'day everyone, welcome back to the LCO DoorDash and all of that crazy stuff. It's fun, it's great, it's exciting. And I am MacMate, once again, ready to cast, host, and do everything on this show. Tell you what, maybe it's not all about me. Maybe it's about you guys back at home who have been sending in some wonderful content for us to take a look at. Let's jump into From the Fans and show you exactly what you sent to us. That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? But hey, that's me. Spot the difference. Can anyone spot the difference? I don't think my nose is that big.
There is a significant nose difference, and perhaps the fact that the eyebrows are attached to the mustache, but otherwise identical.
We need a cowboy hat. That's what we need to take the show on the road.
Is that a cowboy hat, or is that just a giant egg backpack?
And with that question, I think we'll move on to the next From the Fans segment. Let's find out what it is. And this one is, it looks like a shirt submission from Fedora the Explorer. So what do you guys think? Is this a better shirt than what we've got on? I like it. It's got pineapples. I rate that.
Well, now it becomes a question of who has the better pineapple shirt, like Fedora the Explorer or Nat, right?
Or Nat,
First of all, your name is fantastic also, but yeah, who has the better pineapple shirt?
I need to give a special shout out to Fedora the Explorer for not putting his nipples in this photo. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. But it is an issue. We've addressed it in the past and we're putting it behind us. Thank you, Fedora the Explorer.
I don't know what that issue is, Rusty, but I look forward to finding out what that was all about. Anyway, you know what else I'm looking forward to? It's our next match for today. This one's going to be a banger. Oh, no, the mustache got stuck in my mouth again. It's happening again. Pentanet versus Order. What are we looking at here for this one, fellas? This is going to be an interesting matchup because these two teams at the moment are sitting at a fairly even scoreline.
7-4.
And also both having a 2-0 week so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to look forward to between this matchup, right? Order seemingly in red-hot form coming into this week, and Pentanet.gg, you could say the same thing. Their first win, back into it, you're like, okay. Like, in the interviews, they're like, oh, we're just, proving to everyone that we can still win, so just calm down. But now they're just doing it in a row, so it seems like they are actually back on the trajectory of let's push for that first place again, and it makes it for an interesting match today.
All right, Skimmy, let's talk about Order first. I know you're a big Order fan. You sometimes like to order up. What are you ordering up from DoorDash? I don't know. I don't care. But tell me about Order.
Well, I'll tell you some things about Order. Maximize got verified, right? He's got the big tick of approval from Twitter to say that he may just be the most handsome, tall, elite gamer in the top lane. So I'm excited to see what he can do with that newfound confidence. Maybe a little bit of ego as well to go with it, but we'll wait and see. On the flip side of things, Beats has been consistently impressing, but think for me, the most exciting part, we just saw a bot lane weak side matchup. Puma's the flip side of that. His number is actually better than Violet and Praetor at the moment, right? He's got the highest damage per minute, the highest kill participation in the entire league. The guy's been Mr. Consistent. He's racked up individually a ton of MVPs himself, and if he finds himself a good matchup, a comp built around him, that might be the difference maker. Yeah,
interesting that you mentioned Praetor. Obviously, he's going to be on the other side of the field. We talk about Pentanet here, Rusty, and they were coming through as the reigning champions. I suppose they technically still are, but does it necessarily feel like that is the case? Back to a 2-0 streak, so maybe things are on the up and up for Pentanet.
Certainly seems to be the way, right? And shame on Pabu, first of all, for giving a terrible birthday present to Sybil, delivering that L. But otherwise, you would say, they've come back to play. They're showing good form more consistently. And one of the big issues that was discussed, I believe, when Nat had Chaz and Pabu in the interview on Wednesday was that there is always one person that seems to be underperforming. And the way that this team managed to stay undefeated through the first split was by compensating, right? You perform exceptionally if someone's performing poorly, and that's how you make the great team, right? That's how you make the first place team that gets to go internationally. So we're starting to see a little bit more of that, where on Wednesday, Praetor had an absolute banger.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the moment we're starting to see it come back together. The wheels are starting to get put back on the vehicle at the moment. Skimmy, are you back on the Pentanet hype train, or are you still waiting to see a little bit more?
I actually am. I think we've seen just enough of it to say, okay, they're starting to fire on all cylinders once again. They were a team to be feared of in Split 1 for good reason too, because they would gap you, they would make teams, just get embarrassed, and they would just outperform. And, stylistically, I've always found this matchup interesting, given the fact that Pentanet will be so aggressive, but it's a very different team from Split 1 to Split 2. And, this is the previous matchup when they played it, right? So I'm keen to see who can be the difference maker, who can rise up to try and elevate Order here tonight.
Yeah, does it feel like a different looking Order to you at the moment, Rusty? I mean, this was a week 3 matchup, so just for the context there, that's how that sort of panned out. It was quite close early on, but then Pentanet, again, through superior sort of late game play, mid game play, tended to get the better of Order. But I got to say, I feel like Order's been looking pretty good. Beats Puma down in that bot lane, particularly when Puma's on the Ziggs. Is there much of a shot today for Order?
Yeah, the interesting thing with Order, I don't think that this is a different Order to what we're used to seeing this week, but I do think it's a more practiced, rehearsed, and well-oiled machine is probably how I would describe it. Their draft strategies have been fantastic coming into this week. Their execution on the Rift has also been great. And, you know, those players that have had pressure put on them, right? Like Max picking Jax into the Camille matchup against a Camille main, definitely putting pressure on him to say, you've got the counter, win the lane, gets the solo kills, right? So there's a lot to look forward to with Order if they came into the today equally as prepared as they have on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Well, I know Nat is a big fan of Pentanet and Order, so why don't we get her back here into the conversation. Nat, are you pumped for this game?
I am. This is going to be an absolute brawl and a half. And so I am going to be joined by 2 great people for this pre-game interview. I'm going to be joined by Max and Soy Boy Pabu. Pabu, I've got so many chuckles in my ears after that one. I want to know your brainlet take on this one. But what's going to be your main focus in this matchup against Order?
There's always like a few things you have to focus on when playing against Order because they have a fairly unorthodox draft strategy, I guess. They tend to shy away from a few meta picks and like play a few specific things that are not super common. So kind of like avoiding those pitfalls is probably the most important thing for us in this game.
And Maximize, what about you guys? Where's your biggest focus going to be for Pentanet?
I mean, our strategy is probably like the flip side of that. Like, PGG is a very well-drilled team. They've got the fundamentals down really well. On a macro level, they're probably one of the best teams in the league. So anything we could do to like disrupt that, add a bit more chaos to the game, that's our plan.
What was the main thing that you learned from the last time you faced off against them?
Well, I think the meta was really different. And I think the main thing that we took away was that like PGG actually like despite their record, like they still retained like the same fundamentals that kept them good in Split 1. So they definitely like hadn't gotten worse as a team. And so I think heading in tonight, we're very wary of like that they are a good team and it's going to be a hard-fought battle.
Definitely, I do not see this game playing out without a massive brawl going on between you guys the whole game. But someone is going to have to go 2-1 this week, and the other team getting to go 3-0. Maximize, why do you think it's going to be Order?
I mean, our bot lane has just been played the best in the league. Like, our bot lane has been absolutely smurfing. Puma has shown, like, statistically and, like, with his gameplay that he's the best AD carry. Beats has been, like, majorly stepping up, proving he's one of the top supports. I mean, and then our top side, like, me, Kevin Chungi, we just can't be matched individually. So I think that is our strength.
Head-to-head, you're just definitely going to be outskilling them, it seems. But Pabu, why do you think Pentanet is going to be having it the 3-0 week this Super Week?
I mean, it's never really a challenge to play against Order. Like, the draft, as long as it goes to a spot that's like even remotely comfortable for us, it's always really free. It's like Order will just take the fights against you. We never get snowballed on too hard, so we're always just taking like fights from an even ground, and we always win those. So it's always a pretty cruisy victory for us.
So would you say you definitely aligned in viewpoints with Chaz that PGG won't ever lose a game to Order?
As long as we're not 10k down, for sure.
Alrighty, well, we'll see if you do end up being 10k down. Thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck in tonight's game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good opportunity for both of those lads to get themselves a DoorDash player that delivered tonight as well. Obviously, they'd be quite keen to use ! DoorDash to find out what they can order and whether or not they can grab themselves a quick, easy fee. It's probably a good time to do that, ladies and gentlemen, 7 o'clock in the evening. Anyway, time for us to talk predictions. This is where we get to really knuckle down, zone in on exactly what we think is going to happen. We got Pentanet across the board from Elfish Guy, Rusty, and Skimmy. So maybe we'll throw this one your way first, Skimmy. You had to go second last time. It's a bit more difficult, I always feel, going second. So give us your thoughts. Pentanet, easy win?
Yeah, I don't know if it's an easy win. I found it hilarious, by the way, the fact that Max is coming at you with stats and be like XYZ, almost like a thesis. This is the reason we're going to win. And then Pabu's like, lol, like, it's just not going to happen. Yeah, I mean, you could look at the bot lane. Yeah, Order's bot lane statistically do have the best record, right? 5 MVPs between the two of them. It's not to be matched by anybody right now. I mentioned it before. I think those two have been playing phenomenally. Prev and Decoy at times have played a little bit weak in the laning phase, but you heard from Decoy's interview last time that he was saying I'm playing a little bit more with confidence. I just think that's maybe what it comes down to. If they're all firing, they don't have to completely rely on Prev and Decoy to carry. They've got so much strength elsewhere. Chaz, if he can pop off individually early game, what can you do? Pabu, you just don't know what you'll get with him, but if it's fantastic, it's just going to win the game on its own, and Biopemp is Mr. Consistent. So I think across the boards, they just have that little edge.
Same train of thought for you, Rusty? Better on the individuals?
Yeah, I think that better on the individuals is a fair point to make. I do think individually, however, Order are contesting them currently with their form that they're currently in. I think across the board, actually, Order are in pretty hot form. On that individual level, I actually think that, for me, Maximize controlling top lane the way that he has, almost impossible to do against someone like Biopanther, who has all of the pocket picks that he could need, all the tank picks that he could need to weather any storm you throw at him. I think the fact that he'll still be relevant going into team fights will be too much, really, for Order to deal with.
What about you, Nat? Are you a bit surprised to see no one predicting Order today?
Not overly, it's already been said, right? If we match them up lane to lane, yeah, sure, they have pretty even skills, but the plays I think Pentanet has the edge is the team fight, right? Maximize was right. Sure, maybe Order might be able to take them in the top lane or the bot lane or wherever. But when it comes to team fights, I think PGG just have cleaner communications. They have the ability to work around each other. They have the rotations, I think, down pat a little bit more. And I think that's ultimately why all of us have probably gone for PGG as well. Just seeing them all be able to work together is a lot more consistent and stronger than Order.
Oh, well, as usual, I've gone with the Twitch chat prediction, which I'm sure will get things wrong for me. Unfortunately, that's been pretty much the name of the game for those of you at home. So make sure you do a little bit better today. Either way, it's time for us to jump into game. Pentanet and Order going head-to-head, looking for the 3-0 sweep this week. Let's find out how it plays out.
Looking for the perfect week, Mac, is what these teams are after, but also the uncontested rights to say we are the team in second position. 7-4 is the record to play for. So we'll take it on pentanet.gg, which should be far more even in terms of our predictions, right? We said 70-30 for the previous matchup. This one, I'm conflicted between 60-40 and 55.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept either of those, to be honest, as options. I'd say 60-40, just given Wednesday's performance from PGG was astoundingly good compared to perhaps normal from them. And we just know, right, that is a team that can beat anyone if they're all playing their best. So that's where I think a bit of the bias comes into this one, Skimmy. But we'll quickly take stock of the bans as we're very far into the bans themselves and we're rocketing through picks. Nothing outstanding. I like and I prefer what Pentanet have done on their red side bans, and I think this is something that Gravitas may want to take notes on because they suffered heavily to it last game, but the Viego and the Akali are gone.
They certainly did, and as is first pick priority, if the Bruce is going to be banned away, then a lot of these other champions get left to the top of the table, and a player that loves the Ziggs more so than anyone is Puma. He's played the most in the league. It's actually his most played as a whole for the second half of the split. As Pentanet now got to respond back with a fair bit of aggression. It's been a bit of a Chaz special ever since MSI. Back to the Lee Sin and then the Leona to get themselves a very reliable source of engage.
So both bottom lane options right now, the Nautilus and the Leona, are very forward-facing, no disengage style champions, which means the Ziggs isn't going to have a lot of support if that is in the AD carry position, which again, the most likely place that you would expect to see it. Here in Oceania, if it does go mid, it loses. That's just the game plan so far. So more often than not, we'll see it bottom where it has been more successful. I like that we've gone for the Xin Zhao this time around. Something that wasn't seen, Skimmy, that you highlighted in our first draft. Is going to be locked in earlier here by Kevy. And so far, kind of just normalcy, right? Through these picks. Nothing outstanding just yet.
Yeah, nothing too crazy to talk about. We did see that Trundle performance from Pabu the other night and pretty much 1v3'd, right? Went to a Sejuani, passive up, unkillable, quite honestly. So a lot of damage to be talked about there. Could still be seen top side. We've yet to see it played top from anybody other than I should say, Chiefs Lived. But it's not out of the realms of possibility for somebody like Biopanther with the roster of champions that he has tucked away. But now second rotation of bans, and this is where it gets a little bit interesting.
Yeah, LeBlanc got a bit banned away. Makes me think Chaz isn't going to be a Kassadin player this time around. Might play something with a bit of priority in mid lane. Option of the counter pick is there. It could also be a Lee Sin mid with Bio getting the counter pick himself. And waiting to see what AD carry goes with this Leona. That is most likely going to be their fourth pick of choice. Varus removed. Pablo clearly enjoying his draft phase. There's a lot going on over there.
We've seen Nami hover twice now, as well as the Sona. So perhaps there's some in-house joke that we're missing here. We have to get some word later on that one. But it's a Victor ban. We've not really seen much Victor. A bit of an old classic here for Chaz. But definitely those hyper late game scaling mages have not seen as much love in recent times.
I don't even want to know what they're trying to spell out, but they both spelled it. We'll move on. Aphelios locked in. Now, this choice is clearly comfortable for Praedyth. In terms of champions that have gone with the Aphelios, it is often, and I'm going to say more often than not, a Thresh or a Lulu. So the fact that it is a Leona down in bottom lane screams a very different idea for me in what PGG are going to be able to provide. No safety net for the Aphelios, a champion that can very easily be hit by a Nautilus and just smashed. You know, so lots of risk down there. In saying that, he knows the bottom lane and the jungler that he is dealing with, so this does seem like it's been picked in confidence. Or is it?
I'm just taking it back a little bit for a second here because it's now 4 games on the bounce that Praedyth's played as Aphelios. I feel like with the Pentiment of Season 10 all over again, where it was pretty much locked in and, you know, for many cases, right, first pick. But we can't over the fact that that is a Draven. There's a Ziggs already locked in. We know how good Puma is at the Zig, so we haven't seen any success on the mid-Zigs.
Yeah, this is a mid-Ziggs into what is now known, I would say, as the Lee Sin. Cho'Gath going to be picked by a Panther, has played this last time we saw them play. And overall, you know, this is a composition of a known quantity from Pentanet.gg. This is the type of comp that they will run 10 times in a row until it loses, like they have done before in regular seasons with comps that work.
Yeah.
So nothing crazy on their side of the coin here. Things that we know. Now, Order, they'll put the Ziggs mid, and I'm going to say they do this just to give a favorable bot lane matchup. Nautilus and Leona is perfectly fine. Both will have their Aftershock procced, and Draven beats Aphelios most of the time in terms of trading in laning phase. So if supports and AD carries match up evenly in lane, Draven should always beat the Aphelios, and that means that Order should always just be winning in their 2v2. Ziggs able to help bottom lane with his Mega Inferno Bomb. Nah has teleports as well, so it could just be that we have a hotbed of action down in the bottom lane.
I mean, it certainly could be. And I wouldn't put it past somebody like Puma to be that player to say, you know, I've got these stats for a reason. I am going to outperform you. You've been critical of us in the past. You said a lot of these laners suck, and I'm going to show you that I can play a champion that will snowball more so than an Aphelios. The thing I'm most curious about, once again, has to be that mid lane matchup, because Chaz has already played this earlier this week. It was into Wei. It was against Mammoth. It was 3 days ago, and, you know, quite candidly took care of him. So, you know, he's going to already be warmed up, you'd say, ready to take on that matchup and say that I've got the ability to make more plays than what the Ziggs can do.
Certainly has a lot of comfort, let's say, in the matchup. Not that I think it's a comfortable matchup, but it's funny because I was casting that day and I said that Wei probably has a good run of the laning phase, just because he can use more abilities to clear waves. But it did seem like Chaz had a pretty good handle on it, pretty good read of the lane. And by the time he gets the Iron Spike whip, that's the lost chapter spike for a Ziggs who can start to run away with the lane itself. There was still some volatility, but overall it seems like they just measure each other up. One person expends more health than the other, who expends more mana, and they just lane. A lot of it comes down to what these junglers are able to put into the mix. And, you know, Parbu on his Trundle has a Leona, has a Cho'Gath to work with, and the Xin Zhao has a Nautilus and has a Mega Gnar and Ziggs satchels to work with also.
Here we go, the outright battle for second place. And we do have Charlie on standby once again to spare a thought and get his feedback on the season so far. Mate, it's been really good recently. You know, I haven't dropped a game since last Friday, your biggest streak that you've managed to, you know, build up from Split 2. So, you know, what would you start to attribute that to?
I would attribute it to a lot of things. I think we are really starting to get a grasp on the meta. I think this comp here kind of exemplifies that. We've got a really good draft this game. It should be really smooth sailing. Also, I want to give a shout out to Western Way. He's jumped back into scrims recently and been giving us a big helping hand with some really in-game specifics as well as draft. So, yeah, I think that's really helped as well.
Oh, fantastic. Well, you know, speaking of the drafts, it's now Praedyth maybe getting a little bit giddy from getting the play that delivered. 4 games on the bounce now that he's played this Aphelios. So obviously we know what he can do with this one, especially with a matchup like Leona to complement it. But What about that Draven flex? Did that catch you off guard?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the potential of them playing an 80 carry counter pick. We do know Puma plays a bit of Draven. The thing is, the Draven's so hard to play in this game. Like, we have a Trundle throwing the pillar at him. We have Cho'Gath throwing the Q on like a 4-second cooldown. I feel like it's so hard to play this immobile champion into like a huge, beefy composition with so much CC and slows. But if he can pull it off, like, it is a good pick.
Credit where credit is due. Fantastic. Well, you know, this matchup in particular, we've hyped it up as being a battle for second place. You know, having already passed the halfway mark of the season, do things like streaks, win streaks, and, you know, starting to find your grasp on, you know, what is strong leading into playoffs. Does this matchup bear a little bit more weight?
Oh yeah, I mean, we definitely want to win. I mean, we want to secure that #1 seed. It's still within our control. We play 2 more matches versus Chiefs as well, so if we're able to win our games, we do control our own destiny. There is that thing in Australia, NZ, where the #1 seeded team usually wins. I think it's happened something like 9 times out of 10 or something weird since 2016. So we do definitely want to secure that #1 seed, yeah.
Yeah, can't be understated, right? The first place buy-around advantage. Well, good luck. One of these teams will come out with a 3-0 perfect week, and good luck for it.
Thank you.
Well, as we got to speak with good Charlie there, it's C Maximize, just having a little bit of fun topside.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Cole start. Having a very good time in his laning phase against the Cho'Gath. Nothing exceptionally crazy in that respect. But it was for a limited time only, as the things that we do know on the rest of the map, and this is again just assumed information for Order, PGG leashed at the blue buff for their Trundle, so they get a better run of laning phase down in bot. Overall, it does seem to be going fine, however, for Praedyth and Decoy, but it means that the Trundle has passed to top. So Maximize, you saw him pretty hard pushing, you would say, you know, forcing in the turret at level 3, wants to make the wave push back towards him and get a free reset off, so cheater recalls. So while it looks like he's behind in farm, he's really, you know, sacrificing a tiny bit of CS for a good teleport and has the bigger wave coming back towards him. So just good wave control from Max as long as he doesn't die right now. Otherwise, mid has been pushing in Chaz, but things start to turn around pretty quickly in that lane, particularly early, as the mana cost for Ziggs adds up fast if you're using more than just the bombs.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like Cassiopeia, right? Where you need the tear or you need the blue buff, at least some form of sustain to keep up the pressure for that ranged advantage and keep this Lee Sin at bay. Otherwise, when the waves are gone, and when the waves can be pushed in, because you can abuse the energy resource instead, then you find yourself actually on the back foot. I want to touch into what Charlie mentioned, right? Because I think it was a really good point. Sure, Draven, you know, individually will do great things, but he's going to have to deal with a kick, you know, a Zenith Blade, Solar Flare, Pillar, knock-up, stun, silences, all the rest of it. So the uptime on his Q-Axe might just be so low.
I think without a doubt, Charlie is on the money that it's very difficult to play Draven into the enemy team. If he makes it work, and again, we look at the resources that he has in a similar way to the way we look at Aphelios picks in the LCO, right? No Thresh, no Lulu means that you have to do a lot of the work yourself, but the advantage that Aphelios has is that he has utility with the Gravitum, and he has range when he's got his green gun out as well, right? So he can actually compensate for those moments of weakness through cycling the correct weapons. Draven never has that. Draven has damage, Draven can go forwards, and Draven can go forwards faster. That's really your options. So it's going to be easier said than done, but I feel an odd sense of confidence in Puma, just given how well he has been playing lately, that I think if anyone could pull it off right now, it probably is him.
That's still a performance so far. Most MVPs on his team. Let's see if he can do something special here again tonight. First little invitation to mid lane. Looks like a few members going to make their way mid, as Chaz seems to be the one as the focus, but Kevy's being caught out of position. Wrong side of the river, 3v1 First Blood.
Yeah, just really nice play there from PGG as a whole. Decoy getting into the right place. They were looking for a 3-person collapse, perhaps, and just happened to find Kevy waiting for the gank himself. If it was a 2v2, could be a different story. Chungy definitely had a pretty comfortable base off, hit level 6 in good stead. Just not going to be able to do anything to help his jungler, because Decoy is here.
Great Bit of early initiative by him. It's unable to offer much more than just that. Look at the CC and look at it layer so beautifully. Maximize going to fall on down and he, well, denied a wave as well.
Yeah, flash used, ultimate used, nothing unfortunately able to save Maximize in that gank. And Trundle is an extremely proficient ganker in the right situations with the correct use of the pillar. Order are going to look to trade. Of course, Kevy does respawn, come straight down towards the drag, and it will be an objective secured for top lane. But that was also a kill in mid lane and a free reset for Chaz, who is absolutely sitting pretty to influence the rest of the map next time that kick is up.
Meanwhile, Kevy's able to pick up some good news if you're an Order fan. Picks up the first dragon of the game. That gives them the ability, if they do see fit, then to try and play for an early soul point. Get to see what that would be later on into this game. But with the Herald to spawn shortly, and with flashes having been burnt by the top side of the map, curious to see how that skirmish will break out and if lane assignments will change.
I think ultimately the fact that Maximize dies top lane punishes the cull appropriately. You know, it does even out any kind of small snowball or advantage that comes from the item purchase. Biopaint, they're going to be pretty happy overall with top lane. And like we've highlighted a million times over now, he is the tank that can do it all. Happily scaling is one of them, carrying is also one of them. So giving him a kill is a pretty exciting prospect for any PGG fans.
He's already got the Balmy Cinder, so his push and skirmishing is going to be quite strong already. Already up by 1,000 gold as a team, as a collective, as Chaz does get himself unlocked from mid lane, goes thinking his head into the enemy jungle and seeing what could be found.
Kevy very interestingly chooses to use the Sky's Orb on the control ward instead of the ward hop that he saw the Lee Sin use. Just as you reacted to it as well, the Leona very close to finding an engage angle there. Trundle hovering the area. Could have been a 3v3. Could have actually been double teleports from the side of Pentanet.gg. And Bio very ready to sustain his way in top lane Skibby. Clarity at the ready. You want mana? He's got mana.
He's had enough of these energy users. He wants to make sure that this lane state works in his favor.
Artificial energy.
True.
Renewable. There you go.
Clean green. But it was the ideal weapon setup if you want to push in a wave like such and able to get yourself the first turret plate. Did even though in that CS and that pre-6 engage would have been spicy, but now ultimates are there. We could see a bit of an explosive start. 200 stacks on that passive for Draven. A lot of gold, a bounty to pick up to try and throw favor back his way.
Clarity used. Teleport available for bottom lane. You could see a flank here from Chaz as well. You ward hop, kick them, teleport to the ward even, and it's on.
Might just play up this one. There's the Zenith Blade so far. Depth charge knocks up two. Nobody's got the aggros. Deco that flashes out and soaks up all the pressure right now. But everybody collapsing bot lane. It's classic Bio doing what is required of him. He's just going to die to the turret, unfortunately. That's the kill traded across to Chungy. But now this Aphelios 2-0-1.
Praetor needs to be careful to stop tanking the turret there, just trying to maximize his damage output with all of the chakrams that he picks up through the fight. But almost on cue, you know, they make the play. The teleports come in. Kevy misses the eye.
Missed the eye, missed the kill, missed the opportunity, and in the last 2 minutes, really has just gone from bad to worse for Order.
I can't believe he missed the eye, first of all. I thought he hit it. But you've got the teleports, right? And this is the thing with PGG, everywhere at the map at once. They know how you're responding. They know how to make the countermeasures happen. You've teleported, you've committed bottom, and it fails. Well, it doesn't mean that you get to play on the opposite side of the map and go for the Herald. You've lost the play. They're going to make you lose harder. The punish comes down double so. Well and truly in the lead is PGG now.
And it's probably the most typical play out of the playbook of PGG. We saw them do it so successfully all off Split 1. So Bio would go down bot half of the map, guarantee a kill, make sure the kills went in all the right places. And if you talk about early game agency, Chaz was critical of himself the other day on the Akali on Wednesday. Well, sitting very comfortably this time around, and you know, his first major influence towards the bot side is rewarded handsomely.
Well, it certainly is. I think overall, PGG from this position, you know, with no objectives really besides the Mountain Drake in 30 seconds, have all of the right members in all of the right places. There's no teleport for Maximize just yet, so there's no TP advantage for top lane, and overall this objective, while Order currently have first move, you can see PGG are going to be fresh off their resets. And fresh as a daisy, ready to push those waves in and maybe fight. Pabu's going to be the one that actually changes up the strategy here perhaps, and is considering a dive top.
Hovering in the area, whereas Kevy is occupied mid. Gonna tank a few turret shots so far, but not gonna mind too much because there's the ground gone down. Biopemper low, Maximize potentially in a 1v2 situation. Flash none, locked him into the wall. He needed half a second, if that, Rusty. Denied a kill. And those are the millimeters that can decide games.
Yeah, one auto attack off, Ziggs ultimate, Draven ultimate, fights on.
It continues. We're not done yet. Down to the Dragon Pit where Order pick up a second. The axes go flying from bot to top just like that. But can they find some kills? They've removed Praetor. They're chasing. They're on the hunt. They'll find themselves a second. And you've clearly now got an invitation for Order to play around this part of the map.
And look, Chaz may die for that play, but he also gets rid of the Draven stacks. There's going to be no cash in for Puma this game. And that's one of the real core tenets of picking Draven in a team composition. You want to be able to win your lane if possible. If you can't, then you need to be able to hold onto those passive stacks and cash in an abundance of gold to just tear the game open with any kind of advantages you have. It's gone the opposite route. You've got Praetor now with multiple kills in his pockets. We'll see what happens down here, as Praetor does get pretty heavily targeted. Kevy with some good damage, and Beats does hit the hook. But the crowd control onto Puma just denies him any kind of entry to the fight. He's used his ultimate for top lane, as did Chungy. And so this could have perhaps been a much cleaner fight. There's no ultimates there to make that extra difference in damage. Makes it a trade.
It is worth noting, though, in the grand scheme of it all, as we did pan down to the bottom half of the map, that having killed Maximize, the turret initially fell down with the plates intact, and then a second charge went off as well, so battering through and really opening up a lot of that pressure to do exactly what Bio's doing right now, right? Leave top lane left on an island and then look to try and group up with the rest of the team. There's going to be the TP, and this time for Maximize. The blast code is fantastic. Chaz and Beats locked in the arena as the axes go out global again, but no real prizes found.
They don't choose to stay and force the flash out of Beats there either. It looks like Beats is just going to be able to recall in the bush there in the pit. I'm sure he'll be happy with the soul of choice here in this game, actually providing him a bush to recall in, so thank you, Ocean. But nevertheless, top losing. The attempted fight at the red buff was still PGG poking their head in, looking to steal away an objective. And, you know, we are at that point where it is going from bad to worse very fast, as the snowballing of our red side here is a little bit too good.
I mean, it's a great disengage right from the fight that Order were trying to force with their TP advantage. You know, Biopemper's quite content to stay top side, not group up, find himself a second turret from as many minutes. And now here we go with the classic playbook from Pabu. Run bot, hit subjugate, find attack, and zone them away to guarantee that another turret and the third of the game goes the way of Pentanet.
Don't let Pabu talk your ear off with the fact that he already had the pickaxe before he finishes the Sunday, but he's got the spike now. The item is on. It's very hard to deal with him. Kevy coming bottom.
That's a flash forward to lock him in place a little bit longer right now. There's the bomb and there's the Draven. That's the 1-2 Knight. That will just pretty much shake you out of the game. An instant cleanse from Puma trying to sidestep all the CC thrown his way. Was picking up the axes. He finds one. Now can he cut himself out for a second? Dodges the rupture. And trying to life steal off some of these minions. The wave locked in place quite handsomely. Out go the axes, but the kill gets stolen by Chungy. And Order find 3 kills when they so desperately need them.
Yeah, Puma very clearly trying to use his ultimate there just to last hit the kill. Didn't want to use it for damage. Biopanther falls. 3 members of Pentanet.gg fall, and just as you start to complement their ability to maybe snowball the game out, goes back the other way. Not to say that the game has swung in Order's favor by any means, but 3 kills, a top lane outer turret, the influx of money that they just got out of nowhere, that they've honestly pulled out of thin air, just catching some greedy movements from PGG. I mean, perhaps it was just, you know, one more wave before a reset, but if you look at where the fight took place, Skimmy, definitely unnecessary positionally for Pentanet.gg to be there at all.
It's a forced play. It all started with Beats once again, continuing to impress me. The flash forward locks them in place and the sidestepping afterwards to allow them to find those kills so flawlessly. Deserves high praise. He's got himself now a locket, so the durability in these skirmishes is going to be that much better. Well ahead of Decoy in that regard. They are still fighting a gold deficit, up by 4k.
No, the thing is, right, too many of the kills did go to Beats without a shadow of a doubt. Like, they just, like, yeah, he's going to be tanky, man. But
it's like the Mundo angle all over again. He finished second damage in that match. But maybe not the same as a Nautilus. A little bit harder to do those same numbers.
yeah, you're still going to be a Nautilus. And no matter how much crowd control you apply to people, the damage is going to be lacking. And you've got 3 out of your team's 6 kills. So definitely a little bit sad that Puma didn't get maybe one more of those, that Kevy didn't get one more of those, and PGG may just be able to walk at them, and that will be the team fight.
Herald has been summoned. Kevy is split from the team right now as the pillar goes out, but the Herald is going to do light work on this mid-tier 1. There won't be a second charge, but that will distract Order for the meantime.
Drake number 3.
Third Dragon of the game. Pentanet want to contest this one. They don't want to leave this to chance where Soul Point is up for the taking.
Yeah, they're going to engage this one. Order with no Mega Gnar just yet. Leona ult.
Yeah, Maximize needs a lot of time to hit that Mega status. It's going to be risky for them to look for this one, but look at Chaz, spotted on Vision. Actually not, because double control was in. They go for a bit of an explosion of happiness onto this one, but it's going to be Pentanet to pick up the Dragon. They've stolen it away. Chaz survives. Tramp OP. Biped for tanking. Biped for living, but that's a double kill. I've seen this happen before. Puma, gonna get a double, get him a triple, give him the quad, give him everything. He can't find the Penta. We've yet to have a Penta in the LCO. But he's making the Draven work.
And Order don't just get 3 kills, Skimmy. They get a quadra kill onto the Draven shortly after. And suddenly we have a game on our hands. This was a pretty significant gold lead. And now it's a very close game. Top's going to be caught here by Maximize. We'll pick up the cannon as well. And honestly, you can see it right there in the damage. And I was about to say this. The amount of damage that Chungy does in this team fight is unbelievable. The Ziggs is pretty much untouched through majority of this. Praedyth gets 1 hit by the damage that they're putting out. Maximize and Beats have so much crowd control between them once he hits Mega Gnar. But you've got a Draven and you've got a Ziggs literally not touched. They still have Flash and Cleanse available. And we spoke about the risk of maybe playing Draven, and we mentioned this in Draft, Skimmy, the risks of playing Aphelios. He didn't do a thing.
I mean, that image there of the previous team fight damage pretty much says it all. Night and day. You mentioned Chungy, 7,000 damage, really pumping high numbers, and just locked them. Locked them in a false sense of hope. Sure, you can deny us the Soul Point, but you've now spoon-fed 4 kills onto Puma, where we were critical saying that Beats was picking up the lion's share of the gold. Now that bot lane is phenomenal. There's a reason they've got the accolades they have, right? 5 MVPs between them. Once again, putting in a stellar performance.
And I thought in this game, Skibby, that we were going to get Puma Pants, but we got Puma Yushi back once more. I've decided those are his nicknames. You know we have Fake Curzio and Ink Curzio?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what we're you may not like it. That's what I'm going with. Either way, the point is he's playing very well and Puma Yushi's online.
I've just got to be careful right now. He might just get soloed. He's just gone.
Yeah,
no flash,
apart.
No subjugate, no respect stepping up to the bush.
Chaz once again has a flank here.
Chaz looking to try and even the odds right now, but the hook does not disengage him away. The kick to start things off, but it is a very fed Nautilus. Hard to take him down. TP guarantees that you have to run away. Ignite was the expense, and Maximize came in hot.
Looks like they're going to commit themselves to the objective here. At the very least, Puma and Kevy are going to be hitting this one. Ward spots them doing it. They can disengage while there's Mega, though.
Well, just before it expires, he's hit the Mega into the wall, and would have decided it's not worth the risk. Respawns are back. Pabu's alive and kicking. But Puma is huge right now. 2 completed items, a lot of critical chance under his belt, and he's got double buffs. He wants to fight.
100%. I mean, this is a big Draven. This is a big Ziggs. They're not safe to deal their damage, but if they are safe in a team fight, you know, from just proper frontlining, from the rest of the gang, or perhaps split focus from PGG, you know, the Dragon being a key aspect of that. And it's definitely a winnable situation for them. They are still down in gold. And, you know, we've been talking about this like it is an order comeback, and that's because it's starting to shift in that direction. But they haven't done enough yet to outright win a game. Not even close, but they're well and truly on that journey.
Not enough yet for Order to take command of the gold lead. There's still Pensnet holding on by a slim lead of only 1,000 now. It was ×5 only moments before. There is still the ever-looming threat, though, of how can Puma play this game. He's got so many threats to try and juggle with. He's done a phenomenal job so far, especially when his team has facilitated the manner in which he's picked up these kills.
I mean, we have an expectation that he's going to be focused pretty hard here, right? That's why I always mention Chungy, because I feel like the Ziggs at this point, once he finishes his next item, I think could be unstoppably large in a team fight. It's just that right now it's a very inconvenient item build. I mean, the variety bucket of items, no real completions other than the Leandries. And
He's just gone for straight penetration, right? Like the boots and the void and everything. It's just like, I need to get you as low as possible and let the team do the rest of the job. There's the solar flare. Chaz looking once again to try and remove Puma. He's gone in solo. He needs follow-up, and there's the flash. And it couldn't have gone to a better man. Praetor picks up that kill from afar. He's still got flash, and he's still got the expertise. That's what Aphelios excels at. Ranged advantage proves to be enough.
I mean, Ziggs has ultimate this whole time as well, doesn't find a chance to use it. Well played from Chaz, more than anyone else, to be able to secure the kill and to put enough damage into Puma. You know, this Draven doesn't have lifesteal in the build.
Not done just yet. Kevy wants more. He's looking for a kill. There's the ultimate. They had to flash away to respect it. They pick up Kevy. They pick up a Dragon, the second of the game, and Pensnet are well on course now to get 4 Ocean Dragons.
Yeah, pretty big blip on the radar for Pensnet.gg, but they're back on board. You know, they're able to get those outplays. They get the objective as well. That's their second Ocean Drake of the game, 2 consecutive Drakes. And they'll be pretty happy with that one. And Order, you know, AD carry gets picked. Well played by Chaz in that regard. Follow-up is there from Pabu, and they know their target. And there just wasn't enough damage, you know, from the rest of the team to compensate for that. If the AD carry's dead, it feels like Order's hopes. And go with it.
Almost felt doomed, knowing that there was going to be a lot of pressure going his way. The same problems from draft still ever present. And both AD carries really looking to showcase why they are the elite of the elite. A lot of discussion around these being the top 3. And now there is a big chance for them to try and prove, not only to themselves, but to the viewers, why they're held in such high regard.
We're now at a point, though, where, like, this Cho'Gath, I don't see many ways where a Draven deals with it. If you're in range of the Cho'Gath, you're usually just going to be in a losing situation. Very curious to see what this third item of choice is going to be here for Puma, because the Essence Reaver first, I understand it's a Sheen item for a Draven. The choice of going for the Lord Dom second is, like, of necessity against the enemy comp. Probably need lifesteal, right? So shield bow is the most likely third choice.
Sure.
But if you want to do damage, you know, if you're just going to space glider your way around and be an absolute mechanical genius, then Kraken Slayer, I suppose, is going to be the highest DPS output versus the opponents.
Here they come once again. The Rupture won't find anybody. A TP will thwart their plans for the minute. Maximize comes in as Mega. Yeah, they might look to wrestle a little bit of control on the map once again. Lay down some vision, lay low, find a pick target. Look to run for the Baron play once again.
That's really big though, Skimmy. Getting the teleport out of the top lane, it means that they have a 2 teleport disadvantage. So setting up on the map is almost impossible for Order. They really are limited to just hitting the Baron. And bringing PGG to them. I thought he might go there for a second. Chaz did hit the Sonic Wave. Bio wins the game. The longer that this carries on, Bio wins the game. Hitting Baron is really their only choice.
Well, Bio does have the TP. They've got some vision if need be. He's coming on through to the mid lane right now as that Baron is just getting shredded. Already down to a third of its life bar. In goes Beats. Maximize huge. Beautiful kick from Chaz. And a shove into the wall might not be big enough as Chaz disengages the way, but the safeguard is not safe enough. The axes go out, and both these AD carries from afar doing whatever they can. Sniper and Chakrams, the ideal setup for a Praetor in this situation. As Puma has the red buff, but with no axes. His DPS is, well, surely dampened.
Definitely is. Of course, a pillar means a Cho'Gath knock-up, which means he still dies in this situation with no flash. So he's going to have to respect the turret will fall. That was a 2-for-1 trade in the end. Now, they do get the teleport out of Biopanther, so they'll be pretty happy with that one at the very least. But there is still the teleport there from Chaz, at least matched by Chungi this time around. Not optimal, but it's workable for Order, where that was a pretty desperate situation for them through map control. You know, you can't afford to just let Biopanther win the game in a side lane slowly but surely. You have to hit Baron and make something happen. It could have been worse.
What is the shield bow that you're after? I guess it was either that for the lifesteal, for the shield, the mitigation, the protection, or maybe a Gale Force for a little bit more mobility to not get displaced quite easily from all the mazes he's got to deal with this game.
I mean, the way that I see this one is if somehow, you know, Order are able to win a clean team fight and get the game from it, Puma just has to be a player that delivered the most freak behavior. Just sidestepping everything in a team fight. Because right now he's getting no support, no backup from the rest of the team. There's no Lulu in the composition, you know, there's nothing to just actively peel for him. Yeah. Besides Ziggs damage and just crowd control. But you've got so much mobility and displacement with Trundle pillars and knockups, and you've got Lee Sin everywhere.
Oh!
Nice cancel.
Yeah, very good pillar there, cancelling the hook. Forcing out the flash and beats, so it's going to be easy now for him to look to try and find those engages. And you raise a good point, right? The peel isn't as clear-cut as you would usually expect. I guess you're peeling through damage, hoping that Chungi can get people low enough for those resets. Now Beats wants it. There's the silence. Chaz locked on the left-hand side. It's a 5v4 to Order looking to try and find Sofa, but Puma locked in place by the solid flare. Flash cleanse away. Denied vision, but gets chomped on by the Trundle. The peel is there. The boys are back. He tries to catch axes whilst you catch hands, but he falls on down as Pensnet just have a little bit too much left in attack. Look at the lifesteal on the Philios, mind you. They're going for a third dragon. They have no smites. This is going to be a 50-50 jungle, and somehow Mammoth comes out on top.
I mean, it's a win for PGG in the end. It was dicey for a moment there, but at the end of the day, they are just too strong. Pabu with an insane flank angle at the start of that fight comes in very clutch for the team. And you'll see it if we have a replay as well. Chaz comes in just at the right moment. You know, the hero's Q comes out and is able to lock it down. Puma, who definitely had a hard time of it. But it was a very interesting fight to watch for different reasons. You know, we've been seeing a lot of Puma on his own trying to put in a crazy amount of work just to survive. This time around, it was the 5-man effort from Order to try and peel, to try and disengage for this Draven, but their comp doesn't do that. So it was a genuine struggle from Go to Woe in that fight. And we'll see it here, because Kevy engaging, uses the ult very early, and look at Pabu. Easy, straight into the fight. So much damage will put down on the Puma straight away. Nautilus ultimate's going to come down. Decoy goes in. Max literally just uses the Na to push them away. Jumps onto Pabu. Chaz hits that Q though. So really there was nowhere for him to go. He was stuck. You know, he was losing out on free auto attack shots because he was pressured and trying to move. And the rest of this fight just comes down to who's able to get the dragon. The answer is Praetor, as there's no feast and there's no smites.
Became a battle of who could dive and take out the AD carry first, as Kevy initially went for that, and you could see how much damage late into that replay, how much damage Chungi was able to do. Nearly drops him out. Thankfully, the red weapon was there and the dragon was available. Very high stakes game. But now Pensnet back into a place of comfort, you'd have to say, back to 5k leads. Might not necessarily have to fall victim to a panic Baron like Order have been trying to push. Because in 3 minutes, they can get themselves a soul point. And I don't think you necessarily want to team fight. You could just leave Biopan for the side lane and who can match him?
Yeah, I think it's not uncomfortable for Max to sit in the side lane with him, even though he's 40 CS up. He's definitely down in items right now, but overall, Bio is just going to be a monster tank. I think that Chungi's someone who definitely doesn't want to be stuck in the side lane with him. Even in the 1v1 with Chaz and Chungy, right? Like Lee Sin's such a constant threat who just tries to insta-push and then look for angles and look for flanks. As it stands, I really see this game state is difficult for Order to deal with. If it ever progresses into like a solid 1-4, 1-3-1 situation and Order aren't able to look for flanks or look for threatening angles with teleports of their own, then it's rough. Nice pillar. That thing's doing a lot of work, Skibby.
It really is. Sometimes you can just watch in awe just the beauty of simple mechanics like that, right? The pixel perfection of placing a pillar to deny certain mechanics and force out summoners.
Baron on the cards. Mega now there with teleport up, but it is about to expire. So they're not going to make the teleport play just yet, you would expect. You give them 20 seconds. Order going to look to try and play a 4v4, but in that time, teleports are in. Puma is split.
No flashes for these AD carries right now, but Puma does have cleanse. He's got to try and run the long way right now, but so much CC to contend with. Needs some peel. There's a bomb, there's the beat, and there's a bit of protection right now. So he's looking to try and juggle as many of these actions as possible. He's just locked in place between a Cho'Gath and a pillar. A cleanse will do absolutely nothing. Chaz off screen removes Chungy. The two hard carries of Order are gone. Pentanet are looking for the ace. They just need a couple more, but they'll be happy because they've just done enough.
And just split from the team. Puma definitely needs to just walk with his team, even if it's the wrong direction. He needs to do it together. Now that he's gone, now that Chungy's gone with it, very easy for PGG to just push down in mid lane, inhibit a bare minimum. Yes, there's two members alive, but neither of them do enough damage to stop this push.
Another 20 seconds before that Draven's up and kicking right now. The inhibitor is gone, and now what do Pentanet do? Do they look to go for more? The heal's already been committed. There's the Zenith Blade in, looking to try and take out Maximus. He's waiting for Mega. He's gone for the bop and the jump and the run away, but he looks to try and peel them away from his own turret. One Nexus turret is gone. A second is clearly the target, but respawn time is coming back to haunt them. Chungy's up in 5. They've got to be careful. The Mega Inferno Bomb could lock these members in place, and a Flash Engage could still be on the cards. But Pentanet might have time on their side. If they can recall successfully, a soul to play for in 10.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think that you get a recall here. Teleports are going to come in. This is going to be the fight that will decide the game. If PGG win this one, it's over.
Onto Kevi, very early ultimate by him. Now a flash in to try and take out Prade. If the bomb gets sidestepped, there's no damage onto him. Decoy's already gone out of the fight. A beautiful kick removes Chungy. He's just come up, but he's sent straight back down. A double kill for Aphelios. Now he's got a triple. And he's basically saying to Puma, whatever you can do, I can do better.
Max definitely just caught here. It's inevitable. We'll see what he can do.
He's going for the solo effort onto Maximize right now. Sorry, actually a full set. A stopwatch from Big Prade. Nearly dies! Oh, so very close. So very close, but not close enough. There's a delayed ace. And surely now that's the GG.
Yeah, that's what you'd expect it to be. 10 seconds on Kevi, 18 on Chuggy. Pabu has decided ending is overrated. I'm going to get the Ocean Soul. Wait for me to get the Soul first, please. Looks better on the stats. We'll see who wins, I guess.
There it is. The Soul Point complete. The game complete. The stats are padded. And PGG, one step closer to their throne as they are outright second now.
Yeah, I mean, a solid win from them in the end, right? There's definitely a couple of moments that we can very easily look at and say probably shouldn't have happened, right? The first fights that happened bottom lane, the 4K that happened inside the Dragon Pit, a couple of pretty big oopsies there. But overall, it did feel like they had more control. It felt like strategically they were always putting their best foot forwards, and it felt like they were always pressuring Order into making bad decisions, or pressuring them into making decisions fast instead of setting up for them, which really hurt their chances of winning a team fight, right? It's impossible to play that out if your Draven's always caught because you're running everywhere to respond.
Well, we said, Mac, that it was going to be a very close game to determine who would break away from the perfect week and the perfect second place in the league. 55%, it seemed to be pretty much that close on the day.
Yeah, I mean, a very good game actually played by Order until it sort of got a little bit too much for them in the end. Obviously, Pentanet slow and steady into that game, but they do eventually get the job done with some nice scaling through from the Cho'Gath, from the Aphelios as well. It's always a pleasure to watch Pradith when he does manage to get that Aphelios in his hands. And I sort of liked what I saw, to be honest, from Order. I thought that there was a moment where they might actually be able to run away with the victory, but a few too many times in fights where you just see Chaz sneak through with a Sonic Wave and manage to find one of those carries either onto the Ziggs or onto the Draven. If one of those two went down, it just felt like there wasn't quite enough legs left in that team fight. And to be honest, I mean, even if the Ziggs goes down, I kind of feel like it might still be a winnable fight, assuming Puma is still up. But if Puma's not able to get anything done in the fight, if he gets zoned out, you know, for example, that very, very late fight where Cho'Gath sort of isolated him, it felt like it was a lost cause for Order. So, I don't know. I'm interested to see what your thoughts were actually on, you know, whether or not maybe Ziggs should have gone into Puma's hands and we needed to get another AD threat through from the mid lane, or how that might have played out. Because I feel like when Puma's had the Ziggs, he's been a really, really big threat. And I wonder if that would have worked out better for Order.
I mean, honestly, I just expect to see Ziggs bot lane more often than not because it is much more successful and it's easier to get going. I think the mistake here, draft-wise, isn't necessarily that the Ziggs is mid, it's that they've gone for a Ziggs with the Draven as a composition. I think often you would say when you've got a Draven comp, your mid lane is going to be like a Victor or Orianna or something that, you know, is more self-sufficient, but also can provide some supportive qualities. Not as easily done as a Ziggs, but nevertheless, yeah, I do agree still that I would prefer it was in the bot lane position anyway.
Yeah, some big damage coming through from the Ziggs nonetheless, but Skimmy, I mean, we look towards that composition of Pentanet and it just scales so damn well. I mean, Decoy as well on the Leona, a really big threat. I felt like he obviously had some MVP performances throughout the split so far on that champion and continues to sort of get it done. Every single time we see that in his hands, it is just a massive front line to deal with, not to mention the Cho and the Trundle.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another composition, right, where it allows Predator to thrive. You know, you can look at the damage comparisons between himself and the Draven and say that he had the resources, right? Tanks to try and choose the target that they're going to go for, right? The displacement with the kick of Chaz to guarantee that some person is there. Even if it isn't a kick, the fact that he can probably solo somebody on the side, as we saw multiple times. And the Shui really was on the other foot, right, forcing Order to try and do something crazy. Multiple times, Max is coming in, trying to act as a peeler as opposed to an initiator. Multiple times, Kevy's single-handedly jumping in, trying to remove Praetif. And maybe a couple of times, unlucky not to take him down. But it's now 3 games of mid-Ziggs and 0 victories.
Indeed. Well, I suppose that is a question that will potentially continue to be asked as we do go through the rest of the split. Obviously, those Ocean Dragons being put together as well by Pentanet seem to continue to compound the issues. Obviously, there was no soul, but it's still something that you can duck out of a fight. A couple of seconds later, come back in and you're sort of half full HP, something like that. Either way, Nat's full HP. She's ready to go. You got someone down there on the side lanes for us again, Nat. So who is it this time?
I do. I'm going to be joined by Praetus for the post-game interview. Congratulations on a great game, but also a 3-0 week. How does that feel?
Yeah, back to the old days, really.
Yeah, you guys have had a significant improvement compared to the start of Split 1. What would you key that one down to mostly?
I think we just all talk about the game more. Like we all know what we want to do. Just feels like every single scrim we go into, we kind of like we're all aligned on what we want to do as a team, and then we get on stage and it feels like we're all comfortable again. It just feels like last split, you know. At the start of the split, I was saying that MSI hangover or whatever, and I think we're all over that now. So we should be going undefeated for the rest of the split for sure.
Ooh, I look forward to potentially seeing that coming from you guys. But let's focus on this game, specifically more about the draft. Is that what you guys were expecting to come out from Order, or did you just very much play, these are the champs that we want?
Yeah, we expected all their picks, I think, and we basically did this whole draft on a mock draft. So we saw everything coming. Nothing really surprised us. I think our draft isn't that good, but it's just what we are comfortable with winning. I think when we're all on these types of champs, we know that on stage we'll just win the game.
Yeah, the comfort definitely showed through, except for that fight around Dragon. I think it was the third Dragon. It didn't really go too well for you guys. What was running through your head through that one? And did you know that, you were definitely going to outscale them and so you weren't panicking too much?
this game was like the closest thing I'd say to like a scrim game, where we were like actually just like kind of troll. Like I don't want to take anything away from order, but like we just started trolling because we thought the game was over. So like we took like a 3v4 fight on Dragon, and then I stayed to push a wave bot, and then Brennan came to fight with me, and then we just like all died. This is like definitely what scrim games look like if the enemy team doesn't forfeit at like or 15 minutes, or we don't forfeit at 15 minutes. This is kind of what they look like, where it's like a bit of trolling and then it's team fights. So like I was comfortable that like the whole time we're gonna win. It was just a bit of a hiccup.
Oh, I love to see it. I like that we've had a little bit of insight now to what you guys are doing in scrims. But look, congratulations yet again, and thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nat. Love to hear from the players. Pray for another good interview coming through from him. But ladies and gentlemen, time for the moment we've all been waiting for. The player that delivered, obviously assisted by DoorDash. And guess who it is this time? It is Pabu. Managed to do a lot of work on that trundle, getting the pillars all over the place. And that seemed to be honest, the MVP. Those pillars were just on point.
Yeah, big time. I mean, beyond just the pillar as well, it's the fact that he's able to get onto the Draven at the start of every fight. And it is that simple, right? Do your job and you will win the game. But he does his job and goes above and beyond with very good pillar placement and timing to in my opinion, deserve the player that delivered the most.
Yeah, I think I enjoyed the way that he was able to sort of control the jungle early on in the piece. I mean, I'm looking towards those dives that have been, in the past, a little bit of an issue actually for Pentanet, but now in this game, it seemed like perfection. Every single one. I mean, I guess with the exception of the one down in bot where Bio dies to the tower, but still a 2-for-1 trade overall. So it just seems to sort of be coming together a little bit for the lads on Pentanet, and it seems to be a nice resurgence for them. 3-0 week, and hopefully that's going to continue on into next week. Guys, though, we've got something where we do need to ask for a little bit of assistance from the people at home. I know that we've been quite eager to hear their opinions, and that never changes. For those of you guys at home that interested in letting us know what you're thinking about LCO, hit up !survey in the chat. There's a chance to win one of 10 RP prizes. I believe, as I get my mustache stuck in my mouth again, they're 11,000 RP per prize, which is actually not too bad. So that's, what, 110,000 RP on offer? Either way, make sure you hit up !survey. Let us know what you're thinking about LCO, how much you're enjoying it, how much you love MacMate. What a great host he is. Either way, it's time for us to take a break. So, hit up !survey while you wait for the games to come back. For now, we'll see you in just a little bit with Legacy and Direwolves coming up next.
Maximize needs a lot of time to hit that mega status. It's going to be risky for them to look for this one, but look at Chaz, spotted on vision, actually not, because double control wards. In they go for a bit of an explosion of happiness onto this one, but it's going to be Pentanet to pick up the Dragon. They've stolen it away. Chaz survives, Tramp OP, Viper tanking, Viper for living, but that's a double kill. I've seen this happen before. Puma, gonna get a double, give him a triple, give him the quad, give him everything.
We'll decide the game. If PG didn't win this one, it's over.
Onto Kivy, very early ultimate by him now, flash in to try and take out Kratos. The bomb gets sidestepped, there's no damage onto him. Deku's already gone out the fight. A beautiful kick removes Chungy. He's just come up, but he's
hesitation, ain't taking no persuading, heading to the one where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run, won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, won't you steal me away? He brings me around, he stays focused. Without him, I surely fall apart. When I'm crying loud, he's behind me. I won't be taken down without a fight. See, we're on the run here, steer clear, keep me going. He'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation, ain't taking no persuading, heading to the round where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, won't you steal me away? Steal me away. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. On the run.
Halfway through the night, and we are getting super excited for our last couple of games of the week. This is, of course, the DoorDash LCO, and we are into week 5. Another one of those super weeks. And what's been so super about this week and about today in particular? I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just bringing all the content through. We got some more from the fans, fellas. It's fantastic to see everyone sending their content in and giving us some things to talk about. Here's another one from Pavu's mum. Internet supporter number 1, and it's the cat sleeping again. I think it must be Rusty's fault. It definitely is your fault, Rusty, because every single time you seem to be casting, that cat is falling asleep.
Look, I have it on reliable sources that when I am talking, apparently I can put people to sleep. Now, I'm not going to name names because that would be mean, and I don't plan on being mean. I plan on putting people to sleep by talking, so bad luck.
It's it's your dulcet tones, mate. You know, you just bring a sense of ease, calm, and everything that makes not even humans, but even the animal kingdom happy.
That's right. That's right. You make me happy as well, Rusty. But either way,
Mac.
one thing that also makes me happy is more memes. Let's see what we've got coming through here from the fans. Oh, it's not a meme, it's a dog. I love dogs. That's a good one, actually.
That is a good dog. I like that dog a lot.
Yeah, and that's the LCO intro as well. I can see the Yone going straight under the tower. Love that. Very good.
There's almost like videos you can hear, right? Because you know you do it every time. Drew like, oh. I hear it every time now, and especially if it's me and Jubes, we just crack up. And I'm always like, oh no.
I always hear, he's out of the fight. They have no Ash. Because that's what
Cupcake
used
is
to be in the
literally
old one.
smurfing right now.
Yep.
That's it.
Gotta love it. Either way, what I do love is not 1, not 2, but 3 from the fans content pieces. That is crazy. We've got 3 in one go. This time we're ribbon on Skimmy, and you can't ask for much more than that.
Oh, dude, it's because of my camera orientation. I had it pointed too far up. I tell you what, I'm actually 6'11". Could have been an NBA star, but settled to be a League of Legends
Aren't you
caster.
actually, like, unironically the tallest out of all of us? Like, you're like 6'1", 6'2", right?
We'd need to bring up that Split 1 finals photo, right? We're all joined together.
I'm confident. I will say this with confidence. Skimmy is the tallest out of all of us. He is not 5'2", but I think we both know who sent that one, so just deal with it.
That's true. Good old Aaron, buddy. Yes.
Well, I guess we'll get to the bottom of it eventually, one day, when we do all manage to get together for another good studio broadcast. But I tell you what, guys, it is time to start talking about our next matchup, and this one is going to be a good one. Again, we expected a lot out of Order and Pentanet. What about Legacy and Direwolves? I mean, I feel like Legacy's on a bit of a downward trajectory. Direwolves is on a bit of an upward trajectory, so the perfect opportunity, one would think, the recipe for success for the Direwolves to continue their strong run.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, right? The trajectories are aligning in that direction, one perhaps falling, one perhaps rising. Legacy are never a team that I would look at and say this is an easy or a free win, though. They're always going to be a challenge, and Direwolves are a team that, while they have looked more convincing of late, are by no means well-rounded and perfect just yet. So, and I will say Direwolves have done this in the past. I wouldn't be shocked to see them go on like 8 wins in a row and see where that takes us, but it's never set in stone when you're playing against Legacy.
Well, I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit more as we do go through this. But let's talk about Legacy first, Skimmy. I mean, like I've said, they're a little bit up and down. They had a great run early on the split, but now things seem to have slowed down a little bit. So is it just that teams are figuring them out, or is Legacy slowing down themselves? What's the deal here for them?
I don't know. I think the Pentanet one, where recency bias comes into effect, that's going to probably sting the most because it was, a pretty humiliating defeat in the way it went down. But obviously, you're up against Pentanet that will find in their stride, starting to come back to what we saw and what we sent over to MSI. I think it's a team that can sometimes be their own worst enemy. They've definitely looked really, really strong, and sometimes results haven't gone their way. I think, if it comes to macro, we know it's not really been their strongest point, but it's all been about, acquiring as many of these leads as they can get in the first opening minutes. They find fights, they got consistency, but I guess you kind of, you're really hoping that Incursio's on one, because when he's popping off, like, he will just straight carry the game.
Yeah, I think we can sort of look towards Direwolves and say, well, it's a similar storyline for them, but not necessarily just one individual player, right? There's a bunch of individuals on this roster, actually, Rusty, that can pop off and can have that big game and can pull Direwolves through to a victory.
Absolutely. I think there's been a lot to be impressed about with Direwolves lately, and it does kind of go across the board. Shock was, I'm going to say, the first to really rise up to the occasion with a level of consistency that is required of a team looking to challenge playoffs. Only was definitely, showing huge games and has had his moments of brilliance. The most overall, I would say, out of the team. But now you've got Claire showing up, you've got Guncrab showing up with some big performances of his own accord, and you've also got the Bard player down there, Cupcake, right? Getting comfortable, actually having some big games there also. So the fact they can win through anyone is a pretty big deal here for Direwolves.
Indeed. And interestingly, actually, Skimmy, in their last matchup, it was Legacy that came away with the victory as opposed to Direwolves. So this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? That little purple patch that Legacy went through in like week three into sort of week 4. They actually did end up going up against Direwolves during that point in time. And obviously Direwolves was having a bit of a rough time at that point as well. Cupcake just coming back in, and it seemed to take a little while for Direwolves to get back on the horse. But I think the storyline is a lot different coming into today's match.
Oh, for sure. And I think it's a bit of a cop-out excuse to say that, first 2 weeks they played with Calrock, then, Cupcake comes back in, and I'm thinking, he needs time. I think he's got far too much experience to fall into that category of an argument. But, only didn't have the most impressive game, 0-5. We've seen that when he's on one and when Shock's on one, those two can do phenomenal things. And they've clearly got some pocket picks that have been shown. We talk about the Cassiopeia of recency. I think when those two are really on something as well, then they just have the potential that we keep harping up about, experience and all the rest of it. The boring narrative actually comes to reality.
Well, speaking of phenomenal things, we got Nat ready on the side lanes for another interview. What phenomenal interview have you got for us today, Nat?
I'm going to be interviewing the phenomenal Winterer and Claire. Thank you both so much for joining me. Claire, it's nice to finally get to talk to you. I feel like we haven't seen you in so long. So I do want to ask, first of all, how are you feeling? But secondly, the last time you guys faced up against Legacy, you lost. So what are you hoping to do differently today to get a win?
I'm feeling good. I think it kind of sucks that I haven't been interviewed. That's a bit sus. I'm not going to lie. It was like 4 weeks of no interviews. I kept asking my team, guys, what's wrong with me? Why am I not getting interviewed? But we're finally here after I had net problems for like a week and a half. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this match with Legacy. Legacy is a team where you never know what's going to happen when you vest him. Like, I've played with Sybil before. That guy is just a box of surprises. You never know what he's going to do. So last time we vested them, they definitely kind of stomped us and we didn't expect it. But hopefully this time we take the win.
Yeah, it can be like that with Legacy, but Winterer, what sort of Legacy are we going to be seeing today, and how are you going to secure a win over Direwolves?
We'll stomp them every lane, every roll, 24/7.
You reckon? So you're going to absolutely bring it to Claire today?
I think Claire's been doing really great, but I think I can kill him easily.
Alright, relax. Last time you played an unlosable matchup, okay? Lucian versus Gwen, imagine.
Love you, bro.
Well, it seems it'll be down to a little bit of the draft, but Winter, if you do win, I want to know, are we going to be able to see a sneak peek right now of maybe a potential win dance?
I'll show you after this game. 20 minutes.
I absolutely love it. The confidence is so great. Lastly, Claire, I do want to ask, because we haven't spoken to you for quite some time, I promise it was just net issues why we didn't pick you. But what's been your favorite game so far?
I don't know, to be honest. Most of the games are just whatever. I think probably the games where I got the DoorDash voucher stood out because that feels good. But other than that, I think I really want to have like really good games with the team, as a team together. And so far, none of our games have really felt like a really dominating standout performance that I think we are capable of. So I'm still looking forward to that. Until then, I'm not too content.
I love it. It means there's a lot more in the tank for Direwolves. But look, thank you both so much for joining me. I look forward to either seeing what Direwolves has to bring or the Winterer dance.
Salute.
All right, well, a good bit of banter up there in the top lane. I dare say we're going to be watching that matchup a lot.
Oh, I like Winterer so much. Every time, I feel like his confidence is growing exponentially every week, and we're getting like the true Winterer experience now. It's really good.
Yeah, I feel like Split 1, that happened with Amelg. We saw a lot more of like his meme side coming out, and now we're getting Winterer and Split 2. I absolutely love it.
All right, well, what about our confidence levels? How confident are you guys in your predictions for this matchup? I have a feeling we might all be leaning towards the same team. At least the first three on the board have gone the way of Direwolves. Any key pieces of insight for this one, Rusty?
I think it's funny looking at our predictions today and acknowledging how close every team is on the standings, but how similar our predictions are. I just think that's funny to actually look at because, again, like as good as Legacy can be at moments, it's never been enough to put them near the #1 position. And I think the Direwolves have shown 4 wins in a row, you know, more than enough confidence in them after that.
Yeah, talk us through your thoughts here as well, Nat. I know you're a big Direwolves fan. Did you have any thoughts about maybe predicting for Legacy, or have they just been a bit too inconsistent for you?
Well, that's pretty much the key. I would absolutely love to tip Legacy, but they're just not consistent enough. And again, what Claire said in the interview really like sort of justifies why I go for Direwolves is like they are looking to still have better performances. Like those guys are so self-critical. And I think the only thing, as long as you're not too harsh on yourself, that can come from that is a better performance. So hearing that from Only and then in our last interview and then Claire just then as well, it means they're always looking.
I tell you what, it doesn't matter too much if you're a Direwolves predictor or a Legacy predictor. You can always use !DoorDash in the chat to get yourself a mighty good feed for this evening. Of course, there's plenty of opportunities to do so. Hey, it doesn't even need to be an LCO day. You can DoorDash any day, believe it or not. That's crazy. Either way, it's time to jump into Champ Select. We have 2 more matches to go. Hopefully, this one's going to deliver.
Well, let's see. It's definitely not the El Clasico, but it's quite close to being that. These two organizations, very storied, been fighting since 2015 as Direwolves look to try and find out a bit of form themselves. And a big test now, as you say, Rusty, with the standing so close. Can Legacy look to disrupt the celebrations of this win streak?
Yeah, well, 2 of the original 8 teams, Skimmy, is definitely one way we can explain both of these rosters. And very different in the way that we would be looking at them right now, like you highlight. So yeah, what can Legacy do? We're going to be looking at this draft and seeing if they have any tools readily available for taking down direwolves. Claire starting to once again find some form champions like Camille, then rise in priority for him and for direwolves as a whole. Shock very good at playing those roaming styles of League of Legends, and Curzio much prefers the killing you in lane or leaving lane to kill your bottom lane, but it's predictable and it's known. So how do they pick to set it and Curzio up to succeed? And usually that means what jungler is Sybil playing, because that usually means a lot.
Yeah, he cycled through a lot of the most, well, you'd say meta ones, but also a lot of the champions that have that agency that say, look, we are going to look to try and flip this game. We are going to look to try and make some early action happen and bank on the success of that snowballing out of control. They've gone for the Ziggs to open up their draft once again. Seems to be the common theme here. Ban away the bruises, ban away the reset angles, and guarantee yourself a strong source of damage. I don't expect we'd see that flex into the mid lane. We probably do feel a little bit more comfortable seeing that as a styled pick. And he's actually a phenomenal Ziggs player. From that matchup I saw against Gravitas, was putting in a lot of work to snowball their leads between satchel charges, heralds, and map movements.
Yeah, it's hard to see the Ziggs going anywhere other than the AD carry position here for the side of Legacy. And I think for direwolves, this is basically just a working recipe for them so far. So I'm not surprised as he didn't go for this again. Cupcake with his signature pick on the Bard. Definitely going to lock that one in. We spoke about niche picks at the start of the day, Skimmy, so there's actually just no way direwolves lose now, based off my analysis. We'll see how they play it out, because Legacy still with 4 champions to pick can deal with a Bard fine.
Well, it's already the components of what direwolves found success going into Peace with. They had these 2 champions, and the other champions are still up and available. But there is the classic Legacy esports Sybil. He's got himself the Elise. It is the early game agency. It is the turret dive denial. It is the ability now to find some strong mid-jungle duo.
If it's the set they choose to go for, I'm expecting this is going to be in the hands of Winterer, but at the same time, so one of the best things that Elise does for League of Legends in a competitive environment is that you have crowd control and your laner usually has crowd control, and you just lock someone down and execute, right? That is why the OG duo matchup is Renekton and Elise, because it doesn't matter what you play. Renekton can hit the stun because he can cover so much distance to hit it. Then Elise hits the stun, you're dead. You're just done for. So while set definitely is the most likely option for Winterer in top lane, it's not always going to be free setup, right? So it adds a layer of complexity to what is quite honestly a very simple headbutt the enemy composition.
It's interesting to note as well that direwolves' most banned champion of Split 2 has been the set. It was banned against Legacy last time. This time Legacy will find it. You can understand why the champion offers far too much, and definitely makes it difficult if you are looking to try and gank topside and get Claire up to a flying start. He's going to find that Camille once again. He's really coming to his own on that champion. You feel a sense of comfort knowing what to expect when he's got that in his hands. But there's the Ezreal ban away. Now this is where the adaptations start to take place, differing between that last game, right? Sure, the Akali was in that Peace game, but the Ezreal is a major component for Gunkrab too.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does make you wonder what other AD carry choices there are, right, to go with that. Now, Gunkrab can play a bunch of different champions. It's just that when you are the Ezreal, you can do everything yourself. I actually really like the follow-up ban here from Legacy. I was thinking about this because, once again, I think the Camilla is the predictable option for Dials. It's about what goes with it. And looking at mid lane choices, I do think the Shock's default now is Rise. And this does, like, when you look at it, it makes sense because it feels the same. It fits in the same hat as an Ezreal, right? It's very hard to kill when it's isolated, and it'll push the wave perfectly fine from long range. The difference being the mana, just ravenous mana costs of a Sivir throwing boomerangs.
And I would be very keen to see the lethality build. Boomerang just chucked from afar, pretty much do so much damage, negate the fact that you don't have to step up to the Ziggs. Able to match his power, and well, you've got yourself a spell shield now, not only for him, but also for the Rakan engage too.
Yeah, and Rakan going to be picked, of course, does give a lot more confirmation that the set is going to be in one of the solo lanes. Renekton actually was a ban by Direwolves, interestingly enough. Perhaps to say it could be a set mid, Renekton top lane even, or that it was a set support. But we have our confirmation here either way, and I think we know where everyone's going on the side of Legacy from the champions they picked. Flexible, perhaps, for other comps, Skimmy, not for Legacy.
Well, we've somehow got our way all throughout this draft with a Lulu not being picked or banned. How we found ourselves in this situation is bizarre to say the least, but when you talk about niche picks, when you talk about Cupcake, you know that he will I'm sure be quite keen to say forget about that because my Bard is just that much better.
Yeah, and also, amusingly, this is exactly what we just said would happen for Direwolves, right? Almost picked every champion from the Direwolves draft before it was picked bar the Sivir, and that's only because the Ezreal was banned, which is our initial thoughts, right?
Yeah.
So nothing crazy, nothing surprising, nothing out of the ordinary for Direwolves overall. The fact that Lulu wasn't locked in, you know, you could look at Shock and say it's possible there. Lulu Shinzao is a pretty crazy duo, but the Ryze is his go-to, and often people will look at this matchup and say, you just picked a Ryze into a Lucian. And in my experience, the Ryze has a not so good time. But if you're a good Ryze, you're actually quite strong early. Like your first base is still pretty powerful overall for your damage output. And you scale wonderfully into the game. So you actually are in an okay position there overall. The risk, the concern, Skimmy, it's all down to Big Sibs and what he's able to get done in the jungle.
Well, certainly is, because I think we heard from a post-game interview by Shock saying that there's a big misconception with Ryze that he is this late game, wants to sit in a side lane champion, right? We saw him, especially in that game against Gravitas, they had pretty much the same top setup. They basically had a volley bear instead of a Xin Zhao, but serves the same purpose in terms of engaging. They just ran topside to Camille, realm warped in, guaranteed fights would be won. And it was then a case of, cool, well, I've accelerated your lane, I'm ahead well before I need to be. What is your response back to this one, right? So now there's a big agenda on Sybil's hand to say, I need to get a lot of work done before level 6.
And we've spoken about LeBlanc before, and one of the biggest things that it provides is gank setup. So like for a Shinzao to get into the lane, LeBlanc hits the chains and suddenly it's on for you. Ryze is the same, you know? So it can actually provide pretty good gank setup, as can Claire on this Camille. And we all know what a Bard is capable of running around the Rift, for better or worse, throwing those Tempered Fates out. For Legacy overall though, and the composition as a whole, it's very reliant on Winterer and ML, so both opposite sides of the Rift, having a semblance of fighting power, because the rest of the map is either pick or complementary or just damage. So Rakan engages is going to be crucial if Legacy are looking to get the W here today.
Let's see if they can get themselves across the finishing line and ruin the party, ruin the win streak, and get themselves back into the mix of things as a team hungry for playoffs. We're going to check in with Coach Ceres as we welcome him back onto the show to talk through a few of the things that have happened here tonight. I want to first of all talk about confidence levels, and it seems apparent that Winter is on another one, because I paraphrased, but he pretty much said we're going to stomp every lane. So is that the sort of shared sentiment that, look, we are outperforming what we did in Split 1. Let's be confident.
Yeah, no, I think everyone has the right to be confident. I think the last time that we played against Direwolves, we did pretty much stomp every lane. And so, yeah, like we've had some poor performances in the last week, but it doesn't take that away from us, you know, especially against the Direwolves.
Speaking of this matchup in particular, then we looked at some of the picks and Direwolves and said they seemed a little bit predictable, right? You've seen what they can achieve before, and you could argue the same could be said for yourself with the likes of the the Elise and so on. But how do you play into that strength, knowing what they're going to be looking to do and how strong you can be in the early game? Do you look at this and say we're just going to run it back because we know exactly what your plays are?
Yeah, I think there is an element of what's you know, like what isn't broken, don't try to fix, and we do feel like we can just run back the style that functions best for us. Ultimately, you know, I'd say we take a lot of really aggressive, sometimes coin flip plays, to be frank. And when they work out for us, then you know, we're in a really powerful position. So optimizing our chances and turning that from like a 50-50 to a 60-40, it usually favors us, right? Especially in early game.
And obviously there's no forgetting the fact that Ziggs is the hot meta choice right now for the bot lane. Not having much success in mid lane, but what did you make of the fact that now a Sivir is coming in to try and act as a deterrent, act as a bully, and try and go toe-to-toe with it?
Yeah, I mean, Sivir is essentially just functionally it's basically like Ezreal, except it has more wave clear, but in terms of how safe it is, and naturally, if they have support matchup advantage, they can win lane, they can bully out the Ziggs. But realistically, when you're first picking Ziggs, like, you know, you don't really stress too much if it's going to win lane or not. So yeah, it's just about what it's going to provide later in the game and the utility in terms of macro, moving around the map and taking turrets. So yeah, don't really care about the Sivir. It's definitely a good response into Ziggs and lane, but functionally it's whatever. They could have picked Ezreal there, could have been the same, or Varus even.
Well, let's see what it can achieve. I wish you boys the best of luck. Hopefully we get to see a bit of a winter celebration angle once again, but thanks for your time, Series.
Yeah, no.
All right, Skimmy.
We're on. Out of the interview, into the play-by-play. Good night, Claire.
Out of the frying pan into the furnace for the top lane of Direwolves as well. No hesitation there. Sybil plays the Elise. Sybil immediately goes to the top side of the map. Exactly what we all expected to see. The leash happened bottom, and oh my god.
He's just TP back in. Please say it's not so. There's the TP. Looking to try and back him up right now. There's the Haymaker full charge. Winter is out of the fight so far, but get the turnaround. Shock punishes him with Convection.
I tell you what, if that play was successful, it was just over for Claire.
Yeah.
But the teleports were definitely there and ready. Worst case scenario, even Guncrab's got a teleport, so who knows? The reinforcements were available, and that is the most legacy thing I've ever seen. Because it was so unnecessary. You've got your first kill. You're feeling really good about your top matchup. Sybil's been unleashed on the map successfully. But to coin what Series has just said into the description of Legacy themselves, Skibby, often aggressive, sometimes coin flip.
It pretty much was the case there. Could have worked. Was very close to. But Shock too disciplined to let that one go unpunished and is able to try and back him up in this case. And they needed that. And before that, actually, if we do get a chance to breathe, we did see only pop his head into mid lane and force out double flash into Incursio.
Yeah, he was able to force the flash out of mid lane. While it isn't the most game-changing thing, and we do mention this all the time, you'd rather get rid of the summoner from the laner than the jungler. It's a pretty good trade. It does mean that, again, the return offender of a Xin Zhao is really highly likely when your mid laner is a Ryze, just because they have the gank setup. So while it's a nice little play there from Direwolves, it's very cheeky and gets the sums, you call it a win. The trade-off was still that kill in topside, right? Like, you've now shown that you're crossing through mid at level 2 from red buff. You've actually opened the floodgates for Sybil to dive top like he did. So you can actually look at that and say pretty big misplay overall. But that's just because of a good follow-up from Sybil.
Well, he's come back onto the map with a Dark Steel, so don't expect him to slow down now. He's going to continue to be aggressive whilst he's only level 4. And he's still got himself top side, but he does not know that Claire has just gone for a reset. So he's going to go for the lane gank. Going to be wasting his time here. And if anything were to be forced once Claire rocks up, only is not too far behind.
Yeah, Sybil, that is either looking to kill Claire at the turret or it is looking to protect Winter as he pushes the wave in. You can see the back pings there onto Winter as he goes to clear this ward also, but has the hover. Doesn't feel too afraid of that situation. But they were definitely aware of, right? They were definitely respecting where Only could be on his Xin Zhao. So, Sybil, honestly, come on.
Third time's the charm. That's twice now the recall's been cancelled.
Today is top lane, isn't it?
It really has been.
Bit of play school. Today we look through the top window.
I did see afterwards, after that Chiefs game, Liv literally just posted an emote. That was the tent. That was all it was. Sums it up quite nicely.
I know we're not sponsored by BCF, but I'll tell you what. We're your biggest advocates for camping. Oh, okay.
We've seen this play before. Magical Journey, hello. Rock up to mid lane. You got no flash. There's a Realm Warp. Where are you going to go? They've picked him up. No Tempered Fate required. 3v1. Lights out for Incursio.
That really was just the kill secure. Very nicely played from Direwolves overall. Bard Portal just makes it so hard to deal with. And then the Ryze ultimate as well. Really secure, no escape route for someone without their flash. There was no wave that was going to be lost by Incursio in that situation. Has teleport as well, so ultimately it is just the money, right? Is just the kill. But you take that if you're Direwolves.
Certainly do. You know how volatile Incursio can be. Make sure that he's unable to really influence the game as much as he would want. Shock now, got a solo kill, up by a fair bit of CS as well. The double tier stackers well and truly finding success here is Guncrab's also opted into a cult. So no contest here for the first dragon. That goes the way of Legacy.
Which is good, because it will slow down any kind of snowball efforts here from the side of Direwolves, who at the moment are starting to feel like they're getting a little bit further ahead in this game. Lots of priority and pressure down bot. Good damage.
Look how Cupcake stepping up on that one. Goes to the journey, but still receives the Mega Inferno Bomb straight to the dome. Gotta be careful now, because Sybil's on the hunt.
He's earned that one the hard way, though, here, Skimmy. Going for the Electrocute. Increasing your damage means that you are going to be much more squishy overall anyway. Guardian is the
how he's
standard.
posturing, right?
Yeah.
He was just running up to them 1v2 saying, I want to proc this.
Yeah, I mean, Meep Slap and a Q is an Electrocute proc, so that's why it's obviously good. But I don't recall the last time I've seen someone actively build Electrocute unless they were me in solo queue saying I don't trust my teammates. And I feel like I trust my teammate in this game.
You'd hope so at this level. Let's see what they can do when they come back for base, because that's going to be the big shot here for Styled, who's also opted into a Dark Seal. Classic Legacy, wanting to snowball early, wanting to find themselves that success that, well, really started in this part of the map. And you can see it still reflected on the scoreboard, 70 CS to 45. Whilst Claire did get bowed out there by Shock's Rise, still feeling the aftermath.
Only looking to just push this wave in, it seems like. You can see the Legacy are just going to be going straight for the objective of a Rift Herald, only showing himself orbit confirms that is secured as well. Winterer does seem to be having a pretty good run in top lane, considering the jungle pressure he got up there. It checks out. But that's 2 objectives back-to-back is the main point here, right? Legacy starting to feel themselves around the Rift, while Direwolves are playing the money-hungry game.
Invading the red buff, spotted out there by Melk, who will drop a control ward to guarantee vision is understood. But the trade-off has been 2 objectives for the money game you highlight. Spell Shield cancels at the bomb completely, but that's now 2 turret plates gone. I suppose the question becomes, how can they unlock Styled here to guarantee that they can look to try and get some plates as well?
I mean, Legacy do get themselves the Rift Herald before, right? And we talk about a Ziggs often as a combo for that, so lots of plates are available for Legacy. Teleport is available for Winterer also, who's having a pretty good time top. Gun Crab.
They know this. Ooh. Oh, fantastic Spell Shield buffered. Gun Crab going to put the lethal tempo. Might now just go for the all-in. The boomerang hits too. He's been ignited, but Styles just dead and gone. Return back to the lane and get another kill.
Yeah, I mean, just a miscommunication, it feels like there from Legacy. You know that Rakan's going to dash towards you, and you know that a Bard is going to try and hit that Cosmic Binding to lock you both down at the same time. So you should just be able to dash and then split, right? There's no way that should actually lock you down, but it just opens the gates. Skunkcrab able to put max damage out, hit the boomerang for free, and an easy pickup there in the end for Direwolves in just a 2v2.
Well, Cupcake's got the boots of mobility, so he can stop playing this game and start playing the Meat Hunter and just run around looking to try and do his own minigame. Perhaps pop his head into mid lane once again and look to try and force that flash. But you start to get a little bit concerned here. It's not the biggest, but I mean, 10 minutes in, down by nearly 3,000 gold. You start to get a little bit angsty.
Oh, all right.
Flash. Fantastic flash from Shock.
He's not messing around. That is a very fast Elise running at you, so respects it and flashes. Top.
A lot of damage on towards Claire, but Hookshot will disengage him to safety. I suppose that's the point of strength right now. Whilst Incursio is still pretty strong. Certainly not one to be forgotten about. Winterer really is translating his interview with Claire into the Rift.
He's certainly having a good time up there, having a biff. Stride Breaker on it now. It no longer provides the dash, but the extra slow after you use the Face Maker. Face Breaker? Haymaker, that's it. Yeah, Face Breaker.
Showstopper. All
and the
big
other
ones.
one.
We can win that trivia game, I'll tell you that much. It's too easy.
And the cue that I don't remember. Incursio in a whole lot of trouble.
Jungler's rocking up. That's fantastic from only doesn't tag Incursio, so the ultimate knocks him back, and it's an easy pickup. And it's Shock that gets a second kill to his name.
Only has just straight up put Incursio in the bin.
Yeah.
That was insane from him right now. And they're going to be able to get top lane, respond to this Herald charge, maybe even find Winterer.
Fantastic Cosmic Binding. And a W afterwards whilst the shield expires. Oh, they buffed the flash! They still get the kill only. They just put together a highlight reel in the last 30 seconds.
That's just a kill squad running around the Rift as well. Not only are they making highlights, making montages, it's constantly successful. Bot lane, maybe a turret plate will be the cost of this one, but Guncrab on the Sivir has so much wave clear with the Manamune rushed as well, maximizing his mana output and just getting the raw AD stats in there for wave clear. Being as efficient as possible. Claire's been let out of the hole just a little bit more. Compliments of the Roam squad working their way from mid to top and only putting on a clinic.
That's beautiful. It's goosebumps. It's the passage of play you have to hope that you can emulate from solo queue, from scrims, and into stage games like this. And whilst it hasn't really changed the gold lead, we mentioned 3K only moments before, has forced Legacy now to try and buck their ideas and decide what do we do instead, because that's been multiple times now. Sybil's been locked in place topside. He's veered his head in towards mid once. Cocoon doesn't connect. Flash away was found, and I think he's just here just to make sure that in case he can get that wave untouched. But he's going to be careful now because he's run down the wrong side of the river and does not have repel. This is gone again.
The life of Elise. You make a play, and if it doesn't work, it really doesn't work a lot of the time, and you're made to suffer for that one. Sybil has a crack at mid, uses the repel. Meanwhile, threatening the dive on Incursio now as the end result.
It's like clockwork. They're doing it time and time again. This is why you don't ban Lulu, don't lock it in. That's why Cupcake decides that I'm qualified to play Bard and use Electrocute as well.
I'll tell you what, you could say that, or you could say that picking Elise blind as your second pick also maybe not as successful an option. Gunkrab is going to use his ultimate to get himself out to safety there, and meanwhile top Skimmy. It could be happening again. Bard ult on the turret, and the dive is free.
Oh no. We're going to wait for this wave to crash. There is nobody here to protect you. Winter it. You need a lifeline. You've got no flash. Can you proc the ultimate? Can you even hit the haymaker? You can't. The CC coupled together is flawless. And those words are coming back to haunt him.
Yeah, no flash. No real angle there to use the ultimate too successfully either. So once again, well played by Direwolves. Showing not only their mastery of the champions that they're on, but their mastery of playing from a lead with these champions as well. The Bard and the Xin Zhao everywhere, making plays. And yeah, the Electrocute's working, the Imperial Mandate build as well, definitely working. Showing everyone that he's here to win. And they're here to win 5 in a row, Skimmy.
Certainly are. Only 2 teams right now on a 4-win streak, but they want to be in pole position. Shock not going to cop that bomb. Goes Golden, looking for a lifeline. Picks up a kill with the Rune Prison before he ultimately falls on down. The kill and the shutdown goes the way of Sybil. But I'm sure Legacy were hoping that gold injection went elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it puts Sybil back in the game, but Incursio is still 0-3 and 40 CS down. And Claire is going to say hello. He's walked his way here to cover the wave instead of Shock, who's dead for 15 more seconds.
And Gunkrab's literally just been playing the map, using his ultimate to run away from the wave. He's playing a different game right now. Ooh. Oh, they try to buffer it there, Claire. I think it's still going to ultimately pay off as the Hextech does its job. Take another turret shot. Flawless from him not to fall on down. Spoon feed another kill to the Xin Zhao with the red buff. There's the flash repel, double buff Elise. Cocoon Spiderling. Oh, is it enough? Flashed away from the Ricard Q. And somehow only just does not fall down.
Just the magician act right there. The Houdini of the jungle doesn't go down. Try as they might. Claire tanking just enough for him also.
Oh no.
You still chalk that up as a win for Sybil.
Things you hate to see. Oh no. Everfrost, fantastic repel away, cancelling the animation. You say, I'll get that shutdown and I'll steal your blue.
We'll call that an angry realm warp. You stole my blue, now I must kill you on sight. Just not able to find him. Jungle is too hard to kill, it seems, in this game. But still a monumental gap right now between mid laners.
Maybe he's got a second chance now picking up that blue buff, but he's going to have to run away. Doesn't have flash, but he has phase rush as the Rune choice. Going to flash out of the bomb, but it's not enough. Multiple members going his way, but Starwood finds his first kill of the game.
The gap is starting to shrink between those mid laners. There's a nice little play there from Legacy. Sybil just haunting him. Finding him at every opportunity, steals the blue. They try and chase you down. No Realm Warp means it's on.
And I think you'd expect nothing less from these 2 teams right now. They want to brawl. Legacy absolutely, and Direwolves mean business. They're angered that they lost to this team last time. And they're saying, we'll welcome that aggression. Let's parlay.
So Claire is still pretty far behind in CS overall and is absolutely in Narnia. Just looking at the wave, so probably shouldn't have been here.
Fantastic. Great set ult to interrupt E2. Hookshot will not be successful for the disengage away. He didn't have flash. I don't see a world in which he could have disengaged anyway, but that's a win for Legacy.
I mean, what's he doing there, Skimmy? Your team's in base, resetting for a dragon that's up in 50 seconds. You're just watching the minions die to the set in front of you. If he's going to push it, why are you there?
He's got TP available, and he'll be back up in 5. Good timing, because another dragon spawning in 20. Sybil.
No.
Both actually having a crack at each other, so now finding their health bars depleted.
Mid lane priority belongs to Direwolves here, though. Legacy are the ones stuck in a side lane with no waves to work with, so they have to walk towards Direwolves to make this happen. They may just start the dragon, but the cost could be 2 turrets minimum in mid lane. As this first turret goes down before a charge even happens, Legacy really stuck.
This is not good. The bomb's going to trim the wave, but a couple of minions still remain. The hero goes and charges 1. That's 2 turrets gone in an instant. If they can't interrupt this or stop it, that's a 3rd charge. Unbelievable value at the expense of a dragon.
Yeah, and only just losing the dragon there. Sybil, by himself, has to show some respect. He's actually asking for assistance because he's decided that the Scuttle Crab is the most important thing. And Direwolves get to reset or get to move from that mid lane turret that they've just chunked towards top lane en masse. And Sybil nowhere to be seen, unfortunately, as the dragon was seen to be done.
Unbelievable macro right now. Direwolves have had enough of playing these fights. They're going to go once again on towards Wintrail 1v4. What can he do about it? Well, he can flash away, apparently. Stride Breaker will be there. But in a heartbeat, you've basically said 1 dragon, 3 turrets. Worth.
Massively worth, and it's only the 2nd dragon of the game. If this is a win condition for Legacy, it is 12 minutes away at the least. Definitely not something that will immediately help them, right? Where in the immediate future, it is an 8,000 odd gold gap that they have to try and close. And Curzio almost jukes us, but we'll be able to get the turret. Baron now on the cards.
Certainly is, and as much as top lane has been camped tonight, it's also been a theme for very early Baron starts. So 20 minutes is when it's up. Right now there is no vision, no indication that these teams would be keen to go for it.
You know what it's also been, Skimmy? It's the team that camps that loses.
True.
Just a trend worth noting there, I think.
All about stats tonight. What do they mean?
Oh, you've got some banger stats for Game 4.
That's true. Spoiler alert.
I think the issue here is getting to the Baron for Legacy. Like, they're fine right now, but I don't think Direwolves have put all of their emphasis on even securing the area just yet. They're still just calmly farming their lanes. I think if Direwolves actually put their foot down and get an established 1-3-1 in place, which means vision around probably top side blue buff quadrant of Legacy and the river itself, I think it's almost impossible for Legacy to walk into. They have to use at least Spiderlings most likely to even check bushes. And they're starting to make their move now. Teleport behind, actually.
That's a fantastic wall to collapse onto Incursi. Is 0-4 so far. His damage output isn't going to be the highest. Claire might just be able to 1v1 him, but a fantastic charm there by Emil. Out goes the Tempered Fate, locking those 2 in place. He's just going to fall on down afterwards. A double kill so far. 2 kills found by them. They go for the magical journey, and here's a Realm Whoop as well. So much mobility, Blast Cone or not. You're going to Blast Cone me to my safety, and just like that, Guncrab finds his first bit of kill participation in this game. And Direwolves are dominant.
Yeah, easy teamfight victory for them, right? They catch Legacy with nowhere to go. It feels like they were pushed out of their jungle towards top lane, and they have a teleport flank in top lane. Remember the inner turret that they took down a couple of minutes ago? The residual ward in that bush after the turret drops gives them the flank. Not only does it give them the flank, it gives them the teamfight, gives them the Baron, and snowballs this game out of control. That ward was moments away from dying, and Curzio dashing in to find Claire waiting in the wings. Now, Cupcake definitely did not need to use his ultimate there, but it doesn't matter because the follow-up's fine, the cooldowns reset, and kill after kill goes the way of Direwolves.
If anything, it nullified the entirety of the placement of that Mega Inferno Bomb too. And just like that, Direwolves able to find multiple kills. They can recall, they can take the Baron, and they can quite comfortably say now, we're soon to be 11,000 gold ahead at the 23-minute mark.
It's a little bit too early in the game to have a gold lead of this margin. You did get your answer, by the way. It is going to be the Lethality Siver. Not often seen as a first item, but they'll get the Duskblade as soon as they can. It's not exactly the highest value to have the Mythic passive or the invisibility super early on into the game when you need things like Mana more. And the Serilda's Grudge makes it almost impossible to catch or to run away from a Siver at this point. So expect some insane damage from a Boomerang if it ever hits, is the main point on that one.
Yep.
But really, the massing of the forces is going to be around Only and Shock, as they've now grouped up with Claire.
And the biggest dilemma that I'm pondering right now, Rusty, is who's going to get the player that delivered, because Emil wants it to be him so far. He jumps in, two-man knockup, forcing out a flash and forcing out a stopwatch too. In jump set, looking to try and take down some key targets, but the Haymaker is just a little bit short. They've taken out Gunkrab. There's the culling from Max distance onto Inkosu, but Shock is somehow still alive, down to 400. He has the Realm Warp, but he wants to try and re-engage and turn this fight around. Two members in stasis, but when they come out, surprise, surprise, you're dead as well. It's going to be a delayed ace, but an ace all the same, and Direwolves with Baron might just look to end this game.
A Cupcake actually going to go mid to push that wave in as well, so it does feel like they're probably just going to look at two inhibitors. They don't really have a wave in bot, so we'll see how they choose to play this one out. It's entirely possible that they attempt the end, but I would say it is not the most likely outcome. Still another massive teamfight victory going the way of Direwolves. You can see the damage in the last teamfight, however. I think the most interesting point is how even that damage output is, but how little of a difference it makes, right? Because there's extra resistances, there's just more sustainability there on the Direwolves side of the fence. Lots of healing as well from Only on this Xin pick. You can see him coming out pretty clutch. Gunkrab ultimately with the weirdest flank, maybe in LCO history. Just walks up, gets hit by a set ultimate, bringing Only back towards his team, and it just dies. So 850 gold, the way of Legacy, but not enough to do this, you know, not enough to win with the main force in the team fight.
It's not really been a game determined by these Dragons. It's been a bit of a distant afterthought. I suppose all you could really say is the two Heralds have found a fair bit of success, but ultimately the one that Direwolves had really blew this game wide open in their favor.
If it was over before that last fight happened, Skimmy, you would say that Legacy actually found close to their perfect fight, really. And now it's 14,000 gold. At 25 minutes, I think there may be a world where... And we've mentioned this a lot when Legacy are in losing situations. They don't go down quietly into the night. They definitely go down swinging with all of their might. That was actually really poetic. Jeez.
Should be a caster.
The point is, I think Direwolves may even challenge for the most goal difference in a game win.
You got the tones and you got the bars.
Super hot fire, man.
Biggest bounty in the game so far is on this Bard. 500 gold for him. And he has been having a stellar performance, to say the least. Once again, there's the charm from the Rakan. That seems to be the bread and butter combo to guarantee that this bomb finds success. But as Sybil goes out, he might just fall on down. It's delayed, but he does die all the same. Tempered Fate once again cancels the Haymaker, but they can't prevent Shock from falling down. Now, Claire in a 1v4 situation sees two blinking health bars and sees minions destroying one Nexus turret.
Yeah,
he has some ideas.
Dials are just slapping them with the wallet, Skimmy. Once again, an okay fight for Legacy, but not nearly enough to contest the game itself. It looks like they're fighting for the game here.
He's been silenced. Winter doing whatever he can to try and turn this game around, try and buy a little bit more time, but time is not on their side. The wallet is fat, the paychecks are big, and the Direwolves mean business. This will be 5 wins on the go now. The biggest win streak in the league. It took a bit of time to ramp up, but they are in unbelievable form, to say the least.
Gotta deal with the spider first. Real nuisance, unfortunately, for Direwolves, but yes, the inevitable will occur. The Nexus will fall, and in the end, it was a pretty clean victory here for the side of Direwolves. It never really looked like losing. A single dive in top lane was the most immediate point of concern, and then how quickly things turned around for the Direwolves, right? As they teleport up there to respond to that one. And the rest of the game from that point was, again, just an absolute masterclass from your jungler only and your support in Cupcake roaming around the map, making expert plays in tandem.
Big smiles on all the faces there for Direwolves, and for good reason too there, Mac, because that is a fantastic victory for them to talk about and carry on into next week.
Yeah, indeed, and I'm thinking about it. I'm looking at the matches that are coming up next week, and I'm starting to think, is it time that we say Direwolves is looking like the best team in the LCO at the moment? Are they the #1 team in the power rankings? They've beaten Pentanet last week. They beat Peace this week. Now, the one question mark in my mind is that they haven't actually beaten Chiefs, at least recently. They didn't beat them last week, so they're going to have to do it next week. But if they do manage to do that and continue this win streak, well, then Direwolves might well be the team to beat. That, however, still feels like pretty early days, right? We've still got another 3 weeks left to go in the regular split. We've got a Super Week next week. In fact, I lie. We've actually got 4 more weeks, including that Super Week next week. So there's still a lot yet to be said for either team here, for all teams, really. But I mean, Direwolves, at least in the middle of the split, are looking phenomenal at the moment, aren't they? They just seem to be smurfing in this game. Cupcake on the barn looked phenomenal. Only on the Zin, he was just going crazy, as has pretty much been the case for the last couple of weeks. I feel like he's been a pillar of consistency in that roster. Shock did well. Claire managed to hold things down in the top lane, and Gumcrab was able to sort of do the same down there in bot. I don't think it was necessarily a bad performance from any of the players on the Direwolves roster. And then Legacy, I mean, again, unfortunately, the woes do continue. There was some good fights in there, particularly towards the end, but that gold difference just a little bit too much to deal with. So overall, pretty straightforward win for Direwolves today, and they continue that win streak, like you said, 5 in a row, and that's just looking really, really good for them at the moment. I don't know that there's a bad word you can say about them at this point in time, Rusty.
I think the only interesting comparison that we could make, right, because your first question was, do we put them in consideration for best in the league? I think 5 wins in a row is definitely putting them on the right trajectory for that. But they're doing it in a very different way to perhaps, let's just say, Pentanet.gg, who are probably the other front runners with the Chiefs right now. PGG have like a standardized composition, right, of like more meta champions, where Direwolves have kind of thrown everything that is like their specialized champions into the mix in their draft. So very different styles, and I'm actually most interested to see how they clash when they compete against PGG next, and what Chiefs will do, right, in response to both of those teams now as they're starting to find genuine form as contenders for the title.
On the note of Direwolves, I mean, I think a lot of these questions are going to be answered going into week 6, right? Because they've got games against Order, Chiefs, and Pentanet all in the same Super Week, right? So that's going to be the big test of is that streak actually meaningful? Does it actually equate to anything tangible, getting closer and closer to playoffs? Flipping it over to the side of Legacy, though, that's going to really hurt, right? You had a demoralizing defeat against Pentanet, close to like down 20k gold. Pretty much the exact same's happened here against Direwolves. And I can't imagine there's going to be too much fun in the VOD reviewing over the weekend.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Well, a great game from Direwolves, and it's time for another interview. We've got Nat down on the side lanes. Who is it this time, Nat? Are they going to give us their opinion on who deserves the player that delivered? Because, hey, there was any number of options out of that game.
That is true. Look, I could definitely ask them that question, but I will be joined by Cupcake. Congratulations on the win and a great performance. I want to ask about the draft. You picked the Bard again, and Rusty seemed to think it might have been a little bit predictable per se, or like he could see some of your champ picks coming. Do you think you guys are falling into that predictability, or that teams are soon to figure out how you guys draft?
Honestly, I don't care if me blind picking Bard is predictable. If teams can't punish it, then, you know, I can just keep doing it. And I'm definitely not only limited to Bard. I have other champs. So we have we're cementing our style, like I've said in previous interviews, and maybe blind Bard is predictable, but, you know, you got to punish it.
That's true. I mean, why change it up when it's clearly working for you guys? I want to cast our eyes to the top lane. You know, there seemed to be a lot of priority there for Legacy. Why do you think that they were so intent on shutting Claire down, and how did you guys react to that one?
I don't necessarily think it was like targeting Claire as a player per se. I think it's how the draft panned out. We had winning priority bot. They have Elise who just wants to like gank top level 3 as soon as possible. So we were happy to just trade him off and generate a big lead for us in bot and just let me roam around and do everything. So yeah, as long as we didn't bleed too hard out in the early game through top, then the game was pretty straightforward, I think.
It did have that slow progress. You know, you guys weren't taking too many risks, but did it feel that there was a moment where Legacy could have come back in, or did you just feel very in control that whole game?
There were some plays that we kind of overstayed our tempo a little bit, but we were always getting something out of the map. Like our Civ was just getting free farm and towers, and it didn't feel like Legacy ever had control over the map. They just had like one or two decent things happen on like one spot, so it felt in control for the most part.
And very quickly, last question: who do you think deserves player that delivered?
Okay, so at the end of the game, Geordie and I were kind of having a discussion of who's going to get it, and we were trying to bait each other to die to give the other person the player that delivered. But I made sure that I didn't die, he didn't die. So honestly, coin flip between us probably. No, but honestly, we all did our part in the draft. I reckon full team effort. Just give it to all of us.
It really was. And I wish I could give it to all of you guys. But look, congratulations again on a stellar performance. And thank you for joining me.
Thanks.
I have to laugh at that only because I can see this little gif in the corner of my eye on the Discord of someone flipping a coin.
Flipping a coin. Someone. Who is it? Who is it, Matt?
Well, now I've just looked and I don't want to say it.
It had to be between those two, right? I mean, I was just blown away. It had me going crazy out of my mind just casting it, but yeah, man, that's such entertaining League of Legends to watch.
Well, I think it's time for us to announce who is the DoorDash player that delivered from that game. Of course, it had to be between Only and Cupcake, but today it goes to Only. Stellar performance in the jungle. 5-0 and 11. Did not die, as Cupcake said. And hopefully he is going to shout his mate a dinner with that $100 voucher that he does take away from that one, because to be honest, that one, as stated, was such a coin flip.
100%. It was the biggest coin flip between both of them for playing out of their minds. For me, if I was to give a reason as to why it's Only instead of Cupcake, it was the mid dive where he hit the flash Zinsec.
Yeah.
Where he was able to hit the W afterwards. Trying to flash away from that, he's always going to be chasing you down. So just, you know, the perfect mechanics coming out of the perfect human. Am I right? Yeah, I'm right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah,
a couple of key moments, obviously that one, but then literally 30 seconds later, he goes topside, makes a huge play there as well. Then there's the moments where he's getting jumped on in mid lane and somehow survives on like 10 HP. And I mean, yeah, he's playing a champion that you know is quite keen to fall on down to allow the rest of his team to pop off, but he didn't die. It was flawless. And I guess there's arguments to be said, you know, meta champion versus non-meta champion, who deserves it, support bias, jungle bias, I don't know. It was very close to say the least.
I mean, to be honest, he's unlucky not to get it given the fact that he's got 3 support mains on the table. Skimmy, I don't even know, are you a support main as well? Or are you just an ARAM main?
I mean, I'm an ARAM main, but like if I was to play Summoner's Rift, I would play support too. Yeah,
4 support mains. So unfortunate for Cupcake, that bias doesn't show through quite enough. Tell you what though, tell us about your biases. !mark survey in the chat for a chance to win some RP. There's one of 10. Well, you can win one of 10. 11,000 RP on offer per redemption. Of course, you have to give us all your opinions on the LCO, though. So make sure you say nice things. In the meanwhile, though, enjoy the break. We'll be back in just a second. Don't go too far away. Freaks by Surf Curse to entertain you while we're gone.
I think it's still going to ultimately pay off as the Hextech does its job. Take another turret shot, flawless from him not to fall on down. Spoon feed another kill to the Zinzao with the red buff. It's the flash repel, double buff Elise. Cocoon Spiderling. Oh, is it enough? Flash the wave.
Fine, actually.
That's a fantastic ward to collapse onto Incursius. 0-4 so far. His damage output isn't going to be the highest. Claire might just be able to 1v1 him, but a fantastic charm there by Emil. Out goes the Tempered Fate, locking those two in place. He's just going to fall on down afterwards. A double kill so far. 2 kills found by them. They go for the magical journey, and here's the Realm Wolf as well.
Ladies and gentlemen and Yordles, welcome back to the DoorDash LCO. We do have a couple of Yordles on the desk. We were talking about how short Skimmy was a little bit earlier on in the piece. That's something that we're going to have to get to the bottom of. Rusty's given it his best crack as well. You got to grab yourself a Timo hat. I'm sure you've got one hanging around there.
I literally only have a bard chime. So
all right.
That's...
Well, he's not a Yordle.
Oh, I have this.
Ooh.
Hey.
Wait, hang on.
That's why I'm an ARAM Andy. Stress ball playing ARAM.
I have one of these. Tell you what, if we're talking about Yordles, I reckon I'm a pretty good looking one. Either
we
way.
are accessorized.
Oh no, that's gone the wrong way. Let's talk about you guys at home and how good looking you are. Some of you guys are not too shabby at all, but let me see what you've got for us today. Ooh, it's Pabu getting excited about an Ocean Soul.
I mean, of course, he was doing the Ocean Soul while his team won the game,
That's
so this checks
good.
out.
It does check out. Where did they even get that picture from? He looks like he's up to something. Anyway,
at MSI, he yawned.
MSI.
He yawned big time. I remember
That's a
that.
big old yawn.
Yeah.
Well, I guess to be fair, he was playing at like 5 a.m., so I guess that's reasonable. Either way, we do have to get to the bottom of that discussion we were having a little bit earlier. Who really is the tallest one in the group? We've got this one actually from the production team, the 9000 IQ gang, and it seems that it is indeed Skimmy. Now, I will say, I don't think this is a fair representation. Definitely not shorter than Juves.
Yeah, no,
Because that's
you're
not fair.
I think you'd be second or third. I don't know how much you gain from standing up straight.
I tell you what, I've actually got the 5000 IQ strategy. It's gaining a lot of height from your hair, to be honest, because that's where a lot of that comes from. Look at that. That's at least another good 2 or 3 centimeters coming
I've used
through.
that strat a few times in my life, Jordy. I tell you what, it's definitely successful, right? You know, evens out the high heal advantage sometimes. Look, maybe there's some Twitch detectives out there that can, like, you know, look at your knee bend, look to try and compensate
The angle, yes.
angle and say, okay, at that angle, in this photo, with that height, with this hair, he's second. Maybe somebody can make one of those like leaderboards rating height. We're getting carried away. Let's talk about League.
I'm sure someone's going to do it. Also, by the way, they're going to have to take into account how far we are standing from the camera, because the closer you are, the taller you're going to look.
They need the numbers.
So that's a big deal. Either way, we need the numbers. We've got one more game left to go today. It is Peace and Mammoth going head-to-head. Let's talk about this one. It's going to be a big game here, I think, for Mammoth in particular, obviously having not been able to find a win so far this split. But obviously, Peace are also looking to continue on with... I mean, I guess they're probably trying to turn around their trajectory. Either way, let's talk about Mammoth first. Rusty, what have you got for me with this team? Are they going to be able to get anything done in this matchup? Because it is a toughie.
The thing about Mammoth is they've been saying that they're going to get a win this week, right? They've been saying it all week, and if they've gone 0-2 on the week, I hate to break it to Peace this way, but there's just no way that they win. So Mammoth does definitely take this one. In saying that, we'd have to look at why. I have no idea because we haven't seen the draft. What I do know is that Wei has very on and off games. And Wednesday, he was on. It's just that unfortunately for him, the rest of the team wasn't as on around him. And I think what I would like to see from them if they're going to win, MacMate, is a good performance from one person, an actual consistency from the rest of them, not underperforming everywhere else.
Well, as they say, where there's a will, there's a way, and hopefully there is enough of a will for Mammoth to get themselves a win today. We actually had a chat with them before the season started, so it might give us a bit of an insight as to their mentality going into maybe not just this week, but the rest of the weeks as well, and see how they're feeling heading into this match today.
Damage, Nectar and Wei to try and defeat Kyosei and Azaya. Ultimate through from Syndra connection. We need a death sentence to hit here. Wei dodges it. He's dodged it with the portal, but I don't think he's got enough damage, does he? Yes, he does. Mammoth have won. Oh, Wei played it perfectly.
I think the altitude's changed a lot drastically from Split 1. I think our team environment's a lot better overall, and I think we're a lot more motivated to win this one. We have gotten a lot better at handling when we're behind now. I think we're starting to get a lot more creative in what we can do when we're behind. And even when we're ahead, we're still being creative as well.
Last split, our team was like very low in the leaderboard, but we had a lost change, which is jungle and AD, me and Purse. I think me and Purse can achieve and show us the audience like, oh, they're actually good players, so they can make a playoffs.
Well, for me, the team I look forward to playing the most, like always, is Star Wars. I always want to beat Cupcake, so that's going to feel good. I also want to beat Peace and PGG.
I think we try to find areas where we could like flip it completely on our side. We take really like small windows where we could take an objective away or like get even one kill, like try our hardest to kill one person.
Well, what gets us going is we always pray to Nectar's chickens. We play for Nectar's chickens only. They are everything to us and we love them and we pray to them every game for good luck.
Through the scrims, I think our team has a really good potential. I want to make a like really huge upset.
I want to like have a game with like 0 deaths, completely 0 deaths and just 100% KP. That's probably my goal right there. I think be scared of my enchanters mid. You know, they could be scared, possibly. Could be gapped by my enchanters mid.
I think the audience should be excited for our explosive mid 2v2. I finally have found a jungle that I really, really like, and I think our synergy is really good. You guys better look out because this is a roster I'm very confident in, and we can take down any team.
All right, well, not exactly playing out as expected for Mammoth so far in the split, but what if today is the day? There's a lot on the line, Rusty. I know you're a man that loves his hair. You got a lot of it. You love your hairstyles, always looking fresh. But Wei has put it all on the line. He's actually put a tweet out earlier this week. He said, if I don't get a W this week, might do a caps and shave my hair off at LCO at Mammoth O's. And then what's better is he's even doubled down and said, don't want to lose my hair today. So it must be a W. And look, let's be real. That's a tough ask when we're talking about going up against Peace. Skimmy, talking about Peace, they are, to be honest, going through a bit of a rougher patch themselves. They've just brought in Tally. That was supposed to be heralded as this big incision of power and skill and ability coming through to the roster, very similar to what we heard when Babbitt was supposed to be coming back and revolutionizing this Peace roster. But so far, they're 0 for 2. So my question is, how long does it actually take to integrate a new player into the roster?
It's interesting, right? Because the first game he played, he's arguably the most fed member on the team as the Viego. He's played 2 games of Viego, mid-game transition, unable to really make much more of it. The second game, him and Babbitt are turbo far ahead. One Hecarim ult gone wrong. Next minute, Gwen from Sapphiros is unbelievably strong. But if I do know anything about Tally, there's another game that he plays religiously. That game's not in the best shape right now, so he's going to be all fired up and angered. We talk about Dragku and, you know, being stuck away from the gyms, and that's fired him up. The same could be applied to Tally. He's going to be saying, look, I've got an agenda. I need to win because I need to have fun in one of these video games.
All right, Nat, get back in here. You've told us you've got something to show us. What is it?
Well, now I'm lost for words. I was so taken aback, but it's our little stress balls. We were talking about them at the start with Skimmy, and I thought we could all show them.
It's
I
actually
think it's really cute that we all have different ones.
Tragic that I have the cupcake, but anyway, that's fine.
Look at this, Jordy.
Oh.
I'll tell you what, this is what I want to see come out today.
What is it? Oh, hang on, I got one of those too.
Hey!
Yeah, I can't go get mine.
Look, there it is.
Let's get
We
some
got that
zigs.
one. Okay, look, are we going to get some zigs, Nat? Maybe that's a question you can ask in your interview, because I'm sure you got a couple of players down there on the sidelines ready and waiting.
I do, and I definitely can ask that, but I am going to be joined by Babbitt and Frost. Thank you both so much for joining me. Frost, you guys are looking for a little bit of a win, and I know that you guys want to win this week so badly, especially with Wei's tweet that we've been talking about. But I want to know, what do you think is going to be a big advantage for you coming into this one, and if you can match the likes of Violet?
Look, personal skill-wise, I think I'm not too afraid to go up against Violet, but overall as a team, communication has improved quite a bit since the last time we're on stage. So just hoping that we can maybe secure a win today.
And Babbitt, you know, how's the atmosphere down there in Peace? You guys have been looking a little rocky at this point in time, but how's the atmosphere and what would a win today mean for you?
Yeah, obviously, like, the past 2 losses have been pretty disappointing. But we're pretty much just, like, fired up now. Like, we've had enough. And we're pretty confident going into this game. Like, obviously anything less but a win would be pretty disappointing.
If you weren't to get the win, what would be classed as like a win in your book, right? Like, instead of actually getting an actual W, what do you think you could still walk away with and be happy with?
Like, playing the game perfectly, then like losing, I guess. Like, that's the only thing that you could walk away with. Be like, okay, we played well, but I guess we just lost randomly. Like it would be disappointing losing.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen those backdoors happen before, but for us, same sort of question for you. What would a win in your book be?
Just everyone gave it a good try, and we've all played well. But if we lose, then it's all right.
Well, look, hopefully it doesn't happen that way, that you guys play perfectly and then somehow have a loss. But I do wish you both the best of luck, and thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Very good, very good. Well, looking forward to this matchup. We've got a pretty interesting one. Obviously, Peace, looking to bounce back from things here, and I suppose this is the best opportunity for them to do so, isn't it, Rusty? They should, in no world, lose this match, and if they do, are we going to be raising some pretty big eyebrows, right?
I think the biggest eyebrow raise in history might happen if they do lose this one. Mammoth yet to find a victory in the LCO piece. If ever there was a game to at least maybe a slow swing back to winning it all over again, this is the game to do it. No exceptions, no world where I see Mammoth realistically should be able to take out this one, barring something unbelievable or unexpected.
Well, I imagine that is reflected in your prediction as well. Let's see what it is going to be. Probably across the board for Peace here. Elfish Guy, Rusty, Skimmy, all going that way. What about Nat on the rest of the list? Juves there as well, obviously going the way of Peace. And I myself, MacMate, have gone the way of Twitch. Nat, before we let you go, what do you reckon? Peace every day of the week here? Or is there a little sneaky incision from Mammoth?
Look, probably not going to talk about my prediction real quick, but I'm going to say it is so hard to interview two people from opposite teams at the same time, because you want to root for both of them, but you can't root for one in front of the other one, and then you flip the tables and root. It's so difficult. And even though my prediction is for Peace, there is always going to be a part of me that wants Mammoth to turn up today. We know they can do it, and I really want to see them put up a big fight for Peace.
Well, I think there is a little bit of us all that wants to see Mammoth succeeding today, but unlikely as it is, either way, it's time for us to jump into the game. Mammoth and Peace, and one thing I know about this one is that it's going to be smashing.
Well, with that one to digest, let's crack into the final game of Super Week number 2. Peace taking on Mammoth. Peace have not looked too hot in recent days. They've had 3 defeats in a row, and they'll need a dub to alleviate those woes.
Yeah, I mean, for the first time in 2 games now, the Lulu will not be forgotten. Will not just go straight through the pick ban phase unnoticed. Now, this does, of course, open up the obvious choice of a Ziggs. With Lulu being on the other side, makes you wonder exactly what to go with it. Now that the Xin Zhao is also banned away, Skimmy, makes you wonder.
Does make me wonder. And I'm very curious to see where this Ziggs will go if they do decide to put it on Halo, because I think, once again, Violet is at most comfort when he is playing a hard AD carry, something with mobility, something like a Kaiser can jump in with a Killer Instinct, backline 1v4, just pull off something absolutely phenomenal and cement himself as one of, if not the best AD carry in the region. So very curious to see where this goes, and we'll get to see how Peace respond back to what is going to be a Lulu-based comp.
Yeah, I was waiting to see what the support would be. Leona is kind of just turbo broken at the moment, so it makes sense. If you weren't here earlier in the week, I believe it was Tuesday, it may have actually been the week before, we did a segment on Leona, and all I said was broken. It's still very, very true. Looking at the rest of the picks here, though, the reason that I was waiting for the Leona is Karma's still available. And if I was Mammoth, I feel like there is this world where we do Lulu, Karma, just hyper-cog more comp,
Sure.
Just juggle more. Frost seems to have a very strong preference to the pick. So it'll never be a surprise if they do go for the Lulu cog. And this does usually mean that we won't be having a Lulu solo lane for Mammoth. Waiting to see where the rest of it will go. Nectar most likely going to be that Lee Sin as well. Not sure what we'll get from Gudo just yet. But with a Lulu cog already locked in, Diana's still on the cards. A lot of aggressive options still on the cards for him.
Yeah, well, I guess the case is now for Peace what they decide to do, because going into the second rotation, obviously they can ban away that Karma to prevent them hitting the Infinity squad of just absolute Exodia. But they're going to pick up a Jace here on this occasion. We know that Tally's played this once or 2 times before himself, and have a champion that can certainly carry, but just fuels the fire to say that we have so much poke between this and the Ziggs that anybody that this Leona jumps upon is as good as gone.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the Jace pick 3rd, though, in first 3 is most curious. It makes me feel like it's flexible, but realistically, it's probably just Tally. Knows his matchup right. You would assume that it is just going to be Nectar, Lee Sin, so you play the Jace into it. Just looking at these next bans, a lot of jungle focus is the natural point of progression here. Peace being red side with a 4th pick, though, could still get a jungler of their choice. Mammoth will have to probably respond.
Did a few games of the Volley Bear from Goodo. Fantastic individual, really has exploded onto the scene. Would love to see him something mechanically demanding once again, because we've seen that he can gap some of the best in the region. It's all about it coming together as a collective. That seems to be the sort of the buzzword we've used to coin this team. If they can find success as a whole. Mechanically, they have been outplayed, but clear archetypes for both teams right now. It seems to be imagining, make Frost as big as possible and prevent him from getting zoned away from what Peace has already put together.
Well, okay, so Diana is going to be banned away here alongside the Hecker and Babip at this point. We have a very limited sample size. Karthus is a default, potentially. At the very least does have the Jace for AD damage on the top side of the map. And this still does open up a champion pool for something for Halo in mid lane if you'd like to counter. Alternatively, they pick a mid lane. Yeah, this is still a good choice, of course. I said Karthus because he's played it, but this is another good AP champion. We'll be blind, though. Halo gets the point of preference.
It's an age-old classic from Babip. I remember when he was playing on Legacy last year, having conversations with Carbon about him locking in the Zonias and saying, why would you go for this on Nidalee? There's far better options that you could pick up. But it's going to sort themselves with some extra AP damage, strong ganking potential, and ability to cause further headaches, at least from afar. Mammoth, going to go for the Rise. Another strong champion for the side lanes, but what is their 5th and final pick?
I mean, if it's a solo laner, this would put the Lee Sin into jungle. That would definitely be a curveball. That would be a monstrous curveball. So we're just going to go back to more standard. But yes, this does mean Goodo is going to be on the jungle Lee Sin. Still definitely a playmaking champion. It still feels like it is in the wheelhouse of the jungler of Mammoth for sure. This does put a tank top lane into a most likely the Jace matchup, however. But the choice really belongs to the side of Peace now, where they want to put these champions. They've seen what their opponents have gone for. Opting into the Rise, mid into the potential Ziggs. I think Ziggs has a pretty good time of it. And for us, Skimmy, I think we're all silently clapping our hands at the fact that Violet has a high APM AD carry choice.
Yeah.
And not a Ziggs.
You know what's hilarious, right? Because we've been harping on about, mid Ziggs, it's not the best. But I think for this particular team, it looks better. And sure, Ziggs Leona is fantastic. The damage is explosive, guaranteed CC. The passive of Leona just doing so much to amplify it. But I just think I prefer this iteration. So those are your 2 team compositions. Nectar's going to go for a hard tank and give them some sort of late game insurance. You talk about Rise the same, you talk about Kog'Maw the same. And the fact is that he will be valuable regardless of how the lane plays out.
If I'm going to be perfectly honest with you here, Skimmy, Mammoth's composition, I like it. It makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways, right? You've got an early bridging champion in the Lee Sin. You've got some early threat from the Rise. You've got an Ornn who scales up nicely as a frontline tank for team fighting. Your bot lane can get priority in the 2v2 depending on how they play it. And then they're able to scale up nicely into the rest of the game, right? With a good, robust frontline standing in front of them. On the side of Peace, it's a lot of damage. A whole lot of damage. They're mid and top. So their top side of the map is a Jace top, Nidalee jungle, and a Ziggs mid. All skill shot based champions. A lot of threat can come from the damage they put out, but not a lot of easy setup, not a lot of crowd control, not a lot of combos more than anything else as well. They simply exist as good champions in a vacuum. And a lot of that pressure now comes down to Appy and Violet, right? For team fighting and for crowd control. But barring that, what they have an insane amount of is poke.
Yeah.
So if they actually post up somewhere, like say the mid-outer turret, and just litter spells at you from angles and flanks, you're doomed.
And we know that these are players that want to be demanding of themselves, that want to outplay. Forget about the matchups. They'll take whatever they can just to show to the audience at home how good of an individual they can be. But as we round out and close out tonight, once again, a chance to catch in with some of the coaching staff as we welcome back Jalal from Mammoth to talk us through this game. Now, I want to start by asking, I suppose, a harsh truth, right, of, what are some of the challenges as a coach when you see a scoreline like 0-11? How do you continue to motivate your team and keep them in this idea of this is what we're playing for and this is what we're going to get?
Honestly, it's just about improvement and getting the team to realize that it's a win is a byproduct of just improving over time, and I hope they take it that way too.
Because we've definitely seen some standout performances, and whilst maybe not all the pieces of the puzzle have come together, we've yet to really see any subs in the LCO, right? We know that you've got a massive roster. Has there ever been a discussion of like, look, it's clearly not working, or are we far too invested in this roster with the time put in to say we're going to see it through?
I feel like we are invested in this roster, and I also feel like this is the best roster so far, so yeah.
And now going on to your opposition, you know that Peace, obviously a strong team, but a couple of changes, a couple of role swaps, and a few defeats on the bounce. Do you think, if anything, this would be the perfect time to try and capitalize on that chaos?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think we can see it in draft too.
And how would you sort of rate your draft going into those, right? Because we can clearly see that Frost is a bit of a Cogmore connoisseur, played the most out of anybody here, but any concerns going into the amount of poke that Peace have?
Oh yeah, definitely, and that's why we have the Ornn for the engage as well, just to minimize like how much time they can poke us.
Beautiful. All right, Jalal, well, best wishes. I hope you boys can get the dub, maybe for Way's sake more than anything, to keep his hair
Yeah.
intact, but have a good one, yeah?
All right, thanks. Bye.
Well, Rusty, let's kick it off. Big game, high stakes, for multiple reasons.
Oh, absolutely. Hair on the line. And there's a lot of hair if you've seen Way. Now, it's actually on your screen. You can see Way. That's the hair on the line. I do want to quickly start this one off, Skimmy, by saying I feel like this game is on a clock. In terms of draft, I do think, I'm not going to say a set timing game, like roughly 30 minutes maybe, but I think the game, similar to the last Peace one, right, where they lost to Gravitas, has a similar clock. Now, Mammoth and Gravitas aren't exactly the same caliber of team in their current form, but the draft does a lot of work for them. So I have my reservations for Peace and how they're going to play this game out, but I know, and we all know, they're highly capable of getting early leads. They're going to need it.
Let's see what they can muster up this time around. Last time we saw Peace play with the Ziggs, they weren't able to achieve too much with the pick. Not many turrets were found as a result. Could be a slightly different story in the mid lane this time around, but as you already highlighted, right, you know, as much as they have all this fantastic poke to discuss, there is a lot of skill shots that do need to connect. And we saw Violet hover the Kaiser for a second. The backline assassination would have been fantastic, but I guess he's decided, no, instead I need some hard scaling as that insurance policy, because we've seen him have to come in clutch like that time and time again.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the logic that I can follow here, and everyone at home can definitely follow it as well, is Peace's composition is a poke comp without a shadow of a doubt. They've got decent siege because they've got range champions as well, and they can take down turrets pretty successfully just by whittling down your health bar, throwing spells at you until it hits. You know, a Nidalee Spear, a Jace Shock Blast, Violet when he's got Hurricane, Ziggs ultimates. You know, the list goes on and on. But Mammoth have an Ornn, so they can engage at any moment immediately, and that is really the tool here. That is the key here. So again, a lot of reliance on Peace snowballing their damage lead and thwarting any attempts from Mammoth to get ahead themselves.
Worth noting there, Rusty. Very creative pathing by Babbitt to jump into the Dragon Pit and avoid the Scuttle Vision. Now they have no idea. They're going to have to face check with this one. Beautiful flash from Frost, denying the engage opportunity that Appy was so desperate for. No first blood just yet.
Yeah, flash use, cleanse still available, so in terms of the 2v2, that doesn't actually mean a crazy amount here for Peace. It does mean that a return gank is entirely possible, however, from Babbitt. You mentioned the creative pathing, nice little hops over the walls, does enough to get his team a summoner spell off the Cogmore, but not enough to get any kind of gold value from it. We also saw a trade happen in top lane where Tally just cancelled the Ornn dash. You know, stops himself from getting knocked up, and very well done to get that combo. I wouldn't be surprised to see what is already a one-wave advantage in CS continue to stretch just a little bit more unless the Lee Sin gets up there and is able to help.
Let's see how this matchup does play. Quite critical of Nectar earlier in the week when he played Renekton into the Camille and wasn't able to really find much success with it. But it was the highlight of what Jalal mentioned there, saying, right, yeah, it is a poke composition, but Call of the Forge God could certainly even at the odds there and say we're not really prepared to sit back and wait and cycle through those cooldowns. We want to go now, and we know that we have players like Goodo and Frost with agency to then follow that up.
Well, they're going to have to pick the moment correctly. Way about to put some... Ooh. There we go.
He's just flashed over the wall. Rune Prism guarantees it. Satchel Charge pretty much moves him nowhere. First blood is found by Way, but he might fall on down very early on as a result. He's looking to try and lift a tail to tail right now. Phase Rush buys him a little bit of grace as he looks to try and cycle through those cooldowns once again, and somehow, some way, he's not fallen.
Shinky comes in super clutch there, right? Flashes aggressively, save the mid laner, use the heal as well as the shield. They keep them alive, and Gudo just barely out of the turret tank rage there as well. Is able to get himself out and scrape by with enough health. Now, Dragon not going to be considered. I think they are just going to choose to continue farming their waves as normal. Reset as well after that one, but that's first blood for Mammoth. That's a fantastic start to the game, and it goes into some safe hands in Wei.
Be huge for the context of the game, and huge for his confidence too. The fact that he just flashes over the wall. Says, we're making this play. I've had enough. Champion that will certainly offer a whole bunch. We saw what it did in the previous series, the Realm Warp. He's already 6. Could set himself up for some serious map pressure.
Just gets smashed there by the Ziggs damage though. If I ever see a Ziggs using their satchel charge aggressively, it's usually not a good sign in the way that lane is going, because it means they've got a lot of free damage coming down onto you. But this early in, it's not going to be an insane amount of DPS. Wei, I don't know exactly what his secondary rune choices are, but Merc Tread should be high on his list.
Cleanse was false. Gravitum had to be respected. There's a Moonlight Vigil right now as a result too. And with the Chakrams cycling through and outputting a fair bit of damage, while it might now look to try and turn their attention towards getting some turret plates. And worth noting that the odds from Twitch aren't as biased as you would be led to believe. You know, we've had some pretty close affairs, but I'm sure there's some people hoping for an upset.
Certain players and pundits of the broadcast have invested. Mac being so pro underdog, definitely put all of his points in. Pabu, I believe, in the tens of thousands into Mammoth as well. So let's just say the faith is well and truly there in the underdog story, and Wei's hair definitely does not want to go away today if the fans have any say.
Sounds like they've got a few angel investors out there hoping for that miracle to take place. So you can set themselves up for that result. But you, I think, coined it pretty perfectly. It's all about picking your time. And it's going to require discipline, bit of rehearsal, bit of comprehension of the situation as well.
Well, that's it. It's not a massive rush for them, right? You should be picking your battles wisely and correctly. And that's all you could really ask for. So annoying. Just Ziggs throws just littering spells at you. Blue buff Ziggs is a nuisance to deal with. Wei, once again, I said before, probably in need of a Merc Treads item choice here. Definitely the case. Now, having a Lost Chapter first is perfectly fine. But sooner rather than later, probably for those Mercs.
Gudo might be popping his head into the bot lane so far. Worth noting that Mammoth picked up the first dragon of the game. He's keeping up pace here with the AP Nidalee. Then Babbitt is going to go topside as a result, deny the vision. Look to pick up the first Herald. Pretty sizable lead in terms of how Tally and Nectar are playing things out. Nectar has opted for the Bramble Vest, so bit of healing cut.
Yeah, heavily prioritizing the healing cut. I know that Bramble Vest did get nerfed quite a bit. It does still provide some base armor and of course a bit of that healing reduction, but he's into the lethality, Jace, so could have perhaps considered a bit more efficient armor choices. Either way, this is what he has got, as that was an interesting attempt there, actually. I quite like it. It was very creative. They were putting the Lee Sin on a forced flank, but Halo's not going to fall victim to any kind of craziness. It's just throwing bombs, man.
I mean, he preemptively had that satchel charge ready to go, so his flash is still intact. No Sonic Wave to follow.
Must have been spotted.
Has to have been, right? Felt a little bit too predictable. Too telegraphed.
Oh, that is such a tragic set of stats. If I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, damage share of 3.6% is probably a 2k damage Lulu for all 3 games. It hurts my soul. I think the average support damage is about 9 to 10% of total, that is.
I think the highest we have in the league is Dragku at 9%.
There you go. It changes depending on meta champions, of course, but I'd say no more than like the anomalies in a crazy carry game of 18 goes down to about an average of 10. So, like I said, 3% Skibby. Ooh.
Yeah, not going to be able to be as aggressive as he wants to be, right? You know, we always talk about how enchanters can be a nuisance to deal with, but if he gets a little bit too eager to try and find that poke, Appy's very, very keen to punish it. So might have to sit back a little bit and just basically play off Whimsies and Wild Growths as Wade's in trouble. He's got a flash to follow things up afterwards. He's going to use it at the last moment, but the damage has already been done. The Ignite was ticking, and the boys of Peace are grouped up and ready to punish.
I think that was an Ignite and an empowered Ziggs auto attack that just covered the distance over that flash as well. Way just very nicely caught out here by Peace. Good crowd control combo from Appy on the Leona, and that is the mid lane outer turret. Just gone in a flash. Compliments of a Herald and a Satchel Charge, and that is Ziggs gameplay at its finest. Nektar may look for a plate, Skibby, but he's also about to cop a bit of jungle attention as he's overstayed his welcome.
That's a perfect sequence of events, but it's not going to stop there. Old teammates on the same team once again, 2021, providing perhaps the same result. A victory is what they're after, and Peace are at least going to find a kill in this situation as they pounce ahead. And Babip gets his first of the game.
I mean, we give fair play to Peace in mid lane for being able to find Way in that situation. Nektar is well and truly discovering Narnia in the closet and got lost in his adventure. Just well and truly overstayed for a turret plate. And it's not going to work out in his favor, right? You get a wave pushed in against you. You get a free reset here if you're Jay still with teleport in hand. And you may even have to expend that teleport if you were Nektar. Nevertheless, an objective on the other side of the map.
Certainly is. Gudo's been keeping good pace on when these dragons spawn and how the map state looks for him to actually go around it, pick it up, and play for it. Infernal Soul is the end goal, and well, I say what a better game for both teams actually to contest for it.
Oh, 100%. It's going to be the game for it. Some action, some team fights. Of course, I will say this does add a clock for Peace. Once again, we already spoke about the scaling composition. We're giving an Infernal Soul to a Rise to a Cogmore. Pretty rough. It even adds some extra trade potential for an Ornn up there in top lane, who, while he's down 30 CS, the stat buffer that would provide for damage output, pretty high.
Paddy's come back from that skirmish with an Eclipse, so his trading patterns are going to be very hard to contest now, that's for sure. Well on his way to getting that Muramana as well.
The game, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a bit more calm when you've got a Ziggs and a Cogmore both in a game, right? You've got a tier stacking Rise in mid lane. You've got a tier stacking top and mid lane for Peace on the other side of the coin. Any kind of calmness in Summoner's Rift is simply all of them being very happy. As it stands, though, with a 4,000 gold gap 14 minutes in, not the best kind of calm for Mammoth. It's the kind of calm that could give item spikes to your opponents before you and could really hurt if they start grouping up. The lead we said they need is definitely there.
So it should be enough to carry them through this transition to wait for those tier upgrades. Nektar could be in a spot above her once again. Big influx of players from Peace coming his direction. Sounds the Ornn horn. And he's going to hit it two ways. Instantly procs the exhaust with Summoner's Spell, but it just does not matter. He's unable to trim the wave. He's unable to trim their health bars, and the contest isn't there from the teammates of Mammoth.
3 members of Mammoth walk their way up towards top to try and help. Frost and Violet both left alone to their own devices, both with one item spikes just quietly, so there's a chance they duke it out, but the main point being that the efforts of Mammoth to help top lane were too little too late. Way with teleport, very available, didn't choose to use it because it was deemed too risky, you would assume. And instead of just letting Nektar die as he was out of position from a good dive from Peace, they spend that time trying to help him, which means they're not getting any gold leads or any gold brought back their way. There's no trade, it is just winning for Peace. I'll be very happy about that.
Well, it hasn't really been forced too much into this game. He has got himself the Kraken Slayer. He's quite content to continue at this current pace, should say, with Frost having gone from the wit's end. Once again, a nice little bit of itemization to try and nullify a bit of this burst. There's a whole bunch of it coming towards him.
Absolutely. A lot of the poke that will be hitting him is going to be magic damage. Of course, you've got the Aphelios and the Jace at a certain point, but Jace is going to be stuck in side lanes more often than not. So majority of the things that will get thrown at you should be magic damage barring the Aphelios. You've also got the Lulu, so from this wit's end point, he should probably be going heavily into the damage route. So 2 item spikes will be a pretty big moment here for Mammoth's team fighting. And while Nectar has well and truly fallen behind, if you look at the gold difference right now between top laners, 4,800 to 6,400, significant to say the least. He is still going to be an Ornn at the very least. Can engage, you know, can actually find that go button from long distances.
Yeah.
Won't survive for long, but will be able to do part of his job at the very least to, you know, give time for Frosts.
I think we can circle the discussion back to, you know, being on the clock again, right? You said timing was going to be important for both teams. One side for Peace that they have to decide, okay, are we willing to take the risk and gamble the opposition picking up a Infernal Soul?
Damn,
Mammoth.
that's a... Wow. Night Harvester Rush, sorry, on Nidalee.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of different Nidalee builds, and whenever I seem to watch Nidalee in competitive, which is sparingly lately, we haven't seen a lot of it, I saw a Zhonya's Rush because it helps you exist as a champion. Feeling very confident going for the Night Harvester, maximizing damage output perhaps onto the single target. We'll see if it pays off.
Why not? If they're going to be banking on their engage. And whilst Nectar has fallen down in laning phase, he is still going to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to grouping up, so maybe this is their time.
They've committed to this fight, wow.
Herald has been summoned, mind you. The second one picked up by Peace. There goes the fight. A 2-man knockup. Can they find any kills as a result of this one? Appy in trouble. Forced to go gold and looking to try and disengage away. Zenithblading onto Gudo. As that disengages, everybody from Mammoth goes into a realm of thread the needle. And Babbitt gets a double kill with the spear. He is a harvester
range
in the night, and Frost is now doing whatever he can. He's going to fall on down. But he's going to take as many as he can with him. But no one is low enough. And the boys of old both get doubles.
Mammoth decide to pull the trigger on a team fight. They say, this is the dragon we're going to fight for. If Peace want it, through our dead body, take the dragon from our cold hands. And they say, you know what? Here are our cold hands. It's just the execution. They flash the wall to kill Violet when he flashes away instead of playing front to back with a Lulu Kog'Maw. They no longer, like, they've Rise or Realm Warped into the enemy base. There's no way out, man. This is one of the most egregious Rise ultimates that I've ever seen. Oh, I feel so bad for that decision.
And I think that play kind of sums up the season that Mammoth have had.
Oh, man.
Different lines of communication and a false play. And that was the hill that they wanted to die on.
Tell you what they did though, Skimmy, they did it as a team.
They sure did.
That helps. It could have maybe worked, it didn't, but...
Another kill picked up. Now Babbitt 5-0-4. Incredibly strong with a blue buff. There is the Zhonya's that you wanted. 10 stacks on that Dark Seal too. Don't get to see this pick too much in current times. It's a favorite of his. It might just be a night of niche picks.
They certainly do seem to be successful. Violet going to switch over to his red and white weapons here, so definitely battle ready. Definitely ready to take some structures. I think it's just gone before they can poke. Well.
Nearly 11k down again at 20 minutes. There have been some interesting matchups to say the least this Super Week. With how the games have gone, Nectar in a bit of trouble once again, receives the shield and can charge his way to safety. But now Gudo on a wide flank might be in a fair bit of trouble, but without vision. Peace will decide no more.
I mean, this one's looking like a bit of a TKO. Frost is about to experience Ziggs. Thankfully has magic resistance, so that could have actually just been the knockout punch for him there. The options in this game for Mammoth are beyond limited at this point. They don't actually have any way to deal with the poke now that it is ahead. They just have to accept it and try to immediately hard gauge before the poke can exist. But even then, like, they have enough damage on Peace's side that the poke is a one-hit now. It's not just whittling down health.
Yeah.
So this is just one of those realities that we now have to accept, you know, as casters, as people in the game, as viewers, that there really isn't anything Mammoth can do from this point on, barring a mistake from Peace.
What are we looking at now for the side of Mammoth? You're hoping that Nectar somehow gets to level 14, can start to share the low with some ornaments. You're hoping that Frost can get 2 items complete, maybe a Mythic that can be upgraded. But they said, forget that. We want to fight now. And, well, the satchel charge just nullifies an ultimate. That's a little bit embarrassing. Tally, meanwhile, was a split pushing bot, so you can understand why they wanted to force the play, but the outcome is terrible.
Yeah, right now this turret's going to fall another 600 Gs in the pocket, teleporting the top lane because they've hit the Baron.
Oh no, they're going to get collapsed upon. They're going to hit the Realm Warp once again, group up as 2, but they've split themselves apart, and Peace were on their way towards that side of the map. They're going to look to try and find one. They jump into way. He receives the Lulu ultimate, but he can't do much. We get zoomed in because that looked cool. Look at Ryan fall to the ground. He's dead and gone. There's Babette flashing forward, but there's Violet finding kill participation with his first double of the game. We're still zoomed in because we want to see it close up with the action because this is Rowdy and this is Peace saying we get dubs.
This is a really big close-up on Violet. We'll be able to go to the Baron for sure here. Baron should be all but secured. I don't think there's any way they get out. They're stuck in the base. They've got an inhibitor to protect in top lane. They've got the bot lane that was pushed in by Tally prior to his teleport up. Baron's theirs. The game is 100% theirs. We're just looking at the ways that Peace closed this one out. And I think the easy play is to use the inhibitor that was been opened earlier, like a good cookbook. Or a good cooking show, really. Books don't prepare recipes earlier. Like a cooking show, maybe, Skibby. The inhibitor prepared earlier is ready to go.
Curious to know if we have on stats actually what the biggest gold lead has been in a game. I'm sure production have that tucked away somewhere that we can find out after the broadcast, but for now, you're really struggling to find some answers, some ways to come back into this game.
I mean, the fact they're not able to fight for this. There's a Baron God, that's 2 Infernals. If the game manages to get to that point, God forbid, it'll be a 4 Infernal Drake, Infernal Soul Piece. It's a poke comp. Like, I'm going to sound like a broken record if we try talking about things that Mammoth could do. There's nothing. We're just watching Peace win. A dominating performance so far.
Here they go once again. Nectar. The ultimate connects. Not really doing much. Satchel charge again. His own worst nightmare. His biggest enemy. 2 inhibitors fall on down. Babip's going to try and escort in the third. A complete crushing of the base as Frost picks up the Gale Force. But the power discrepancy is so unbalanced, you just would not believe it.
Definitely a, look, if this was solo queue Skibby, definitely a 15 angle. But I feel like, and this might be too niche of a meme, I feel like we're getting an OS open. Does that make sense to you?
OS open.
An OS open?
Well, they're open for business because they're up by 15k now. RP says they'll look for that final play of the day. Violet just going to try and do it all on his own, guaranteeing that that third and final inhibitor does fall on down. Minions are already swarming the base. They're flooding the turrets. They're taking them down. They're also taking out Shingi, who is dead now. 4-man strong squad. Looking to try and do whatever they can. As Violet flashes forward, they will get a consolation prize by removing the Aphelios. But how much more can they find? Because they can't find enough defense for these minions to end this game, to close out Super Week 2, and to find their first victory of this split.
Cool, calm, collected. Clean victory here from the side of Peace. I believe Babbitt before the game said they're sick of it. Anything less than a win would be unacceptable, and well, they got a demanding one. A dominating one at that. Really never in doubt. I mean, a couple of points maybe, you're right, where we say in draft, it looks decent for Mammoth. The first blood goes their way, and you're like, okay, we got a game. We didn't have a game.
I think there's a few moments that we could no doubt discuss as we welcome back Mac into the discussion. That could have gone other ways, because it was a good start. It was a good start, but the class of Peace was just too much to handle.
It's always the way, isn't it? It's always a good start for Mammoth, but they're never able to transfer that into the mid game, into the late game. And you know that Peace is one of those teams that tends to scale quite nicely, particularly with the compositions that they like to build for themselves. The Aphelios coming through for Violet, always a big talking point. And look, again, yeah, good signs for Mammoth, but that's about as far as we can stretch the discussion, isn't it? Nice play from you. Little jump in there from Shinky, I thought, but overall, it was one of the few very exciting moments that went the way of Mammoth overall. Just a little bit too good for Peace. But I think, you know, the more important storyline here for us right now is that, okay, that's the first win for Peace with Tally. You know, Babip's obviously come through to this roster relatively recently as well. I think we're about halfway through the split now, and this is where we start to go, okay, Peace have played the long-term game for Split 2 of LCO. They haven't necessarily invested in getting all of the wins in week 1 and 2 and 3. You know, now into week 5, it feels like we've finally got this core that we're going to see go through to, you know, playoffs and finals. And the question is going to be how much can they improve from now into that point in the split, and whether or not they're going to be a title contender again. I mean, obviously, looking at the team on paper, you'd have to say yes. Are they going to be able to stand up against the Chiefs? We've seen that answered already a couple of times. What about Pentiment? What about the Direwolves? There's still quite a few questions to be asked of Peace, but hopefully this is the start of what we get to see a little bit more of.
Yeah, I think for me, yeah, this is a small step on a long journey for Peace back to the finals, right? Thinking back to their Split 1 ability to actually duke it out well with PGG in that situation. Back-to-back losses for them Tuesday, Wednesday definitely hurt their chances. And now that we get a win like this, now that they may just be angry gaming, we definitely want to see more from them as they get challenged all the way up the ladder.
I just don't know what Peace take away from this game, because they weren't challenged whatsoever. Just look at the damage sheet. You know, It really paints such a dominating picture to justify the gold lead that Peace found. And I think, yeah, you could break down a few moments. You know, first of all, the fact that Wade didn't flash when he was caught. He flashed late, still got then collapsed on by the Ignite and the empowered Ziggs auto. The second, when Frost just flashes in and says, look, I'm chasing this Aphelios whether you like it or not. The forced realm warp afterwards could have played out differently as well. I mean, 2 moments like that could have definitely changed the outcome of the game, but by the end of it, they were forcing all ultimates that'll just get cancelled by a basic ability.
I guess maybe the thing that they can take away is at least a little bit of momentum, right? That is the first win secured, regardless of who it comes against and how it comes about. Maybe that's a question that Nat can ask down on the side lanes. We've got her ready for another interview. This will be the last one of the week, Nat. But hope you enjoy it. Hope we enjoyed it as well.
Yes, I'm going to be jumping into an interview with Appy. Thank you so much for joining me. And congratulations. How does it feel to get a win this week?
A win is a win. So, like, we lost past 3 games, but we've been, like, a little bit struggle about the roster change. And, like, we need to adapt the, like, lots of new things. Like, for me, I need to play more supports, like, for sure, obviously. So yeah, a win is a win. I'm pretty happy with the result.
Yeah, I think you definitely should be. It's quite hard to go from top to support, but how are you settling in down there, and how is laning with Violet going?
I saw support is not a hard role. Like, I can just easily master support because I've been, like, I played support before, and but like bot lane with Violet is like different because like he's the one of the best. He's the best AD carry knows. And like definitely there's a lot of things I need to learn right now. So I'm just like a brand new support player right now, rookie support player.
It'll definitely take some time, but you'll get there. Looking at this game, was there anything in that draft that caught you guys by surprise, or did Mammoth kind of draft exactly how you're expecting?
Yeah, but like before the second pick Lulu, we were all like, okay, they're gonna definitely, first pick Lulu. We were like, okay, they're gonna first pick Lulu. And after 2 seconds, they lock in Lulu. And after we see the Lulu, we were like, okay, they're gonna go Cog, and they're playing Cog. So, yeah, it's pretty much just drafting like what we expect. So.
Makes it very easy for you guys. And the last question is, at what point did you guys kind of realize that this was your game to take? You know, was it that fight around the 3rd dragon, or at another point in time during that game?
We all like chilling, like we all just chilling like early game, because we know like there's getting 1 point, like when we have item. Our comm is obviously a poking team comm, like so, like we set our vision, like maybe set dragon, like anything, like when we have item and we have vision, we'll win the fight. So we're all like pretty like chilling.
Absolutely love it. I can't wait to see how you guys will be going next week. But congratulations again, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you very much.
All right, very good stuff from Peace today, getting the job done, and that's what we want to see from them. Obviously expecting to see a lot more from them, though, in future weeks. It is but a small building block for what should eventually amount to be quite a large pyramid for the Peace roster. Either way, guys, we do have one more final DoorDash player that delivered for the week. And it'll be no questions asked. Babip gets it this time. 5-0-8. 92% kill participation. What a statistic that is. And he really just felt like he was kind of smurfing that whole time.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much did it all. They played to the style of what their team required, right? You know, you talk about skill shots needing to be hit. He made sure that he was going for the Heralds whilst Mammoth went for the Dragons. The Heralds were always finding success. It was forcing Mammoth to make rash decisions. I think that second fight where they did do the crazy realm warp in, he just summoned it in the river, so said, look, we'll take this fight, we'll probably win, and we're also going to get value elsewhere. And he got incredibly fed, right? He had the Night Harvester rush, was able to make sure that these spears were just threading the needle and finding kills. And yeah, wherever he went, success was found as a result.
Yeah, indeed. Very, very nicely played from Babip. He'll be happy to pick himself up the $100 DoorDash voucher.
I do want to say quickly, you talked about angry gaming, right? And I have to say, I really enjoy angry gaming for 2 reasons, right? Especially on Peace. This does have a point. It's either going to go to the point where they angry game and they start throwing away leads and losing games that they shouldn't be losing, and it like requires them to really take a step back and look at themselves, or it's going to give them the confidence to realize that they can be playing a lot more aggressively and that they do really know what they are, you know, that they can execute things that they want to execute. So I love the idea that they're angry gaming at the moment.
Yeah, I like that too. I'm an angry gamer myself, but one thing that I do want to ask for you guys, from you guys, is any thoughts on what the play of the day might have been? Have you got a list, Nat? It seems like you do.
I do. I have 2. I didn't... Whoa.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm going to start that
sentence again. It's been a long week.
I
feel it's been a long week.
I'm going to start that one again. I have no notes from the game just gone, but I do think it is most likely going to be the order game with Puma getting a quadra.
Ooh, any dissenting opinions from the peanut gallery?
I have a second opinion if you guys want.
That was a good one. I was thinking the first game potentially.
Yeah, they get a triple kill top.
Yeah, there was a couple of really good team fights in that one. There was a chance at like a Swaith play maybe, but I do think you're probably on the money with the Puma Yushi Quadra.
I'm gonna go for only when he flash insects as a Zinzao and then went topside and did another fantastic play. That's my play today.
There's so many.
All right, well, Skimmy, it was a good attempt from you, but once again upstaged by Nat. She's perfectly on the money this time. It was Puma with a quadra at the Dragon, and what a play it was. Nat, are you ready to give us your best?
I'm ready if Rusty doesn't want to.
I certainly don't want to. Thank you for offering, though. I appreciate that.
I just thought maybe you might want to. Okay, when it runs back, I'll try my best this time. It didn't do very well last time.
Yes. Okay. Yes. The kill. Triple. Yes. The quad.
Yes,
okay.
Yes,
Space
okay.
jump.
And we're going to do this one, and then SpaceX to the moon, and then we've just got to... Yeah, okay. So we're looking at this engagement here. They're going on the Dragon. It looks like PGG are really going to absolutely do it here. They're looking to focus on Kevin. Kevin gets taken down. Chaz in the back line really weak, and Puma goes, oh my goodness, no, we can't let him just take this one, so we're going to go Fire Panther. Then he jumps on the other 2, Decoy, and I forgot, Pabu. And then Pabu's like, oh man, what the... I messed up. And that's how he gets 4 kills.
I really forgot about the substitute player I forgot for PGG, but glad he was there for that fight.
Yeah, that's my bad. I forgot about Pabu.
Happens to all of us.
Overall, very nice play from Puma, getting it done for the team. They may not have gotten the dub today, but they do get at least something out of it. Anyway, a few teams did get the dub, and that means we have to check in with the standings once again and see how that has made a difference. This time, we have a very defined second place, but it's a battle for third, it seems. So we're kind of going through this rotating list of, is it the battle for first? Is it the battle for second? Is it the battle for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, whatever? And today it's really just the battle for third this week. So very interesting standings heading into week number 6. Give us your thoughts on it, Skimmy.
Yeah, I mean, still we're looking at multiple ties across the board, right? It's interesting to me to see, when we talk about scaling with compositions, how Direwolves at once upon a time was sitting in 6, have slowly come back in, almost like deja vu, like, yeah, the first 4 weeks, it's whatever. It's all about finding the form at the right time, and that's going to be only a month away, right, for those all-important playoffs, but yeah, the Chiefs, I mean, once again, you've got teams only a game away from looking to try and dethrone you. Pentanet looking like the MSI self. I would be worried if I was the Chiefs, thinking, have we done enough to solidify ourselves as being the kingpin?
Yeah, I reckon you take a snapshot of that standing, probably swap Gravitas, swap Chiefs and PGG. That's most likely gonna be what we see at the end of this split. Otherwise, the only one I think I would swap is the Gravitas and Order. I think they're the only 2 teams that are really looking to swap places at the moment on the standings.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see whether or not you are going to be the future teller, Nat. One more thing, though, before we do go. It is almost the end of Super Week, week number 5. We do have another From the Fans piece of content, and it's from Davo again. He's looking forward to seeing Mac back, it seems like.
What do we say, Rusty? It's just beautiful.
I think it's just, like, because we are wearing shirts that Mac would probably wear, I do feel like we've just all been strictly upgraded.
This is the shirt Mac actually bought me, so
true and
a
real.
big shout out to Mac, absolutely making me look like a legend on stream in a good shirt.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, I could kind of get behind almost any one of them being the real picture of Mac, except the one where Nat's hair is obviously
way too long.
But the rest of us kind of look like Mac, so fantastic, phenomenal, great work from us. Guys, any thoughts before we close the show for the final time for week number 5? Big Super Week coming up next week, so plenty more LCO action.
Hope to see everyone in week 6.
Yeah, sort of cheeky look at some of the matchups. Yeah, I think for me, Chiefs, we talked about Direwolves, right? 5 wins on the go. Can they make it 8 wins after another Super Week? But Chiefs have a big ask as well. They're up against PGG, Direwolves, as well as Peace. So there's multiple little narratives, right? Of like, you talk about Peace. Is this enough of a win now to try and give themselves the angry gaming buff going into next week? Is Chiefs good enough to stay at number 1? Is Direwolves hitting a stride? I mean, are you not entertained by the LCO? We're not boring. We're not doing 40-minute macro games. We just punch on 20k leads in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a good point, Skimmy. Let's have a look at what matches are actually coming up on the next day of the LCO. That'll be Tuesday next week. Direwolves versus Order. That'll be a big one towards the top of the table. Peace and Legacy, Gravitas and Mammoth. And boy, oh boy, I tell you what, Pentanet versus the Chiefs. Talk about top of the table clashes. That is exactly the one we'd all be looking forward to. What's your favorite one out of the bunch, Nat? You got a match to watch?
I think PGG Chiefs don't really need hyping up. That's obviously going to be amazing. The one I really want to turn my eyes to, it's the Peace Legacy one. It's another stepping stone for Peace to see, what they can bring to the table. It's an opportunity for Legacy to show that, they can adapt and really kind of take advantage of where Peace are at the moment. So that's probably going to be my pick of the game.
That's literally up the ladder, isn't it? Like, they've gone from the 8th place opponent to the 7th place opponent. There's no better stepping stones for them on their way up. That's true.
So it's either Peace are going to find out that they really need to take a look at themselves.
It's Order after that as well, by the way.
There you go. So it's really good for Peace at the moment to really be testing those limits for them.
There you go, indeed. Well, guys, it's been a pleasure to run the show for you once again. But before we do go, I have a confession to make.
What's that?
It wasn't Mac, mate. It wasn't Mac, mate, at all.
My
it
God.
was me, Elfish Guy, all along. You had no idea until now. That's the end of the Super Week. See you next week for week number 6. Mac, mate, will be back to host the show. I'll be back on the caster desk. We'll see you then.
Clawing away, hoping that he can survive to tell another tale. That's a beautiful flash forward. He knows it's a foregone conclusion, but it's because he's got Kiyose. The revival's huge. There's the bomb to make it a double kill. The turnaround is complete. And Akano is a machine. Sway once again, taunting with vision denial, finds one. There's a reset, there's a Dawning Shadow. The beautiful revival. Kiyose looking to live a little bit longer in this team fight. Back to full HP. But here comes Kisei. A thumbs up, go golden, but you're not a trophy, you're a statue, because I'm looking and laughing. In they go for a bit of an explosion of happiness onto this one, but it's going to be Pentanet to pick up the dragon. They've stolen it away. Chess survives. Tramp OP. Bifed's tanking. Bifed's are living, but that's a double kill. I've seen this happen before. Puma gonna get a double, get him a triple, give him the quad, give him everything. Onto Kidney, very early ultimate by him now. Flash in to try and take out Prey. If the bomb gets sidestepped, there's no damage on. So Deku's already gone out to fight. A beautiful kick removes Chungy. He's just come up, but he's sent straight back down. A double kill for Athelios. Him so far, he jumps in, 2-man knockup, forcing out a flash and forcing out a stopwatch too. In jump set, looking to try and take down some key targets, but the haymaker is just a little bit short. They've taken out Gunkrab. There's the coming from Max distance onto Inkosu, but Shock is somehow still alive, down to 400. He has the Realm Warp if he wants to try and re-engage and turn this fight around. 2 members in stasis, but when they come out, surprise, surprise, you're dead as well. It's going to be a delayed ace, but an ace all the same, and Direwolves with Baron might just look to end this game.
They've committed to this fight. Wow.
Herald has been summoned, mind you. The second one picked up by Peace. There goes the fight. A 2-man knockup. Can they find any kills as a result of this one? Appy in trouble. Forced to go gold and looking to try and disengage away. Zeniflating onto Gudo. As that disengages, everybody from Mammoth goes into a realm with Fred the Needle. And Mammoth gets a double kill with the spear. He is a harvester in the night, and Frost is now doing whatever he can. He's going to fall on down.
Check out that list and stop the show. I'll save it this in stereo. Don't wanna miss the most high. We blasting through these skylines. Check out that list and stop the show. I'll save it this in stereo. Tomorrow brings a new fight, beaming out there like skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights. falling in the dawn, finding a way into this great beyond. Feels so abstract, we're flawed in this